We are live at Collectco, and Jake's going to lead us in the pledge. I guess not. All you got to do is say the pledge. Say grace. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. The blessing. Hi, Chad. I'd like to have my paycheck directly deposited into my Collectco account. Okay, we can start. We can do that. Uh-oh. Jake, we got to launch chat launcher. Did you forget to launch it, Jake? That's on Jake. I've been doing it every time, and then the main man forgets to do it. It should be live right. Well, it's supposed to be. I don't see anybody yet. There it is. Okay, it's working now. Let's jump over here. All right, so first, let's go. Okay, I'm as Chad Williams. Let's jump over here. Big sale tonight. Huge. Some might say the biggest we've ever had. So I hope y'all taggers and keyer inners are ready. Data entry. Okay. Here's copy. Make sure you hit the like button on Facebook and make sure you let me know your favorite memory of Paul. Okay, yeah, I will. Is it tomorrow? Whew, gotta get woke up. We got a lot ahead of us tonight. It's about to get so wild and wicked that it's Thursday night, metal night. Chad's on a good, solid 3 hours of sleep. And he's getting woke up with beef jerky and Monster. All right. Really? I will let everybody know right now. What's those call signs? WXMA and WXNA. Okay. Tell me those call signs again. WXA.org, FM.org. Okay. All right, that's only $19.99, but I'll get you a shout out. Someone's getting charged. What do you think this is? A charity auction? Okay. So what we're going to do, Jill, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to show records. Okay, great. There's John's stuff. He's been leaving earlier and earlier. Ooh, he found some more 45s. I still haven't gone through the other boxes, but it's been mostly 60s. Nothing wrong with that, huh? Okay. All right, Paul does his radio show on Friday, and I'll have to ask him again that time. I wrote down the website. I forgot to ask him the time, but he'll let us know. 3 o'clock Central. 3 o'clock Central time. Okay. All right, let's get going. So first thing I need to do is I need to move. Let me set this up here. My shelf is so much more cleared off now. Beautiful. All right. It's a big night here at Colecco. It's Thursday night metal night. And we got a lot to get going, a lot to get started. And yeah, so let me move. Okay, let me stack this stuff over here. We won't need that for a moment or two. Maybe not till even later. So prop all that up right there. Had a good night last night at the end, clearing stuff off and clearing stuff out. Had to, my shelf ends up being a catch-all, and then we eventually get it taken care of and get it all cleaned off. That's mine. I need to finally take some stuff home this Sunday. Okay. No, those aren't sold. No. No, those aren't sold yet. Coming soon, though, to a Colecco show near you. Hope everybody hits the like button. We're about to get started. If you hadn't done that yet, please do that for me. Hit the like button. Okay. I got our first auction of the night. I tried offering this last night, and I said, if y'all don't bid on this right now, you're going to want to, you're going to be missing out tomorrow. Okay. We have over here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 Kiss singles. 13 Kiss singles. Nothing to Lose, Shout It Out Loud. Ace, Snowblind, and New York Groove. Forever and The Street Giveth and The Street Taketh Away. Let's put the X in Sex, Calling Dr. Love. Ace, New York Groove, and Snowblind. Lonely as the Hunter, Heaven's on Fire. A World Without Heroes, Dark Light. Betrayed, and Hide Your Heart. There is A Thief in the Night, Reason to Live. Crazy Nights, and this is Not for the Innocent, and Lick It Up, a foreign copy. What is this? This is West German. Hard Times, and I Was Made for Loving You, and Gene Simmons, Radioactive, and I See You in Your Dreams. 13 Kiss singles. All should be VG Plus, or maybe better. Maybe a couple that are VG. $55 start for Kiss. There's 13 singles there. $55 start, all of them being sold together. There's 13 singles there. That's our first auction of the night, Kiss. Good luck to all those involved. You're going to need it to win that one. May the force be with you. Live long and prosper. Long live rock and roll. Okay? All righty. See, I'm going to put that right. What do I need to do? Put this. I'll put it over here, actually. Okay. All right. So good luck. Not selling Hannah. Hannah is $59.99, GMB. $59.99. $59.99. Okay. Auction lot number 2. We have Metal Edge Korn, Metal Edge Power Man 5000, Metal Edge Rage Against the Machine, Metal Edge Godsmack, Metal Edge Rob Zombie, Metal Edge The Return of Rock, Poison, and Metal Edge with Slipknot. This is a lot of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 metal edge magazines, a $25 start. 7 metal edge magazines, $25 start. The Kiss singles are at $60 right now. And then Kiss singles are at $70. It is not sealed, Jim B. It is an opened item. And it's $59.99. Okay. And so we got metal edge magazines at $25 start. We got Kiss at $65 and then $70 with Steve McGee. Let me swipe off this crate right quick, and that's one of our first auctions of the night. And let me pull up this morning's video. Hopefully everybody's ready. Make sure you've hit the like button. Make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube, and the mark button, the like button on everything else. Okay? Because, oh, it was sealed. Yeah, that's true. Mine's open. And it's better, and it's only $59.99. Okay? So all you got to do is say, I'll take it. Never mind, I don't want it. Okay, thank you. We can move on now. It's already early, and Jim B's trying to cause chaos and confusion for everybody. Nothing new here. All right. It's essentially an item that I'm going to sell for a fair price, and unfortunately, I can't sell it to you where you can quadruple your money on it. Maybe one day, maybe later tonight, you can buy something you can quadruple your money on. Probably for the next couple hours, you're just going to have to sit back and watch. And I know that pains you, and I know your kids are probably running around crying, and your kids are probably screaming because they can't get McDonald's breakfast in the morning. But right now, you're just going to have to put on your boots, and you're going to have to say, Jim B, I'm Jim B, and I'm just going to have to put on my boots and watch tonight as Chad sells all this incredible stuff, and I just sit here and cry and cry and cry. All right, here we go. So let's go ahead and get the first crate. Bump, bump, bump. Da-da-da-da-da. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Has everybody hit the like button? Has everybody hit the share button? Ooh, the share button. That's a good one. The share button. Sharing. Yes. Make sure you've done that. If you haven't done that, then I'm going to be really, really sad when I go check the feed later and I'm like, oh, he didn't share it. Oh, they didn't share it. They didn't share it either. Ooh, why didn't they share it? And then I'm going to make a list, and then I'm going to check it twice. And then after I check it the third time, that's when you start getting marks like they didn't share it, they didn't share it, they didn't hit the like button. Where are the records in the preview? They are right here next to me. They are right here next to me. And there are some people. One person already said, Chad, I've got my eye on 2 or 3 records tonight. And honestly, I'll do just about anything it takes, even put my life on the line to obtain some of them. And then somebody said, would that mean jumping out of an airplane without a parachute to catch it in free fall? And he said, yes, I would jump out of an airplane to catch this Winger album. He said he would jump out of a plane and like jump up after the record to obtain it. And then figure out how to land later. And I was like, golly, that's some dedication. So let's get this started before anybody makes any bad decisions tonight. I'm looking for Soundgarden Screaming Life. I'm looking for Peter Frampton. No, I'm not. That was a question. Soundgarden, Keith Richards, Duran Duran, Rush, Megadeth, Eazy-E, Neil Young, Megadeth, The Cult, Cheap Trick, H.H. Gray and Micros, J.J. Gray and Mofro, Nickelback, Incubus, Clutch, Robot Hive, Megadeth Endgame, Talking Heads, Modern English, Cheap Trick, Stormtroopers of Death, Chuck Berry, Clutch, Jet, Bo Brum, The Cult, Led Zeppelin, Eazy-E, Kiss, Rush, Grateful Dead, Duran Duran. First record is Megadeth Endgame. Megadeth Endgame. This is $38.99, and this is sold to Jeffrey Walker. Thank you, Jeffrey Walker. One is sold to Richard Bradshaw. Thank you, Richard Bradshaw. That's sold to you. And then we sold another Megadeth Endgame, and this Megadeth Endgame is sold to Mike Helton. And if anybody else wants a Megadeth Endgame, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 copies left. Those are $38.99, okay? First thing is these Kiss records. The last bid that came in on these Kiss records was Steve McGee at $90. Steve McGee at $90. These are 13 Kiss singles. Steve McGee has them for $90. 13 Kiss singles, final call. Metal Edge, let's show these again. This is a lot of Metal Edge magazines, $25 start. Slipknot, Poison, Rob Zombie, I usually just read whoever's on the cover. Godsmack, Rage Against the Machine, Power Man 5000, and Korn. Final chance on those. Let's go ahead and get some vinyl rolling as well. There's that, and there's that, okay? Next over here is Black Sabbath, Never Say Die. Black Sabbath is a 1978 USOG. It is VG minus. It has the original inner sleeve with some staining. Black Sabbath is a $10 start. Also, we have Blur, and Blur is $13. Blur is a 2LP, $46.99. Blur is $46.99. That's a 2LP gatefold. Blur, $46.99. Also, we have Clutch. This is Psychic Warfare. Clutch is a 10th anniversary blue smoke colored vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. Metal Edge magazine is a $25 start. The Kiss lot is at $100 right now. Clutch Psychic Warfare is still available. We've sold every Clutch but that one, I think, coming up. And then this is Modern English. This is called After the Snow. I'll Stop the World and Melt With You. Modern English is $24.99. Modern English, I know we sold at least one. These are available. They're $24.99. One was sold to Brian Call, and I have at least 2 more left here. Still got Clutch. We still got Blur, Megadeth, and Modern English is sold to Chad Snyder. Now there's one left. Okay, Metal Edge is a no bid. These are a buy now for $25. I'm going to lay them right over here if anybody wants to grab those before I drop them. And then the Kiss lot is at $100. It is these 13 Kiss singles. Now, I'm not going to read both sides, but I'll give you an idea. Crazy Nights, this is Gene Simmons, Radioactive. Not for the Innocent, flip on that one was Lick It Up, of course. Hard Times, I Was Made for Loving You, Reason to Live, Hide Your Heart, Dark Light, World Without Heroes, Heaven's on Fire. This is Ace doing Snowblind, Dr. Love, The Street Giveth, New York Groove, Shout It Out Loud. It's 13 Kiss singles. High bid right now is $100. We're about to sell it. Black Sabbath is, the last bid was Chuck Edgar at $100. And that leaves Steve McGee, I believe. Who was the last bidder before him? I'm not for sure, but it's at $100 right now. Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera on Clutch. That's sold to him. Thomas Clark over on Twitch wants the last Modern English. We're now sold out of Modern English. And let's go ahead and add another auction. The next auction is Def Leppard Pyromania. Def Leppard is a 1983 USOG 56 Pittman press. That's in VG condition. Pyromania, a $15 start on that. $15 start. Also, we have Led Zeppelin Coda. Led Zeppelin Coda is $38.99. Gatefold jacket. Everything in this crate is new and sealed. We've got 5 crates of new vinyl tonight. We've got all the incredible stuff that was featured in the hot pictures. There should be posts on Facebook. There should be posts on Instagram and our YouTube page, all the previews, and there's a lot of people on standby like, holy crap, Chad, we're ready to buy a lot of stuff. And I'm like, I'm ready to sell it to you. Matt Nichols gets Led Zeppelin Coda. That was my last copy. If I sell out of anything and you want on a waiting list, let me know. Like Michael Jackson Off the Wall is still available. Michael Jackson is $24.99. And then over here we had Black Sabbath Volume 4. And Volume 4, new and sealed, 2012 remaster. This is $29.99. Speaking of Black Sabbath, this has got a new bid for $30. Def Leppard's at $17. And the Kiss singles are at $110. $110. Put down Michelle Clements on a waiting list for Led Zeppelin Coda. First wait list of the night, Michelle on Led Zeppelin Coda. Sam over on Twitch gets Black Sabbath Volume 4. We have Soundgarden, and this one is Louder Than Love. Soundgarden Louder Than Love is $34.99. As of this exact moment, I have 2 copies in stock and this is $34.99. That's Soundgarden Louder Than Love. I've got 2 of those. Foo Fighters Greatest Hits. Only one of these left as of this moment. It's a Gatefold 2 LP. Foo Fighters is $38.99. And then Led Zeppelin, this is their debut. It's a remaster, $29.99. Babe, I'm Gonna Leave You, I Can't Quit You, Good Times, Bad Times, Dazed and Confused, Michael Jackson, Off the Wall, so to Melanie Jennings. Also, we have Pink Floyd, The Piper at the Gates of Dawn. That's in mono. Pink Floyd is $29.99. And then Duran Duran's Greatest Hits, so to Paul Peterson. There might even be somebody else later. If so, we might have to do a waiting list. Duran Duran Greatest Hits. Let me look here. No, so this is the only ones as of right now, okay? So right now, the Kiss singles are definitely a final call. Edward Boosie at 110. Let me make sure Steve McGee. Chuck Eggers went out, but Steve McGee hasn't. The Black Sabbath's at 38 and Def Leppard's at 22, so we're not done on those. We have Counting Crows. This is Recovering the Satellites. That's a 2 LP remaster. Counting Crows is $39.99. Duran Duran Rio, if you don't want the greatest hits, here's this one. This is $29.99. And then Clutch, and this is Robot Hive Exodus. Clutch, Robot Hive Exodus. The last bid that came in on this was Bill Faber, and he was a new buyer this week, and he's already registered. So thank you, Bill. This is so to you. That was our last copy of that, and that was $59.99. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know. And then over here we have Soundgarden Louder Than Life, and then Screaming Life. We have Louder Than Love and Screaming Life. Rick Hall gets Screaming Life. And then over here we have 1 copy left. That's a 2 LP. Okay. The first Metal Edge magazine lot is sold to the record guy for $20. Put down Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera for a Duran Duran waiting list. I got a table to start putting miscellaneous on. I guess right here will work. I'll start the first pile right here on this pile. All right. That'll work right there. And I'll set this box right there. So first Metal Edge magazine lot sold to the record guy for $20. Great. Don't worry, I got a bunch more where that came from. We're going to be doing some more lots of those. But right now, we're about to sell the Kiss lot. It's a final call. And Clutch has the signed insert. Yes. We've sold about a dozen of those here lately. So the only thing left in here is Megadeth Endgame for $38.99. Blur 13, a 2 LP, $46.99. Soundgarden, that's Louder Than Life. I'm getting these mixed up. Louder Than Love, $34.99. Foo Fighters Greatest Hits is $38. Led Zeppelin's $29. Pink Floyd's $29, Counting Crows is $39, Duran Duran $29, and then this Soundgarden Screaming Life is $29, okay? Now, Screaming Life FOP is $29.99. So the Kiss singles, these are sold. The 13 Kiss singles are done, and those sold to Edward Boosie for $110. Thank you on that one. And over here, I was waiting for the 25 no bid. I've already made it a no bid. You missed it. They've been sitting over there waiting for you to claim them, David. Dang it. Black Sabbath 38. This is sold to Amenities for $38. Let's go ahead and put up some more auctions. Let's see if we're done on Def Leppard. The last bid I seen on Def Leppard was Michael Wilkerson at $22. Then Shauna Rice, $24. Michael Wilkerson, $25. Shauna out. So $25 on that with Michael Wilkerson. That's going once, going twice. Next is another Black Sabbath, and this is Master of Reality, a 1971 USOG. But unfortunately, it's a pretty low-grade record. It's VG minus G+, but it is an original green label Black Sabbath Master of Reality with a pretty nice jacket. So we'll call it G+, and that's a $15 start on that one. And then moving on, I have over here Dio. Let's do one of our first Dios. This Dio here is called Classic Metal Volume 1. It's a 1983 unofficial live in Santa Monica. It's VG minus, and Dio's a $20 start, okay? $20 start. Time for me to go get another crate. If you decide you want anything out of here, let me know. They're all still available. Soundgarden, Dio, Counting Crows, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Foo Fighters, Soundgarden, Blur, and Megadeth, okay? So those are available as much as you want to buy them. They're right over here. And that was a full crate. Now it's turned into a half a crate. Let's do that with the next one too. I'll get into new stuff. We probably won't do the whole recap. I'll maybe try to, but there's really just this crate and the box sets. So, and I might, yeah, I'll go ahead and do that because I want to see y'all. We were putting out stuff once again very late. I mean, we're getting to the point now we're pricing so much. I feel like we're showing new arrivals at 12 and 1 a.m. Like we're literally still going through new stuff. Not going back through stuff, but at 12 and 1 a.m., we're still going through new stuff that's never been shown before. And obviously, if you're not awake, and you're not watching, you probably don't see it. Def Leppard, we're done over here. This is sold for $25 to Michael Wilkerson. Thank you on that one. If anybody's a new buyer, first-time buyer, or you hadn't bought in a while, make sure we have your information. Just send us a DM. We need your email address and mailing address. Black Sabbath is at $30 right now. Black Sabbath is at $30, and over here Dio was a $20 start, no bid yet. Okay. I have Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. Limp Bizkit's a 2LP. This is $39.99 for Limp Bizkit. I still got 2 of those. That's $39.99 for Limp Bizkit. Also, we have Queensryche Empire. That's a 2LP. It's on silver vinyl. And Queensryche is $38.99. $38.99. Our next auction is Dokken. And Dokken is a 1985 USOG. It's a specialty press, EX Plus condition with the original under sleeve. And Dokken is a $35 start. Dio has a bid for $20. Dio has a bid for $20. Dio has a bid for $25. Black Sabbath is at $34. This is Incubus. And this is $38.99. Pardon me. Incubus is a 2LP, $38.99. One is sold to Charlie Sales. Thank you, Charlie Sales. That's sold to you. And I still got one more here. Incubus is a 2LP, $38.99. So yes, this one is still available as well, $38.99, okay? So Incubus. Now, info on Black Sabbath, 1971 OG Terre Haute, G plus condition. 1971 OG, and that is in G plus condition. So Master of Realities OG, it's a Terre Haute pressing, green label, it's G plus. The last bid that came in on Black Sabbath was $34. Dio is a VG minus unofficial. Mark Lane bid 20. He tied Steve Little, and then Mark Lane bid 25. Steve Little, you're out. Dokken has 2 $35 bids, 35, 35, and now Sean Miller has it at 40. Moving on, I have the Misfits Evil Live. This is $33.99 for Misfits. This is Death Spiritual Healing, foil cover, tricolor merge with splatter. Death is $29.99. And then Megadeth United Abominations, Paul, $36.99. Megadeth, 36.99. That's Megadeth United Abominations, $36.99. Sam over on Twitch wants Death. Sam has requested some Death. There's your Death, okay?
Forgot about this. I found this the other day.
Hey, that's mine.
Yeah, I was going to say you might want that.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'll examine it and then make a educated decision.
Yeah, I'll sit it over.
Okay, thank you.
Probably not the night for it anyway.
Right. Paul just handed me basically something from Paul. Paul handed me something from Paul, and that's all I'm going to talk about. We have Ace Frehley. This is $33.99. Over here, we have Dokken at $45, Dokken at $48, and the last bid on Dio. I was making sure Steve Little didn't want to bid again. Steve, if you say out, he did say out. Final call then. Classic Metal Volume 1. So this is a Dio unofficial, VG minus. Very cool cover there. And it is a 1983 Belgium unofficial live in Santa Monica. 1983. There's no poster with Black Sabbath. No. No poster. It is a final call. And who had that? Matthew Hendon's had it for $34, okay? Next is Kiss, and this is Kiss Alive 2014 remaster, $44.99. The Cult Electric. Now, there were several different claims for Cult albums. Here's the first one. And Richard Bradshaw, if you're watching, you put The Cult. Now, Richard, if you're on, can you let me know exactly which one you wanted? I know the next person who requested a Cult was Matt Nichols on Love. And then over here, David Eberly wanted Pure Singles and Electric. So we'll see if Richard Bradshaw's watching. If I don't get an answer, I'll have to go ahead and give that to David Eberly, and then I'll ask Richard Bradshaw later. This is Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Nickelback is $29.99. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons, $29.99. This is sold to Stephen Reeves. He got that last copy. If anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. And then Evanescence Fallen. This is $29.99, okay? So Dio is sold to MK Lane for $25. That's sold to MK Lane for $25. And then Black Sabbath is sold to Matthew Hendon for $34. That's sold to Matthew Hendon. Let me confirm that price right quick. Matthew Hendon on this, let me confirm that exact number, It was $34, yes, okay? So Evanescence is sold to Josie Sinkbell. Richard Bradshaw wanted Cult Love, okay? That one's right here. Let me make sure, let me see if you were ahead of Matt Nichols. You were. So this is sold to Richard Bradshaw. Matt, let me know if you want on a waiting list. If not, then I need to, this one's definitely sold to Richard Bradshaw. And then Matt, let me know if you want on a waiting list, okay? Dawkins, a final call to Alex Miller for 50. Let's go ahead and get some big stuff up for auction. It's past 7 o'clock already, and it is time for a Japanese pressing of Van Halen OU812. Nice, an 88 Japanese OG with Obi. This is near mint minus and pristine with the insert. A phenomenal Japanese press. That is a $75 star. Put down Matt Nichols on the Cult Love waiting list. Also, Papa Roach and Fest. This is my last resort. $33.99 for that. The Cult Pure Singles. So with that being said, both of these Cult albums are sold, and both of these are officially sold then over here to David Eberly. Okay, so that's sold to David Eberly. The Cult Electric and Pure Singles. So the Cult has sold. The Cult has sold. Oingo Boingo is on red vinyl. That's $33.99. And then over here, we have Clutch, Book of Bad Decisions. And Clutch, Book of Bad Decisions was sold. This is $33.99. And that was sold to Scott Dwallow. Also, Kiss Alive is sold. Kiss Alive is officially sold to Darren Wortman. Thank you, Darren Wortman. That's sold to you. Put down Michelle Clements for a Cult Pure Singles waiting list. You got it. Dawkins is sold for $50 to Alex Miller. Van Halen right now is at $75. That's going once, going twice. Over the next 7, possibly 8 hours, y'all are going to see a lot of records sold. A lot of great auctions. It's going to be crate after crate. Hundreds, if not thousands of items going to new homes tonight. Hope y'all ready. We're ready. Hopefully Jill's ready. You ready, Jill? Jill's ready. I'm ready. Paul's ready. Laura's here. Tanner's not here. Seth is fired. We have Dio Mystery. This is a 1984 Japanese OG. Dio Mystery. This is a 4-track EP. Beautiful condition. Near mint minus. Dio is a $20 start. That's up for bid. Megadeth Peace Sales. This is officially sold. I know there was at least one claim for it. Megadeth, and this is Peace Sales, $36.99. Let me find this right quick. $36.99 for Megadeth Peace Sales. That's Mike Helton. Thank you, Mike Helton. That's sold to you. Also, we have Easy-E, this 12-inch single. Easy-E over here was sold to John Nazarko. Thank you, John Nazarko. That's sold to you. So Van Halen's tied at 75. Christopher Eldridge bid 75. And Killer T wants Papa Roach. Killer T got Papa Roach. Thank you on that one. So, Kaiser, you're tied on Van Halen. He bid 75 first. Let's go ahead and get another auction going. If y'all missed it last night, we went through an entire collection of Metal Edge magazines, and I've got plenty more over here we're going to start putting up for auction. These are some pretty cool ones. I mean, some of these we could easily sell individually like we did last night, but I'm trying to move the rest, so we're going to do them in lots, okay? Over here, we have Rip Magazine with Doro and Lita Ford. I've got Metal Edge Magazine with Motley Crue. I got Metal Maniacs with Black Sabbath. I got Metal Edge with Van Halen. And I got Metal Edge 1988 with all kinds of people there on the cover. Those Metal Edge magazines, a $25 start. Good luck on bidding on those. $25 start on those. Next is AC/DC Rock or Bust with this really cool lenticular cover. It is gatefold. It is a 2 LP as well, and it's only $29.99. This is sold to Richard Bradshaw. Thank you, Richard Bradshaw. That's sold to you. Also, we have Poison Native Tongue. This is still available. Poison is $39.99. And we have Clutch Sunrise on Slaughter Beach. I think this is one of the few clutches that are still available. Sunrise on Slaughter Beach, and that is on colored vinyl, by the way. I'm pretty sure. $29.99. Don't hold me to that. And then over here we have Hold On, I'm Coming. Sam and Dave. That is a analog mono. Matthew Luthans, the Mastering Lab. $38.99. Okay, right now the high bid on Dio is $30 with James Vasquez. The Van Halen's at $81, and the Metal Edge magazines are at $25. Blur Park Life is $46.99. Blur Park Life is $46.99. That's a 2 LP. And then Stormtroopers of Death. And I know there was a claim for this. It was our last copy. Speak English or Die. And that's $29.99 for SOD. And this was sold, give me a second, Hold the Fort, Nobody Go Anywhere. And this was sold to Slam and Alvin, okay? That's sold to Slammin' Alvin. Thank you on that, Slammin' Alvin. Next thing is Rush, and this is the live unofficial from Agora Ballroom, 1974. Rush is $38.99. And then we had Neil Young, Harvest Moon, a 2 LP, just $34.99. Black Flag, My War was $29. Also, we have Neil Young Freedom. Neil Young Freedom is a 2 LP, that's $34.99. Neil Young Ragged Glory, that's a triple LP for $38.99. U2, All That You Can't Leave Behind is $34. Neil Young Fork in the Road is $29. And we have Black Flag Damage for $29. SOD, a 1 or 2. I think it's a 2. Yeah, it's a 2 LP. There is 34 tracks on here, $29.99. Of course, I think some of them are Fast and Furious. Last bid on Van Halen was John Kaiser at 85. Mark Weiss is out. If anybody else is bidding on the Japanese Van Halen, let's take a look at that. And that is right here. This is OU812. It's near mint minus and pristine. And it's OG. It's at $85. Dio is at $36. And the Metal Edge magazines are sold to Son Sam for $25. As soon as I said that, Sungi Kim bid $30. Man, I shot myself in the foot over $5. I saw those pretty fast, but they are officially gone. I'm going to crisscross those, who's ever tagging. Don't worry, there's more. If you want to bid on these, I'm going to look for bids early, and then if not, these are just going to be offered early, kind of here first part of the show, and then I've got to go ahead and sell them and move on, unfortunately. Make sure you get your bids in early on these. Dio's at 40. Anybody else on anything in here? If not, I got one more crate coming up. So I'm still looking for Keith Richards. I'm still looking for Rush. I'm still looking for, I gave Eazy-E to the wrong person. Eazy-E doesn't need to go to John Nazarko. Let's please change Eazy-E to David Smith, okay? John Nazarko, you're going to go on a waiting list for Eazy-E, Boys in the Hood. Okay, I still keep ordering and ordering those, and I never have enough. So that goes to David Smith. And then Neil Young, that's in the next crate. Cheap Trick's in the next crate. That's in the next crate, and that's in the next crate, and that's in the next crate, and that will be a second. That's in the next crate. Waiting list, waiting list. That's in the next crate. That's in the next crate. That is in the next crate, and there we go. Okay, so let's do Dio then, still getting bids. And that means it's time to sell Van Halen. But first, here's the next Metal Edge. I just usually read who's on the cover, of course. 1997 Year in Review, Metallica. There's another one with Metallica. Road Madness, all kinds of different people on that one. There's one with Megadeth on the cover, and there's one with Ozzy. Those are going to go up for a $25 start, okay? Put Brad Waits on the AC/DC waiting list, no problem. And let's go ahead and sell Van Halen to John Kaiser for $85. John Kaiser, that's sold to you. Dio is near mint minus. It's still getting bids. James Vasquez has it for $40. I think we might be done because Paul Bill says he's out. Nice. Let's go ahead and put up another auction then. This is Rat. Rat is a 1984 U.S. reissue EP on the Specialty Time Coast. That's an 84 U.S. VG condition. Does have a couple stress creases right here, but overall not bad, and this album's not in print, nor has it ever been reissued. $25 star. Now Sungi Kim is in on the Metal Edge, $25. And if no one bids, possibly by the time I come all the way back here with another crate to go through, I might go ahead and sell them. I might go ahead and sell them. All right, let's do it. Let's jump up here and grab this one. I'm about to start going through some new stuff too. All kinds of great auctions going up tonight. Don't forget to stay late. Don't forget to don't forget to a lot of things. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but let me grab this right here. Swap out these. Hope everybody's ready for an amazing Thursday night metal night. We're here and we are ready to sell. And if y'all are ready to buy, we're ready to sell. All right. Here we go. So magazines now have a bid, so does Rat, and here we go. So first thing we're going to do is this. Let's show the Rat again. This is a 1984 U.S. reissue EP. 1984 U.S. reissue EP on Time Coast. It has got the original Atlantic inner sleeve. It's in VG condition, and it's at $30 with Stanley Richmond. $30 with Stanley Richmond, okay? Next thing over here. Dio Mystery. The last bid on Dio Mystery over here. Let's see. Dio Mystery. The last bid on Dio Mystery was the final bid, and that's sold to James Vasquez for $40. Okay. Thank you, James Vasquez. That's sold to you. All right. And then Rat is at 40 with Rock Show. And Sungi, you've been outbid on the metal magazines. The new high bid's $26, okay? Let's put those right in the middle. Let's put another auction up. Chad, did it say how many of the Megadeth shipped? 100 Megadeths shipped today, so the Megadeth did ship. It should be here tomorrow. If not, it'll definitely be here on Monday. So, yeah, we're getting our full order. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is called Tesla Shock. I don't recall seeing this before. Tesla is a 2019 USOG. It's been out of print ever since. EX edition, shrink and hype, a $25 start on Tesla. Still got this Neil Young box set. This is Neil Young official releases. This is DS 22, 23 plus, 24, and 25, which is Freedom, Ragged Glory, Weld, and Ark. And Neil Young is sealed, and he is $149.99. And there was no claim for that, so great price on that. The Neil Young box is sealed and numbered, $149.99. The Bo Burnham box was sold. This was sealed for $49.99, and Bo Burnham was officially sold, and that was sold to Scott Dwallow. Thank you, Scott Dwallow. That's sold to you. Bo Burnham is done. And then we had Steve Martin box set. That was another comedy box set. 4 LPs in this one box. That is sealed for $49.99, okay? Now, the last bid is Rat, and Rat has a new bid for $43, 007 Platinum. You're out on the Metal Edge magazines. The last bid that came in on those was Sungi Kim at $30, okay? Also, JJ Gray and Mofro. This was sold to Blaine Zapnick. JJ Gray and Mofro, and this was sold to Blaine Zapnick. So thank you, Blaine. This was sold to him. That was sealed for $44.99. Also, we have Clutch, and this was sold to our new buyer as well, Bill Faber. Thank you on that one. That was sealed and sold to him for $54.99. Another Clutch gone. Tesla right now is at $60. The magazines are at $31. And the last bid on Rat that came in, the last bid on Rat was Christopher Eldridge at $45. Stanley Richmond, let me know if you want back in. Also, we have Norman Greenbaum going up to the Spirit in the Sky, sealed $24.99. Holy moly, 352 people watching right now, Jill. Wow, thanks everybody for tuning in. Jimmy Page of the Black Crowes live at the Greek. Gray with purple, blue, and white swirl. That is sealed for $39.99. And Soul Asylum, After the Flood, live from the Grand Forks Prom, June 28th, 1997. Soul Asylum is $34.99. That's available. Also, Keith Richards is sold. That's sold to Kathy Collinsworth. Sealed Keith Richards, $19.99. That's sold. The Rolling Stones is sealed $24.99. A 2025 record store day. That is the Rolling Stones. And Cheap Trick's authorized greatest hits. And Cheap Trick over here was officially sold to John Griffith. John Griffin, that is. John Griffin got this. It was sealed for $24.99, okay? The magazines are at $35 right now. Rat's at $50 and Tesla's at $80. Those three auctions are still getting bids. We got Talking Heads live on tour, and this is officially sold to Mike Massey. Thank you, Mike. That's sold to you. Talking Heads live on tour. And then we have Jet, Get Born. Jet is still available. It is sealed $24.99. Rush Clockwork Angels box set. This was sealed, and it was $99.99, and it was sold to Dennis Daly. Thank you, Dennis Daly. Rush was sold to you. He was first on that. 2 or 3 people next. And then Grateful Dead, The Music Never Stopped, and this was also sold. The Grateful Dead box set was claimed, and the Grateful Dead box set was officially sold over here to John Dorsey. John Dorsey, I got you down for this, and this was sold to you for $119.99. So Grateful Dead is sold. We have our first full crate of the night already. Got one more to go through, but before we do that, over here we have Neil Young, and this is sealed for $149.99. Also, we got Steve Martin sealed for $49. Norman Greenbaum was sealed for $24. We have Jimmy Page of the Black Crowes. That was sealed for $39. We have Soul Asylum sealed for $34.99. The Rolling Stones, Out of Our Heads. This is sealed for $24.99. It's called Out of Our Heads. Analog mono, clear vinyl, $24.99. And then Fred Cardinal on Jet. Fred Cardinal gets Jet. Now my crate's really full. Let's swap these out right quick. Last bid on the magazines were $40. What about Rap? The last bid I seen on Rap was Stanley Richmond at $50. If you're not Stanley Richmond, you don't have this. Fred Cardinal also got Soul Asylum. Let me tag that in the next crate for Fred Cardinal. Actually, both of these. Let me start a new crate on those. And then we still got the Rolling Stones. We still got Jimmy Page, Norman Greenbaum, Steve Martin, and Neil Young. Not much left in there, especially if Fred goes ahead and buys the Rolling Stones, which I know he's going to. Right, Fred Cardinal? Right. That is going to be sold to Fred Cardinal in just a second. All he's going to do is say, okay, fine, Chad, I'll take the Rolling Stones. I got to get some oxygen in my lungs. Yes, there is a box over here of lights, and I think it's a bunch of different ones. I think it's a restock of different ones, so I'll go through them later. I have no idea right now, though. Before I do anything else, let me grab my new empty crate. These first two records are going to be sold to Fred Cardinal. These are sold to Fred Cardinal, Jet, and Soul Asylum. Singy Kim, it's up to you on the Metal Edge magazines. Rat didn't get another bid. I've said that a couple times now. I'm ready to sell this to Stanley Richmond for $50. Thank you, Stanley. That's sold to you for $50. Let's put that away. Joe Strummer box is coming up next. It is still available. It is still available if you want to go ahead and grab it right now. Fred Cardinal says he'll take the Stones. That's called a Jedi mind trick. And then Jimmy Page is sold to Matt Nichols. And then over here, Tesla. The last bid on Tesla that just came in was Alex Miller at 80, and that's sold to Alex Miller on YouTube for 80. Let's go ahead and put up another box. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and let's do another Tesla. Back-to-back Teslas. Here we go. Reel to Reel 2, 2025 Record Store Day, translucent red vinyl, and that is going to go up for a $35 star. Metal Edge magazines are out. These are officially sold to 007 Platinum for $40. Let's go get that other crate. About to get into some new stuff, and wait till you see the new stuff, Jake. Wait till you see the new stuff. I'm going to crisscross those. Whoever's tagging, I'm crisscrossing the lots, okay? Crisscross applesauce. More Metal Magazine Edge are coming up. Tesla's at $35 on that. Oh, now we got Steve Martin box set sold to James Vasquez. Nice. The only thing we have left is Norman Greenbaum. I'm going up to the Spirit in the Sky. All analog from Kraft, $24.99, and the Neil Young box for $149. Wow, that was almost a clean out. Let's go get the other one. Let's go get the other one. Going up to the Spirit in the Sky. That's where I go. Oh, there's Jill. You've been warming up your car. It is cold here in Tennessee. It's a cold, wintry night. One more night. One more night. Okay. Penny Lane, there is a barber showing photographs. And there's one more deal I haven't done. These cassettes are all sold to Solarplex. Let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 53. These are sold 53. And these are sold to Solarplex for $159. You got it. These are sold to Solarplex for $159. Let's get those off the table. Done. Let's go ahead and get them stacked. This is going to be one gigantico lot here. One gigantico lot of cassettes. Let's get those off the table. I'm going to need the space. That way we can show more stuff, more people, more claims, more records, more auctions definitely right now. More Megadeth Japanese CDs. What? Yeah, more Megadeth Japanese CDs. More of this, more of that. More. 159. More. He's up late. I went through some of these. There were some great ones left over. Jackal, Wasp, stuff like that. I was like, golly, where's everybody? Oh, they decided to go to bed. They got to work in the morning. Work? Don't y'all have night shifts or something? All right, let's go over here. We have Tesla over here, Christopher Eldridge at $50. Christopher Eldridge at $50. Don't worry, I guarantee between now and the end of the year, Collectco will have between 1 and 100 million more cassettes. I promise you, some point or another, Paul will be out on the buying trail and he'll bring back about 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 more cassettes. We have Ozzy Randy Rhoads tribute. This is a 1987 OG near mint with book and sticker. Holy crap. This is the top copy, my friends. Oh my gosh. Brothers and sisters, here we are. We have the Ozzy Randy Rhoads tribute album, an 87 Japanese top copy with both inserts, the Obi, the book, and look, the sticker. Holy moly, $150 start. That's now up for bid. Good luck to all those involved there. First thing is, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. We sold the Stones, we sold the cassettes, we sold Steve Martin, Tesla 35, Tesla 40, Tesla 35, Tesla 40, Tesla 50, Tesla out. Matt, you did get Led Zeppelin Coda, yes. And then over here, Ozzy's at 175. So the last bid on Tesla was Christopher Eldridge at 50. Ozzy's at 175, and then our next auction is Def Leppard High and Dry, a 1981 USOG 72 PRC Richmond with the original inner sleeve. This is Def Leppard, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. That's now up for bid. All right, first thing we got to do is clean up some more stuff out of here. The Neil Young box was sealed, and that was $49.99. And the Neil Young box is sold to Brandon Johnson. Thank you, Brandon Johnson. That's sold to you. I got Chuck Berry, which is sold to Slam and Alvin. You heading out, Jill? Thank you as always. Slam and Alvin got the Chuck Berry box set. That was sealed for $49.99. And I have Time Flies, Oasis. This is a 4LP Record Store Day colored vinyl, and that's $149.99. I got one correction to make. Fred Cardinal, somebody was ahead of you on Jet. Fred Cardinal, Jet is not going to go to you. I got to give this to Phil Ott. He claimed it this morning in the video, okay? So Phil Ott gets the Jet, not Fred Cardinal. Change that to P-H-I-L-O-T-T, Ott. So let's change that one. Oasis is the Record Store Day on colored vinyl. The shrink is torn right here, but it's still sealed. Oasis, the 4LP Greatest Hits box set, essentially, $49.99. Here's another Grateful Dead box set, Dick's Picks Volume 12. That's sealed, $149.99. That's Grateful Dead, sealed, 2024 6LP, $149.99. I think that means we're done on Tesla, and that means Tesla is officially sold to Christopher Eldridge for $50. That one's done. Ozzy's at $185 over here with Michael Fairchild, and then Def Leppard's at $41. Let's go ahead and add another auction. And that next auction is going to be Dio, the EP. Take a look at this. The Dio EP. Never seen this one before. It's a 1986 UK limited edition, 45 RPM, 12-inch EP, EX Plus with a nice sleeve. There are 0 for sale in the United States. I believe it. I've never seen it before. It's a 4-track, Hide in the Rainbow, Hungry for Heaven, Shame on the Night, and Egypt. The chains are on. That's a $25 start on that. And then I still got this incredible Eric Clapton box set. Think about this. It is a 8LP with 3 Blu-rays, well below the original MSRP. Sealed Eric Clapton, The Definite 24 Nights, $199.99. $199, 10 LPs and 3 Blu-rays. 8 LPs and 3 Blu-rays. Oasis again, this time at Nebworth. That is sealed for $199.99. A 2021 UK. That is sealed for $199.99. And then we have Joe Strummer, which, Mike, I don't know if you said you wanted this or not. Let me know. It is sealed, $149.99. This is a 3 LP, 2 CD, 12-inch single, 7-inch single, and cassette. Joe Strummer is $149.99, okay? First thing I have is over here. Let's see. I got a reply to Randall about Peter Frampton. I'll do that later. And then the next thing over here, let's see here. Next comment was Brian Call. You were second on Cheap Trick. Unfortunately, I only had 1. Matt Nichols is on the wait list for the Cult Love. John Azarko on Easy E waiting list. And we have John Dorsey. You were second on Rush. David Eberly, you were third on Rush. And then we're called up, okay? So first thing we have is Mike Massey. I will take $125 for Joe Strummer. That is sold to Mike Massey for $125. Solarplex gets Oasis. Anybody else, okay? And does anybody want to make an offer on any of these? We have Nebworth, Eric Clapton, and Grateful Dead. 3 big box sets there. Does anybody want to make an offer on any of those? The Ozzy, beautiful. I don't know if y'all realize how amazingly nice this is. It's at $190 right now. It's an Ozzy Randy Rhoads tribute. It's complete with all the inserts. I don't even want to handle it too much. It's very nice. It even has the sticker, which I hadn't seen in a long time. It's a beautiful OG top copy from Japan. The high bid right now is $190. $190 on that, okay? $125 on the Grateful Dead, sold to Adam Garvey. That's sold to Adam for $125. Dio's at $45. What about Def Leppard? Def Leppard, the last bid on Def Leppard is James Vasquez at $45, okay? And that leaves Oasis, Nebworth, and Eric Clapton, the Definite 24 Nights. All right. The only other thing from the video is those Watt Stacks box sets. I still got 2 of those, and I still got 5 of the CD box sets. If anybody's interested, let me know, and I'll go grab them, okay? And I got to go up front anyway to get my laptop, but here's our first crate of new stuff, and there's some great titles in here, restocks, waiting list, and then more metal stuff I ordered, so I hope everybody's ready. And we got Jetstream on Clapton for $175. You got it. Sold to Jetstream for $125. And that just leaves the Oasis Nebworth box set. That just leaves the Oasis Nebworth box set. Moving through this stuff quickly. I love it. So that's sold to Jetstream for $175. And then over here, Ozzy tributes at $250. The tribute to Randy Rhoads, that is. And then Dio is at $50 to Solarplex, now $55. And I'm going to scroll through here. If there wasn't another bid on Def Leppard, it is sold then. So Def Leppard is officially gone to James Vasquez for $45. Okay, that is done. Thank you on that. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube? Have you subscribed and followed? Make sure you're following our page. And let's get going, okay? Now, we have the following. We have Miss Def Leppard go up, details and bid. Sarah, you just missed it. But we also have this going up. This is Bullet Boys. Bullet Boys is a 1988 USOG Allied with the original inner sleeve, EX condition, a gold stamp promo. Folks, this is Bullet Boys. Y'all know the deal with this. This is one of those records that could cause chaos. There will be some people freak out over this one. There will be some people lose their cool over this one. This is one that gets blood pressure up. This is the one that sends people to their cardiologist. This is the one where their wives go, honey, you can calm down. It's just a record. I know you're crying, but you'll get another one in the future, I promise. So don't be crying in front of your wife. Bid now on Bullet Boys. The starting bid is $35. Otherwise, you're going to be like, I'm never going to get a Bullet Boys. And we don't want that to happen. We don't want you wake up in the morning, brushing your teeth, looking at yourself in the mirror going, why didn't I bid more on Bullet Boys when I had the chance? I know that album's not in print. I know that I wanted it. I know I waited all day to bid on it, and there it was right in front of me, and I didn't place a bid like I wanted to. So there's your chance. First thing I'm going to do is open my laptop because I got to pull up my master vinyl pre-order waitlist spreadsheet because we got some waitlist in here. That's good to go. I'm going to take a drink of high-octane energy drink. I have a concoction mixed up tonight, the likes of which you don't even want to know about. This is stuff, this is not recommended for people under 80. I love that chicken from Popeyes. Okay, here we go. So the last bid on Ozzy. The last bid, I saw 250 with John Mincemoyer. We sold Clapton, Dio 55, Dio out, Bullet Boys 35, Bullet Boys 40, Bullet Boys 38, Bullet Boys 55, Bullet Boys 45, Bullet Boys 35, Bullet Boys 42, Bullet Boys 40, Bullet Boys 50, Bullet Boys 45, Bullet Boys 35, Bullet Boys 50, Bullet Boys 45, Bullet Boys 50. First thing I have is Ace Frehley. This is actually new for Friday. It's a new colored pressing, metallic purple for Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comic. Friday Music, $39.99. Ghost, if you have Ghost. Ghost is $33.99. There's only one of those. And Overkill, Under the Influence, has to be Master Yellow Marbled. There's only one of those, $33.99. Okay, over here we have the Ozzy. This was the Ozzy Randy Rhoads tribute, $250 at the high bid. Beautiful OG top copy, final call on that one. Next is Dio. The last bid on Dio over here was the final call. That was after all the before all the Bullet Boys. Intergroove Distortion has it for $55. It's an 86 UK limited edition, near mint minus, and the vinyl, the jacket's EX plus. It's really nice. Bullet Boys is at $65. Eric Hernandez on Ghost. I still got Ace, and I still got Overkill. Next thing over here, I've got 2 copies of Kitty, and this is called Spit, $29. Limited edition, metallic silver vinyl. Kitty, there's 2 of those for $29.99. And then over here, we have Slipknot, the 25th anniversary. This does have Purity. It's on the jade green colored vinyl, and Purity is on this one. The newest copies, that is single LP that's like $29, that's on yellow vinyl, it does not have Purity on it. So $49.99 on that one. Jay Davis on Ace Frehley, that's so. Dio has a new bid for $60. We have Kitty sold to Sungi Him and Solarplex Studios. Those are sold and sold. Thank you on that one. Thank you on that one. And then over here, We have Ozzy. This is sold to John Mincemoyer for $250. Thank you, John. I think that was going to be the last word on that one. That's a beautiful copy. So do you. Now we have another full crate over here. I'm going to make Ozzy the last record in the crate. Dio all of a sudden get new bids. Bullet Boy has a bunch of bids. Bullet Boy's at 75. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that is going to be Winger. Winger 7. Let's do it. Winger is going to go up right now. Winger's at 2023. It is mostly sealed, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on that. While I'm swapping crates, the only thing left in here right now is Ace, Overkill, and Slipknot. And Slipknot's that new anniversary. It's a 2 LP gatefold, and it has those bonus tracks on there. Has all those bonus tracks on there. Right now, we got like 5 crates of new vinyl to go through, including some stuff Laura ordered. And then we also have 4 crates of vintage over here from John. I think Paul's marking stuff, and I think Laura's marking stuff. So here we go. First thing is we have Dio at 67, Bullet Boy's out, Winger at 35, Dio 61. We have Ghost Meliora, and this is the Indie Store exclusive on Coke Bottle Clear. There's another Ghost for $33.99, and I have 1 copy of Anthrax Worship Music. Anthrax is $33.99. Dio, the last bid on this was $69. It's a 1986 UK limited edition 4-track. There are currently none for sale in the United States on Discogs when we checked this one earlier. The high bid on this is $69. Eric Hernandez on Ghost. That's sold to Eric Hernandez. And then over here, Bullet Boys. The last bid on Bullet Boys is an 88 U.S. Allied OG. 88 U.S. Allied OG gold stamp promo. The vinyl's in EX condition. Really nice on that one. And then Winger 7. Winger is at 45. Lazak Shaw. David, I've already answered your question. You didn't even hear me because I didn't answer you. It is posted. The flip video is posted. Now, David Johnson is about to have a conniption fit on us because he is dying to know, is there going to be in Japanese tonight? Now, will there be? Yes, we just sold one. Will there be more? Probably. But the good thing is the bonus crate is posted. You can go look at it right now. I've already got it posted. And we don't want David Johnson, right, everybody? Right, Jake? We don't want David Johnson having a conniption fit on us. It happens about every night. He's like, hey, listen, if you don't put up a Japanese pressing pretty soon, I'm going to have to go in here in my bedroom and scream at my gerbil. He's in his cage right now. He was bad earlier. He's under. He's in timeout. I'm going to have to go in here and go, ah, ah, because Chad don't have any Japanese. Now, we don't want him yelling at his gerbil, okay? We don't want him yelling at his gerbil. He's going to go in there, and he's going to go, he doesn't have any Japanese. Ah! Ah! Actually, he has corgi dogs. We don't want him yelling at his little corgi dogs either. Metal Edge, Marilyn Manson, 1998 year in review, Creed, Korn, Kiss, Godsmack, Monster Magnet, Marilyn Manson. Metal Edge magazine's a $25 start. Okay, let's go back to the top. We have, we sold Ghost. How much was Overkill? Richard Bradshaw, Overkill was $33.99. Yellow Marble, Half-Speed Master. Winger 45, Winger 71, Dio 71, Winger 50, Dio 75. John Robb has requested Def Leppard. John Robb has requested Def Leppard. John Robb has requested Def Leppard. And then we have Dio at 76. John Robb's requested Def Leppard. Winger's at 52. John Robb's requested Def Leppard. And then Winger's at 52. Winger's at 55. And Metal Edge is at 30. Sarah's requested Def Leppard. Sarah's requested Def Leppard. Sarah's requested Def Leppard. John Robb's requested Def Leppard. Jay-Z and Linkin Park Collision Course, $33.99. Boy, Def Leppard's building up for a big one. Holy moly. I'm excited. This could be a big one. But first right now, we got Jay-Z and Linkin Park Collision Course, Jake. And let me see if I have a wait list for these. Jay-Z, Linkin Park Collision Course. Where are you, Jay-Z? Jay-Z. I don't see one. Was there? Maybe there's not. I could be mistaken. Jay-Z and Linkin Park Collision Course. Have one for NWA, Joy Division, Stranger Things, Rob Zombie, Howard Jones, Iron Maiden, Gene Simmons, Bill Withers, Black Sabbath, Alice in Chains, Everlast. Yeah, so these are still available. Jay-Z and Linkin Park, $33.99. There's one, there's two, okay? Now, let's go back to the top. And then we have Black Sabbath Technical XD, 2012 Remaster, $33.99. Let's go back up to and do all these over here. John Robb's request requested Def Leppard. Wow, another request. And another request. Another 4 requests for Def Leppard. Holy moly. Okay, let's go over here to Dio. Now, this has had about 300 to 400 bids, and the last bid was Tony McDaniel at $76. Thank you, Jake. $76. This is a 1986 UK limited edition. Another request for Def Leppard. Holy moly. A 1986 UK limited edition, EX Plus condition, the Dio EP. This is none for sale in the United States. This has been an auction of auctions so far tonight. Tony McDaniel has it for $76. It's up to one person, Fred Cardinal. Please tell me I didn't lose you. Please tell me you're still with me, Fred Cardinal. Please tell me you're still with me. Let's go ahead and look at Bullet Boys, an 88 U.S. Allied original. Bullet Boys, an 88 U.S. Allied original. Don't be left looking at yourself in the mirror in the morning going, golly, why didn't I bid more on Bullet Boys when I had the chance? The high bid on this right now, it is buried over here in the chat, and it is with Jeremy Rourke at $75. Jeremy Rourke has that for $70. Another request for Def Leppard. Jeremy Rourke has Bullet Boys for $75, okay? Winger. The last bid on Winger was Clay Moore. It is sealed, and it's at $60. The Metal Edge magazines are a final call. They have one bid for $25, now $33 with Sungi Kim. $33 on that one, okay? Another request for Def Leppard. Black Sabbath is on black vinyl. It's $33.99. This is black vinyl, $33.99. Kelly Vladicek wants the Lincoln Park Jay-Z. Thank you, Kelly Vladicek. I did pull Richard Bradshaw right here, Overkill. That's sold. That is sold to Richard Bradshaw. That's sold. Another request for Def Leppard. We have Extreme 2 Porno Graffiti, $38.99. Extreme 2 Porno Graffiti and Metal Church Blessing in Disguise. Metal Church is $39.99. What was Overkill? Under the Influence. Half Speed Master Yellow Marble Vinyl, $33.99. Please tell me I didn't lose Fred Cardinal. I didn't. So that is going to be a final call to Tony McDaniel. Guess what? Bullet Boys is still getting bids. It's at $76. Winger is moving to $65 with Zach Shaw. Also, we have Ghost, Pope Star. Ghost is on Milky Clear Vinyl, $29.99. Killer T wants Extreme. We got Metal Church still available. Killer T got Extreme. We have another request for Def Leppard. Also, we have Metallica, the Black Album. It's a 2LP, $38.99. Is this even up here yet, Laura? I don't even know if it's even up here yet. Oh my gosh, it's not even up here yet. She'll bring that up momentarily, okay? Another request for Def Leppard. Goodness. Bolt Thrower. This is $33.99. Bolt Thrower War Master, $33.99. And we have Hold On, I'm Coming. Sam and Dave. Mono, new for this Friday, $38.99 on that one, okay? And we have 3 copies. We got 3 copies, and I have 2 more on the other one, all right? We have another request for Def Leppard. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Over here is Dio. The last bit on Dio that came in was Tony McDaniel, and this is sold to him, and this is sold to Tony for $76. That was a lot to do there. $76. That is sold. Let's put that away. Now, the first thing is Bullet Boys. We got to figure out where we're at on this. The last bid was Nick Bargeron at $76. Jeremy Rourke's at $80. Jeremy Rourke has this for $80. $80 Jeremy Rourke. $80 Jeremy Rourke. Jeremy Rourke, $80. Winger's at $70 with Zach Shaw. This is sealed. Winger $70. That is at $70. And now the Metal Edge magazines. The Metal Edge magazines. The last bid on Metal Edge that came in, it was between David Tate and Sungi Kim. And let me make sure David Tate didn't say out. He hadn't said out yet. This is a final call to Sungi Kim, and that's at $33 on these. Going once, going twice, okay? Heath Norman wants Metal Church. That's sold out of here. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. That's sold to him. How much is the Ramones? $875. It's autographed on the back. $875. Winger 72. How about Masters of Metal? Metal Church is sold. Iron Maiden Power Slave is $33.99. And Zach Sabbath Vertigo, that's a classic. It says the classic first album from Black Sabbath, commemorated by Zach Wild. Purple vinyl, $29.99. Metal Edge, $34. Sungi Kim, you've been outbid. We have Winger at $75. And then Sam over on Twitch on Power Slave. Let's put Chris Bryan on a waiting list, unless he says no thank you, no waiting list. So that's sold to Sam over on Twitch. Bullet Boys is moving to a final call. Uh-oh, it could be done. Don't be stuck between the moon and New York City. Jeremy Rourke has this for $80. $80 with Jeremy Rourke. We're about to sell it. Paul just walked up and said, can he bid on it? I don't know about that, Paul. We'll have to see. Paul just dropped off 2 crates. Nice. We're going to sell that like it's the last day on earth. We have Winger at 77. That's still getting bids. No wait list. Are you sure, Chris? What can I do to put you in a new waiting list today? We have Michelle Clements on Zach Sabbath. Nikki Payne, I'll put you on a waiting list as well. Metal Edge is at $35. We also have Entombed Wolverine Blues. Entombed is a record store day, $38.99. All right, let's put up another auction. And that next auction is Poison. And this is, look what the cat dragged in. This is a 1986 USOG, a specialty pressing with the original inner sleeve, EX Plus condition, $45 start for Poison. That's OG. The Metal Edge magazines are sold for $35. These are sold to Sungi Kim. Another lot sold. Those are sold to Sungi Kim for $35. Thank you on that one. All my staff is starting to leave. When I get here and really start rolling, everybody starts leaving. They're like, good gosh, I got to get out of here. This guy's going to drive me insane. Over here, Jeremy Rourke got Bullet Boys for $80. I lost about 7 people on that one. That's sold to Jeremy Rourke for $80. And we have Winger now also at $80. Poison's up for bid, and it has a bid for $45. The last claim was Zach Sabbath for Michelle, put Nikki Payne on a waiting list. And over here, we have Anthrax, and this is Fistful of Metal. Anthrax is $29.99. It's time for another auction, and that another auction is going to happen right now. That other auction is going to be this. It is going to be this auction right here. Here comes another auction. This is the next auction. And the next auction is Black Sabbath, and this is called Born Again. Born Again is a 1983 USOG Gold Stamp promo. Nice copy with the inner sleeve. Gold Stamp promo, $55 start on that. Moving on, Ace Frehley, another one new for this Friday. It's on Burgundy Swirl colored vinyl. Second siding, $39.99 for that. Also, Boat Thrower again, Realm of Chaos, $33.99. And Zach Sabbath, Doomed Forever, Forever Doomed. And that one is also on colored vinyl. Zach Sabbath again, $33.99. Another Overkill, Taken Over. This is on pink marble vinyl, a half-speed master, $33. Steve Weaver, let me know if you want on the Winger. The Overkill wait list is Winger Black or Silver Vinyl. I've got this as no mention of color, so I'm assuming it's black. I'm assuming it's black. And the last bid on Winger was $80 with Zach Shaw. Poison is now at $50. Black Sabbath is at $56. And then over here we have Ben Amaya. Ben, if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer. Ace is so do you, and then I'll give you some quick instructions. They're also scrolling down here at the bottom, but I'll repeat them quickly in just a second. John LaBeatty on Doom Forever, Forever Doom. Steve Weaver said okay. That's one or two things. He's saying okay to the waiting list, or he's trying to claim Overkill. We'll figure out which one that is. Next thing is Wendy O. Williams. Wow. Wendy O. Williams. Wow. $24.99 on that. And one more in here, and that's Tool Opiate. It's also $24.99. If you're a first-time buyer, just send us a DM on Facebook and say, I was a first-time buyer tonight. Here's my name, here's my mailing address, and here's my email address. So we need your name, mailing address, and email address. Please send that to us, and then we'll invoice you on Monday. We're live tonight right now. This is Thursday night. We'll be live tomorrow night. That's Friday night, and I'll also be here Saturday. $8 in limited shipping as much as you want to buy. There's another Zach Sabbath, this time Greatest Riffs. That's $33.99. So Steve Weaver wants this Overkill, and then he wants to go on a wait list for the other one we sold. And the other one we sold was Under the Influence, so put him on a wait list for that. Okay, so I think we were done on Winger over here, right? Jamie Butler asked about it, but I don't think he was bidding. And so this is sold to Zach Shaw for $80. Zach, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, let me know. And then Tool is sold to Christopher Eldridge. And then let's put Bill Faber on a waiting list, if that's okay. Here's how waiting list works. If you get on a waiting list tonight, you won't be billed for it. So, but we will reserve one. It's a commitment to buy, so make sure you definitely want it. It will be back in next week, and then you'll get billed the following Monday, okay? Over here, Poison. This is a final call, a 1986 USOG Specialty Press EX Plus condition, and the last bid on Poison was Corey Ross at $60. $60 of Corey Ross on that one. And then this is a 1983 USOG Black Sabbath gold stamp promo. Super, super nice. And the last bid on Black Sabbath was $65. We sold Ace. We sold Zach Sabbath. We had a first-time buyer. Did the bolt thrower order. That's coming up in another crate, Steve. Your special request bolt throwers are coming up in another crate. We got Poison at 60. Steve got Overkill. Then he was on the wait list for the other one. Christopher Eldridge got Tool. Bill Favor on a waiting list. And then over here, next is Sungi Kim on Zach Sabbath riffs. That is sold over here. Poison's at 65. And then we have Suicidal Tennessee, still psycho after all these years. Suicidal is $39.99. And then Metal Church, self-titled, Metal Church is $39.99. Stranger Things Season 5 is $29.99. The Ramones is signed. It's $875. It's signed by Johnny, Tommy, Dee, and Marky. $875 on the Ramones. $875. Signed by 4. Megadeth In-Game 38. True Romance. That is on turquoise colored vinyl, 38. Iron Maiden's 29. AC/DC 29. And Led Zeppelin's 29. Over here, did I win the winger? You did. Yes. Poison still getting bids. It's at 66. It looks like we're done on Black Sabbath. The last bid on Black Sabbath was Michael Thrower at 65, and we're about to sell it. True Romance is 39. Number of the Beaches is 29. Next auction is going to go up right now. Dio, Dream Evil. That one doesn't come through as often. Unfortunately, this one's low grade. This one's in G+ condition. G+ condition, just a $10 start on Dio, okay? Next thing over here, Zach, you did win winger. Sam over on Twitch wants the Number of the Beast. That's sold to Sam for $29.99. Just let me know if you want the True Romance Adam. It is in stock. And then over here, we have Richard Bradshaw, Metal Church, that's sold. And then over here, Black Sabbath has a new bid for 70. 5-Man Tesla has not sold yet. And then, and then over here, we have Dream Evil for 10. Poison is at 68, okay? These are actually both throwers I ordered. I think his is all together in another crate. But I know that I know which ones come to him when they show up. This is Ace Frehley's comic, and that is on purple vinyl. Ace is $39.99. We have Slipknot, self-titled, the 25th anniversary edition, 2 LP jade colored vinyl, $49.99 for Slipknot. So 1 Ace left. There's jade colored vinyl Slipknot. Anthrax Worship Music, a 2 LP, new and sealed, $33.99. Jay-Z and Linkin Park Collision Course, $33.99 on that. True Romance is sold to Adam Garvey. Thank you, Adam. That's sold to you. Then we have Black Sabbath for $33.99. That's Technical Ecstasy. Also Ghost, and that's Pope Star on clear vinyl for $29.99. So Dio is at $15. We got Black Sabbath at $77. And the last bit on Poison was $75 of Corey Ross. So Poison, $75. Black Sabbath, $77. And Dio's at $15 right now. Also Metallica, the Black Album, Nothing Else Matters except what? You buying that record right now. $38.99. Bolt Thrower, this is self-titled for $33.99. Sam and Dave is $38.99. Entombed Wolverine Blues, that's the Record Store Day red and black splatter for $38. Anthrax Fistful of Metal, another Anthrax for $29. Another Ace Frehley second sighting, $39. Now these have been out from Friday Music, but these are actually new color variants on Ace, $39.99. Another Bolt Thrower, Realm of Chaos for $33. Wendy O. Williams is $24. Suicidal Tendencies is $39. And then Stranger Things Season 5 is $29.99. Led Zeppelin over there on the back right is the 2000, is the Jimmy Page remaster. It is new and sealed, $29.99, okay? Let's move this over. Let's find a new slot for back here. But first thing I have is Poison out, Black Sabbath 77, Black Sabbath 80. Alex Miller, which of the two Anthrax do you want? Do you want Worship Music, or did you want Fistful of Metal, okay? And then over here, we have Black Sabbath at 77, Dio 20, Black Sabbath 80, and then Black Sabbath 81, and then JetBlue 004 on Metallica, the Black Album. There you go. Nothing else matters except her buying that right there. Black Sabbath 85, Black Sabbath 86, okay? And let's put back here in the back, which Wendy O. Williams condition. How about new and sealed? Everything in this crate is $24.99. Led Zeppelin sold to Back to the Turntable. That's sold for $29.99. Sean Miller wants Worship Music, so that's sold to him for $33. And that means that I'm going to put right back here for decoration, Anthrax Fistful of Metal. That is $29.99. There's Megadeth. There's AC/DC. And since it's Metal Night, let's go ahead and put Bolt Thrower right back here. That's pretty cool artwork. $33.99 on that. All right, let's move on. Now, was that a third Ghost record? That was a third Ghost record. It was. This is Ghost Pope Star on clear vinyl. That's a third different one there. And Fred Carnell, if you want Wendy O. Williams, all you got to do is say, Chad, I'll take Wendy O. Williams. Fred Carnell gets Wendy O. Williams. Wow, we might sell out of everything in here because I bet Eric is going to end up with Ghost, and that leaves Stranger Things, Suicidal Tendencies, Bolt Thrower, Ace Frehley, Entombed, Sam and Dave, Black Sabbath, Jay-Z, Slipknot, Ace Frehley, Anthrax, Megadeth, AC/DC, and another Bolt Thrower. Moving on. Next Cradola. Next Cradola, all new and sealed records. If you decide you want something else from that other crate, just say, Chad, I've decided I want something else from that other crate. You know what, my friend? Just go ahead and give me everything left in there. That was pretty remarkable what you just did. All those incredible records. My head is spinning. I'm over here hyperventilating. I just cannot take this. And then we have Ghost. This is sold to Eric Hernandez. Alex Miller wants this Anthrax as well. There is sold. And then over here, Poison. Did this get another bid? I don't think it did, and this should be sold then. And Poison is officially sold to Corey Ross. And Corey Ross, that's sold to you for $75. It looks like they're still bidding on Black Sabbath. It's at $90 right now. And then the VG minus Dio, Christopher Eldridge had it for $25. Did Vaughn go out? Vaughn did. This sold to Christopher Eldridge Dio for $25. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that just isn't any auction. This is Metallica, Creeping Death. What? Do what? Metallica, Creeping Death. It's a 1984 UKOG 12-inch 45 RPM VG++ condition. A $45 start. $45 start. If you want to pick these up, you can, but you have to come. Next Wednesday. They won't be available tomorrow or Saturday. We open Wednesday. We'll send you an invoice. Just make sure we get your information. Okay. You have to send us your email address and mailing address. You have to do that. Then we'll send you an invoice. You can either pay when you come to the store, or you can pay the invoice and then come pick up. If you want to have them shipped, it's $8, unlimited shipping. Okay, Metallica 45, Metallica 45. The Ramones is autographed. It is signed by Johnny Ramone, Tommy Ramone, Dee Dee Ramone, and Marky Ramone here on the back. It has got 4 Ramone signatures, Johnny, Tommy, Dee Dee, and Marky, $875. Full letter from JSA. The Ramones is $875, and it is signed, okay? Let's go back at the top. Metallica 45, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 55. Tom Petty, this is Echo. It's a 2LP gatefold jacket. Tom Petty is $44.99. Soundgarden Super Unknown, Black Hole, Sun, Won't You, $44.99. Megadeth Rust in Peace, $36.99 for Megadeth. TLC Fan Mail, No Scrubs, Unpretty. TLC is new for this Friday. It's been out of print, $36.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Tesla 5-man acoustical jam. This is an unofficial, as y'all know, this album's not in print. This is an unofficial press on blue vinyl, a $55 star. Rust in Peace is sold to Sam over on Twitch. That is done. We have Kiss Music from the Elder, the Haspy Master foil cover embossed, alternate German S's, numbered on the back, and clear vinyl, $39.99 for Kiss. Allman Brothers, this is live in Jacksonville Beach, a 2LP unofficial, $34.99 on that. I think we're done on Black Sabbath. This is sold over here to Alfredo Amenities for $90. Let's put that away. Metallica has a new bid for $52. Tesla's a $55. Edward Boosie only had one Megadeth. So let me put you on a waiting list. If you don't want on one, let me know. And then we have one copy of Countdown to Extinction. That's $39.99. Countdown to Extinction, Megadeth, $39.99. Another Bolt Thrower. Now, we're getting into the ones that were requested. Steve Weaver, Bolt Thrower, Spearhead, and Cinepath. That is sold to Steve Weaver, okay? Thank you, Steve Weaver. That's sold to you. If anybody wants on a wait list for that one, let me know. Tim Rory was on a wait list for David Bowie's 10 Machine 2. This is sold to Tim Rory. Excuse the sausage fest there on the cover. If anybody else wants a copy, let me know. That one's sold to Tim Rory. Tesla's at $80. And then this was sold to John Oliver. It was a special request. 12-foot Ninja Vengeance. If anybody else wants one of those, thank you, John Oliver. That was sold to him for $44.99. Here's another Bolt Thrower. This is sold to Steve Weaver. Thank you, Steve Weaver. I've got another one back there if anybody wants it. Here's the lemon heads. This was a special request for Matthew Ashton. Thank you, Matthew. This is sold to you, $39.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then here's another bolt thrower for Steve Weaver. Thank you, Steve Weaver. That's sold to you. And then over here, another bolt thrower. That's sold to Steve Weaver. And then we have Queensryche Empire. That's a 2LP clear vinyl, $38.99. So back up at the top, the last bid that came in on Metallica. Let's make sure we know what's going on here. Sundays over on Twitch has it for $55. That's awfully cheap. This is a 1984 UK original 12-inch single of Creep and Death. Creep and Death, Am I Evil, and Blitzkrieg, the UK edition. This is at $55 right now. Tesla is a 2LP. This is a UK original. Tesla, a 2LP blue vinyl unofficial, just got a new bid for $95. Now Metallica's at $60. And then our next auction over here is going to go up, and that is going to be a Queensryche auction. Not just any Queensryche auction. The 1982 USOG. Look at that label, 1982 USOG, ASCAP press, pre-MI version, the original 206 Records edition, VG Plus, a pretty solid copy for the very, very first pressing of Queensryche, a $75 start on that. Metallica 60, Metallica 60, Metallica 55, Metallica 56, Metallica 61, Metallica 65, and then moving on. I also have Tom Petty, Hypnotic Eye. That's $44.99 for Tom Petty. Tesla's hit 100. Metallica's at 68. Megadeth Peace Sales. That's $36.99 for Peace Sales. Also, we have Tom Petty Mojo, 2LP red vinyl. I ordered some of those tougher to get Tom Petty's. I got Mojo, I've got Hypnotic Eye, and I've got Echo. So three kind of far as getting OG copies, a little bit tougher ones to get there. Dead Kennedys Frankenchrist. Dead Kennedys is $33.99. And Judas Priest British Steel. Breaking the law, breaking the law. Living after midnight, $33.99. Chad, do you still have, or can you get the Man of War Louder Than Hell? No, I can get a Greatest Hits. That's the only thing in print. Yeah, the only thing I think I can get from Man of War is that new Greatest Hits. T-Bass on the Kiss Music from the Elder. Thank you on that. Christopher Eldridge on Queensryche. I'm assuming that was a claim for the crate. If you're bidding, let me know. I got you down for Queensryche Empire, Christopher, $38.99. And then Mark Weiss on Judas Priest British Steel. Okay, so that's done. Now, what's the last bid on Metallica? Now $75. What about Tesla? $110. And then Queensryche has a bid for $75. Original label. Tom Petty, Into the Great Wide Open, $36.99 for Tom Petty. Chevelle, the North Corridor, that's actually the front of it there. Chevelle is $24.99. The North Corridor, $24.99. He was bidding, okay? So no Queensryche claim, so that's still available for $38.99. And so we got Queensryche at 75, Queensryche 80, Tom Petty Hypnotic Eye, that is sold to Jeff Colgrove. Tom Petty Hypnotic Eye, that's sold. And then Queensryche is at 80. Megadeth is Countdown to Extinction, the picture disc, $39.99. Dylan Stewart on Chevelle, that's sold to Dylan Stewart. And then over here, we have another Chevelle North Corridor, and this is $24.99. So Dylan got one. Dylan, if you're a first-time buyer, let me know. There's one more there left for $24.99. And then Minor Threat, $24.99. And I think this is called the first, what do they call this? The first 7 inches, the first EPs or something. Original released in 81 is 2 EPs. Yeah, the first 2 EPs. Minor Threat, $24.99. That's Megadeth Endgame. Megadeth Endgame is $38.99. Danzig wants the Queensryche in the crate. Thank you. So that means Metallica. I hadn't seen a bid on Metallica in a while. OG Metallica, Creep and Death from the UK. Music for Nations. That's the UK label. It is OG 84. And that's a final call for $75. That's done. And then Tesla was a final call for $110. Blue vinyl unofficial. Blue vinyl unofficial on the Tesla. Blue vinyl unofficial on the Tesla. Shauna has it for $110. And then Queensryche is the OG press. That is the OG Press, the first label for that one, okay? That's the high bids on those. It's at $85. Queensryche in the crate. John LeBady on Evil Empire. Evil Empire was Queensryche. Now, I have another copy from the very first crate tonight. So, John LeBady, I can actually give you one from the very first crate. Where was that? That was somewhere, wasn't it? Let me see what happened to that. That's the first crate from the night. That's the leftover box sets. I have another one of those. I have to move a few things. Let's see. Black Flag, U2, Neil Young, Black Flag, Neil Young, Rush, Blur, Sam and Dave, Clutch, Poison, Oingo Boingo Kiss, Megadeth, Clutch. There it is. This is Queens Rock Empire, and this is officially sold. And this is sold to John LeBeatty. Sean Holford wants Megadeth in-game. That is sold. And then next thing we have is the Cramps. Now listen to this. It is $59.99. It's an import. I saw this in stock, and I was like, whoa, $59.99. The songs the Lord taught us. It is a UK import, $59.99, okay? $59.99. Chad, did you hold a Megadeth in-game for you? I did. Richard Bradshaw, you're down for one. Yes, you're down for one. Okay, now let's update these bids. There was no other bid on Metallica, so I got to go ahead and sell this to Chad Sauls for $75. That's sold to Chad for $75. Tesla sold to Shauna, and Shauna, you're a new buyer, right? This is sold to you for $110. Thank you. And this is sold to Shauna. And then let's update Queens Rock. The last bid on Queens Rock over here was Richard Davis, tied with Mark Steele. Mark Steele came in first for $85 on that one. So John LeBeatty also got a Queens Rock. Chad, do you have or can you get Chevelle Wonder what's next? That might be coming up in another crate. Sean got Megadeth. And then Richard, you've already got a Megadeth. And then next thing is Fred Cardinal on the Cramps. Songs the Lord taught us. This is not available any other way. $59.99. Also, we have 3 Days Grace. That's $24.99. I've got two of those. And Soundgarden down on the upside. Soundgarden is $44.99. Another great crate. And we're ready for more great auctions. So we have one Queens Rock up for bid. How about this one right here? Uh-oh. What do we have here? Oh, my gosh. Oh, boy. Here we go. Shout out to Scott Leach with this incredible collection. Folks, I was just talking to Paul before the sale. We're getting ready to hit the road at the end of the month. We got one more month to sell off all this new incredible inventory we got. We got enough auctions probably for the rest of the year and high-end stuff. But we're about to go buy some more. If you're out there and you have a record collection for sale, take Scott Leach's word for it. Paul will show up, he'll pay you cash, and he'll buy your collection. Right now, we have some incredible stuff to sell, including this right here. Oh my. Guns N' Roses, Live Like Suicide, a real 1986 USOG. Paul said, the real deal, an Allied pressing. It has an embossed A on the label. This is real. It's OG. It is a $795 star. It is nice, too. No condition notes and glossy cover. That is incredible. Guns N' Roses, $795 start. Let the games begin. Queens Rock's now at 87, and then this is Queens Rock, their debut album. It's the 82 USOG on the 206 Records, pre-EMI label, the first label for this one, and that's at $87 right now, okay? $87 on that one. Let me first jump over here, and let me read some more auctions that's left in here. If anybody wants anything, let me know. First thing is Megadeth, Countdown to Extinction. That's $39.99. Let's put that right there. Megadeth is available for $39.99. Soundgarden Super Unknown, a 2LP 44. TLC is at $36. And Allman Brothers Live at Jacksonville Beach, 1969. That's a 2LP unofficial, $34.99. Our next auction is Def Leppard. Now, the one that everybody was requesting isn't up here yet. As soon as it's up here, I'll put it up for auction. But I think somebody wants to take a look at this one. This is a rare pressing. This is a 1987 South African pressing. Very unusual. Has kind of like the hop sticker built into the cover. This is Def Leppard. None are for sale in the United States. A South African press. $95 star on Def Leppard. It is beautiful too. EX Plus condition, $95 on that. Queens Rock is still getting bids. It's at $90. Guns N' Roses is $795. Megadeth piece sales, that's $36.99. Trying to decorate the wall with Megadeth. And by the way, that new album, the indie exclusive, has shipped. It's supposed to be here by tomorrow. So that 100-piece count that we're expecting of Megadeth, they have shipped. If they're here by tomorrow, don't be surprised, okay? So the new Megadeth album, the indie exclusive that we got shorted the first week, booth, they just shipped automatically, and they're on their way here to Coletco. They should be here tomorrow. If not, they'll be here Monday for the next billing cycle. Tom Petty Echo, $44.99. Tom Petty Mojo Red Vinyl, $44. That is Dead Kennedys for $33.99. Tom Petty, $36. Chevelle North Corridor, $24. Minor Threat, $24. Cramps, $59. Songs the Lord Taught Us. 3 Days Grace, $24. I've got two of those. And Soundgarden down on the upside, $44. Queens Rock has a new bid for $90. That means Mark Steele, you've been outbid. So $90 with D-Kong. Let's go ahead and say going once, going twice. This has a, that's a scarce label. I mean, we don't get that one too much. They're always on the other one. Guns N' Roses is a real OG, Live Like Suicide. This is a 1986 USOG real deal Allied pressing. It is near mint minus with a beautiful cover. It's a $795 start. Def Leppard doesn't have a bid yet. We're looking for a $95 start on that. The Allman Brothers is a 2 LP live unofficial. Jacksonville Beach, Florida, $34.99. Parachute Records. $34.99 on that. Okay, still got some of these metal magazines to run for an auction, so let's do some right here. These are going to be a $25 start. We got Metal Edge with Ozzy, we got Metal Edge with Limp Bizkit, Metal Edge with Iron Maiden, Metal Edge with Megadeth, Metal Edge with Nevermore and Deicide, Metal Edge with Marilyn Manson. And let's do those for a $25 start. Metal Edge magazine lot, $25 start on that. We got a request for Lynch Mob. Sean Druin says he'll take the bolt thrower right here. That's sold to Sean Druin. Larry Williams wants piece sales. Larry, are you a first-time buyer? If anybody's a first-time buyer and I don't recognize your name, just say yes, first-time buyer. This was an advertised sale tonight, so that's probably one reason we have like almost 400 people watching right now, and that's another reason we've already had about a dozen first-time buyers tonight, because I sent Facebook a bunch of money advertising this sale tonight, so we'd have a lot of people on, and they were on, and people are ready to buy. I love it. So welcome, and if you're a first-time buyer and I don't catch your name, just here is the instructions. It's pretty simple. If you're a first-time buyer, just message our page. We need your email address and mailing address. After that, we'll send you an invoice on Monday. Unless you send us another message inquiring about something, you may not hear back from us until Monday when you get your invoice. Your invoice does go to your email. Make sure you check your inbox that day, maybe by that afternoon or night. If you don't have one, then holler back at us. $8 in limited shipping. Everything's guaranteed, and you can trust us, right? There's people on here watching right now that watch every night, that's been watching for years, that watch every night and buy records every night. So thank y'all. And Queensryche sold to D-Kong for $100. All right, that's done. Guns N' Roses, a no bid. Somebody can pick it up right now for $795. I figured this might sell for over $1,000, honestly, if we had a couple people wanting to buy it. There it is. It's $795. Def Leppard didn't get a bid. You can buy that for $95. Mike Quadrini just put $95. He was either timing to buy it now or he was going to bid. Either way, he gets it for $95. And then Danzig was next. Metal Edge magazines are already at $30 with Sungi Kim, and Guns N' Roses can be bought. Next thing over here is Kiss Psycho Circus. That's $33.99. And then Chevelle Naradius. Chevelle is $24.99. So we have Kiss and we have Chevelle. Kiss is $33. Chevelle 24. Okay, our next auction is going to go up right now. Mr. Big. We got auctions galore tonight. A 91 US Club, a strong VG copy. Mr. Big, lean into it. It's a $55 start. 55 on Mr. Big. That's now for bid. Final call on the magazines for 30. Chris Bryan on Chevelle. There's one Chevelle left. Let's go ahead and add another auction, and that is Dio. Holy Diver. This is an 83 USOG, an OG specialty press with the original under sleeve. That is near mint minus, a $65 start for Dio. Also, Whitesnake's Greatest Hits. Here I go again. $39.99. That's Whitesnake's Greatest Hits. And then we have Tom Petty. This is a live unofficial London Calling 1980. Tom Petty live in London 1980. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. I have two of them in stock. And then this is Simple Minds Greatest Hits. 40, the best of Simple Minds, 1979 to 2019. Simple Minds is $44.99. The Metal Edge magazines right now are at $35 with John LaBeatty, now $36. And Pam, you fell asleep last night. We went through all these. Pam must have fell asleep. I went through like 4 boxes of magazines. I kept saying, man, where's Pam? Where's Pam? 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 Where's Pam? Metal Edge is got a new bid for 36. Mr. Big looking for a $55 start, and Dio does have a bid for 75. We have Kiss Revenge, $36.99. The Metal Edge magazines are now at $40. And Morgan Wallen, If I Know Me. Old Morgan there is $29.99. I've got 2 of those. And Chevelle, This Type of Thinking Could Do Us In. Chevelle, $24.99. I put in another big order of vinyl that should be here tomorrow, including a ton of music on vinyl stuff. I went through like all their in-stock catalog. I ordered a ton. By the way, there is a crate of new vinyl that Laura ordered too. We'll go through that in just a second. I'm probably going to do this, the other crate, then go into some pre-owned vintage, and then we'll knock out that other crate of new vinyl. Just FYI, okay? Next thing over here was Dio at 75, Metal Edge 40, and then Mr. Big is at 55. Also, the Cramps, Big Beat from Badsville, the Cramps is $29.99, and Judas Priest, this is live in New York, an unofficial 2LP Judas Priest 1981, $36.99. All right, Metal Edge magazines are at 40. Everybody else is out. How much is Mr. Big? It's at $55 with amenities. It's a 91 U.S. Club, a Columbia House Edition. VG, it has one bid for $55. Dio's about to sell. It's at $75, and that's with Matthew Copus, and that's the only bid right now. Going to once and going to twice. Let's go ahead and put up another Guns N' Roses. This one's slightly cheaper than the one we just sold. Guns N' Roses is the 1987 4-track EP, and this is Welcome to the Jungle. Also, Whole Lot of Rosie live. It's So Easy live at Knock Knock Knocking on Heaven's Door. Guns N' Roses is a 1987 UKOG, a $15 start on Guns N' Roses. Judas Priest is on yellow. There we go. Thank you, Kevin Voitosh. How about one to Ivan R? What's the Judas Priest? It's a 2LP live, Palladium, New York, 1981, $36.99. Motorhead, Everything Louder Forever. Motorhead's a 2LP, $38.99. Soundgarden, Bad Motorfingers, $33.99. And Eagles of Death Metal, Heart On, this is $36.99, okay? Metal Edge magazines are officially sold, and those Metal Edge magazines are sold to John LaBeatty for $40. Let's go ahead and put those right over here. Thank you, John LaBeatty. These are so to you. I'm going to crisscross these. Don't worry, there's lots of those coming up momentarily. First thing I have is Mr. Big. I don't think it's going to get another bid, but two people's asked about it, so we'll have to give that a second. Dio, I don't think anybody else is going to bid. Now there is a new bid. Now there's another bid. And now Guns N' Roses has bid for 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15. All right, so Dio 76. Chad Chevelle, you just bought Naradius earlier. You bought Naradius a moment ago. GNR 15, GNR 15, GNR 15. Matt Nichols on Eagle of Death Metal. Dio 85, GNR 18, GNR 20. Also, here's another Chevelle. Wonder what's next. $24.99 for Chevelle. Wonder what's next. Queens Rock Operation Mindcrime, $44.99. Pretty sure somebody just asked about that. The Allman Brothers, The Lost Warehouse Tapes, the New Orleans broadcast, September 1971. Allman Brothers, $34.99. Megadeth Euthanasia, $39.99 for Megadeth Euthanasia. And then I have in stock, ready to sell to you, Stranger Things Season 5. So we had a bunch more of these on back order because I knew they would sell very well this season, and they have. And I've got them in stock. Stranger Things Season 5. Awesome track list here. Michael Jackson, Tiffany, ABBA, The Chordettes, Psychedelic Furs, Bowie, Iron Maiden, Pixies, The Chords, Yellow, Butthole Surfers, Floyd Kramer, and Cowboy Junkies. If you don't have a Season 5 yet, we've got them available. Adam Garvey on Chevelle and Claymore on Chevelle. Those are sold and sold. Laura's next to me right now restocking the auction bin. That means Mr. Big is sold for $55 to amenities. Thank you on that one, Alfredo. And now Guns N' Roses is at 25. And then Dio, let me make sure that one person doesn't want to bid again, and that would be Kevin Richards. Kevin, let me know if you want to bid on this again. $85. And then Guns N' Roses at 28. George Jones wants both Allman Brothers. There's one Allman Brothers in here, and I'm assuming you're talking about the one from the other crate too. Yeah, so there's one Allman Brothers right here. That's so to George Jones. So Laura has officially restocked all the auctions. So if you've been waiting for something like Def Leppard, I'm about to put it up right now. Hope y'all ready. You know the Def Leppard that was requested about 10 bajillion times? It's about to go up. So that's sold and that's sold. And right now, let me swap out crates because this crate has filled up quickly. That has filled up quickly again. So let me put that right there. I've already filled up 3 full crates. Of course, we sold a bunch of box sets earlier. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in on Thursday Night Metal Night. We're live right now in Middle Tennessee, and we'll be live again tomorrow and Saturday, and I might even be here Sunday doing something. I'm here every night. What else do I have to do? Let me think about that. What else do I possibly have to do? Absolutely nothing. So I'm here every night. Sam over on Twitch wants Countdown and Euthanasia. Both Megadeths are sold to Sam. Put down Matt Nichols for Peace, Love, Death by Eagles of Death Metal. I'll check. I don't know if I can get it or not, but I'll definitely make a note. They'll make a note. Those two are sold to Sam. And then Claymore was for Chevelle, My Type of Thinking, okay? So Claymore wanted this Chevelle. So let's put this in the crate for Claymore. Let me go get that other Chevelle then. So that other Chevelle is still available. And this one's Wonder What's Next, okay? So I got Clay Moore for the one he wanted. That means this one's going back in the crate. And then Dio Details, OG Near Mint Minus. OG Near Mint Minus. And then GNR 30, GNR 30. And then George Jones said, yes, is that euthanasia or euthanasia? It's both. And then GNR 30, GNR 40. And then we have Kiss Revenge, sold to Matt Nichols. Was that in this crate? I think it was. Kiss Revenge right here, that's sold to Matt Nichols, okay? So, Dio, Kevin Richards is out, and this is officially sold, and this is sold then for $85, a beautiful OG copy to Matthew Copus. All righty, here we go. We're ready for more new stuff. Everything I put in the back. Back wall's hot tonight. We've already swapped out the back wall 4 or 5 times. Over here, GNR is at $40 with James Chilcott. That is that 4-track EP. And then we have Joy Division, Unknown Pleasures. I'm pretty sure I had a wait list for this. Let me check right quick. Joy Division should be one person waiting for one. Let me search my spreadsheet for Joy Division. And that was, nope. That was Chris Meisner. Chris Meisner, I got you down for a Joy Division. Thank you, Chris. There's actually one extra copy if anybody else wants one. And then over here, we have Gene Simmons, which is $36.99 for Gene Simmons 2014 remaster. Okay, here we go. Here it is. I think this is the moment. Boy, she has restocked this thing. It is full with auctions now. We are ready to kick into new auction gear. Holy crap, here it is. Def Leppard The Vault, Seal 2008. This is the one that had over 3 million requests. There was over 3 million requests for this. It is sealed. It's a $65 start. Yo, Chad, the other Chevelle. There's 2 more in this crate. Do you want Wonder What's Next? Or do you want This Type of Thinking Could Do Us In? I've already got you down for Neurodius, and then there was one in the other crate. There's been 4 Chevelles so far. Next is Clutch, Strange Cousins from the West, $33.99 for Clutch. And then check this out. I've got them in stock. Iron Maiden Flight 666. Iron Maiden Flight 666. And the Iron Maiden wait list was Tim Floyd, Sarah Morgan, and John LaBadie. Tim Floyd, Sarah Morgan, John LaBadie, and Matt Nichols needed a Gene Simmons. I've got him down right here next to Gene Simmons. Yep. So Tim Floyd, Sarah Morgan, and John LaBadie on Iron Maiden, and Matt Nichols on Gene Simmons, okay? So we have 1, 2, 3 of these sold. They're $44.99. $44.99. And then the first thing we have is how much was Joy Division? 29, GNR 34. Matt Nichols, yes, he was on the wait list. I just checked. That's for Gene Simmons. Chris Bryant wants This Type of Thinking Could Do Us In. So this Chevelle is officially sold out. If anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. Def Leppard 75, Def Leppard 85. Is Def Leppard on gold vinyl or black vinyl? Def Leppard is a 2018 U.S. reissue compilation sealed. I'm assuming black vinyl. We have a request for Lynch Mob. We have another request for Lynch Mob. We have another request for Lynch Mob. Def Leppard 86, BJ Dickmere on Clutch. Clutch is sold to BJ Dickmere. Another bid on Def Leppard for 95. Another bid on Def Leppard for 100. And then over here, we have Oso Adventure on Iron Maiden. That is sold to Oso Adventure. Stanley Richmond gets this. Def Leppard 105, Def Leppard 1010, and GNR 35. Clutch, this is From Beale Street to Oblivion. Clutch is $33.99. And NWA, straight out of Compton, $36.99. That is available. Let me go check my wait list for that. Okay, so the last bid on Guns N' Roses was Fred Cardinale at $35. And the last bid on Def Leppard that came in was Sarah Wyberdink at $110. Let's go through that crate again, but not before I put up another auction, and that's Wasp. Wasp is a 1989 USOG. It has the original on her sleeve. It's in VG condition. I'm about to sneeze. $35 star. Wasp, The Headless Children. A 1989 US specialty, OG VG condition. A $35 star with the original on her sleeve. It does have a little bit of edge wear right here, okay? Now, Guns N' Roses. Yeah, we're out of line on Guns N' Roses. The last bid on this was James Chilcott is $40. He has this at $40. He has this at $40. And the last bid that came in on this at $40 was James Chilcott. Everybody else is out. Everybody else is done. $40 on that one, okay? That's with him, just FYI. So Intergroove, you're out. Def Leppard 1AT, Wasp is at $35. Now, let's jump right over here. And I'm going to read through these again quickly. And that key word, in case you didn't hear me, was quickly, okay? That is available if anybody wants to bid on it, but it is a final call. That's for Intergroove Distortion, okay? Next auction is going to go up right now. Excuse me. Next record in the back, we have, I'm going to put Soundgarden back here. We need 2 Soundgardens back to back. Bad Motorfinger, $33.99. Okay, first thing I have is this. I have Chevelle Neuradius for $24.99. Chevelle Neuradius. Okay. Hold on one second. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I had some. I prefer to call people like that a jackwad. Y'all know what a jackwad is? That would be Tom Grammer. A jackwad. Chevelle, $24.99. Kiss is $33.99. This is the 2014 Psycho Circus. No worry, he can't comment anymore. He's probably having some sort of issues today, so he comes out and takes it out on us. Whitesnake's greatest hits. Tom, I hope your day gets better. I wish you the best of luck, my friend. Hopefully your day gets better. Whitesnake is $39.99. We have Tom Petty, London Calling, a 2LP, $39.99. We have Simple Minds. This is a 2LP, the best of Simple Minds, 1979, 2019, $44.99. Okay, this is sold. $40 for Guns N' Roses. That is sold. That's done. Thank you on that one. And then over here, Def Leppard's at $135. And then Wasp is at $40.41. Next thing is Morgan Wallen for $29.99. Also, Cramps Big Beat from Badsville, $29.99. Judas Priest Live Unofficial, Yellow Vinyl, $36.99. And Motorhead, Everything Louder Forever, $38.99. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. Here we go. The moment you've all been waiting for. Holy moly, Lynch Mob, a 1992 Euro original. The only official vinyl pressing, EX Plus. It has a promo stamp on the label, a $155 start for Lynch Mob. This is now up for bid, a $155 start on Lynch Mob. Good luck to all those involved. Def Leppard still getting bids, Wasp still getting bids, and then we have Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime for $44, and then Stranger Things is $29. John LaBadie already asked for Judas Priest. Are you the one who got it earlier? There was 2 copies. I already pulled one. Were you a second person? Were you a second person? I know we already sold one, but I had 2 copies. So let me make sure you were the second person. I think you were. I think I've already sold one, and then you were the second person, right? Yeah, I think I've already tagged you for one. Pretty sure. And there was 2 copies. Yeah, Judas Priest, Ivan R. Okay, John LaBadie. There we go. So Ivan got one and John LaBadie. Ivan R. got one and then John LaBadie. Okay, and Kevin Voitosh. Golly, what happened? Oh, that might have been for a different one. Okay, so give these to Kevin Voitosh and John LaBadie. Okay, Ivan, are you watching? Did you want one of these too? Did you want one of those too? I don't really know at this point. And then Chevelle is $24.99. Joy Division is $29. And Gene Simmons is $36. Clutch is $33.99 from Beale Street to Oblivion, and NWA straight out of Compton. Let me check my waiting list for that. There actually might be a waiting list for NWA. Then I have another crate to browse through right quick. NWA, 100 miles and running. So yeah, that's it. This one's still available, $36.99. Okay. Now, the last bit on Def Leppard. Was amenities at $140. Lynch Mob just got a bid for $255, and then Wasp. The last bid that came in on Wasp was Nico Kapellanis. Kapellanis has that for $50, okay? He has that for $50. All right? There's that. Let's do this right over here. Moving right along. I have the following. This right here. Let's do it. I have final calls on all these. Jason Wilsky wants Gene Simmons. You got it. Jason Wilsky on Gene Simmons. You got it. That was, I think, that was the last copy of that. Unless there's some other location in this store, which that's always a possibility. So, and then that's done. Okay. Now, first thing I have is Def Leppard. Lynch Mob's at $275. $275. Oh, yes. That was a great neck adjustment. I needed that one. Okay, a Wasp, Nico 50. Did the other bidder go out? That was Steve Little. Steve, I'm waiting for you on this, and he's out, and this is sold for $50, okay? That's sold for $50 to Nico Capolanis. Wasp is gone. Now, also over here is Def Leppard. The last bid on DL for Def Leppard, Danzig said out, Amenities had, I've already said this once, and now I'm saying it for the last time, and this is sold to him for $140. Def Leppard is sold. That is sold. And then over here, we have Lynch Mob. The last bid on Lynch Mob was Stephen Reeves at $275, now $280. So Lynch Mob right now at this moment is at $280. Next auction is Every Mother's Nightmare. Every Mother's Nightmare is a 1990 Euro OG. VG Plus condition. Let the bidding begin. A $35 start on Every Mother's Nightmare. Next auction is going to go up right now. Let the bidding begin. This is for Motley Crue, and this is for Dr. Feelgood. A 1989 U.S. club copy, sealed. A sealed 89 original club copy, unopened. A $125 start on Motley Crue. I've got Stranger Things Season 3. That's a double LP with a bonus 7-inch. Stranger Things is $36.99. There is a waiting list for this. The first person on the waiting list was Don Nicole. I have 2 extra copies for Stranger Things Season 3. Stranger Things Season 3. This is sold to Don Nicole. There's 2 extra copies, okay? First thing, that is this, that's this, and I have 2 extra copies. Every Mother's Nightmare, 35, now 50. Lynch Mob's at 290. The Motley Crue's $125 start. The next auction is going to go up right now. Masters of Metal, which is this amazing compilation. An 84 US K-Tail alert, K-Tail alert, K-Tail alert, K-Tail alert. No condition notes. Black Sabbath, YT, Rainbow, Iron Maiden, Rush, Dawkins, Zebra, Dio, Crocus, Kiss, Trump, Twist Sister, Van Halen. $25 start. That's now for bid. Crew has a bid for $125. Lynch Mob $300. Every Mother's Nightmare $75. Stranger Things sold to Alfredo Amenities. Thank you on that. Now there's one left, and I just ordered more. This is a live Nirvana unofficial. Feels like the first time. $38.99. Nirvana. A lot of different stuff on here. MTV Live and Loud, Triple J broadcast, Saturday Night Live, and more. That's Nirvana. It's a live compilation. 2 LP, $38.99. Masters of Metals at $30. Master of Metals at $30. Every Mother's Nightmares at $75. Motley Crue $125. Lynch Mob $300. 1 copy of Obituary inked in blood. Obituary is on Pool of Blood colored vinyl. It's a gatefold, $36.99 on that one. Also, Rob Zombie, The Sinister Urge. Let's go back and look at this. This is $36.99. Let's go back and check my waiting list is what I meant to say. Rob Zombie waiting list. I have the following. Stephen Parton on Rob Zombie, Sinister Urge. I got 2 extra copies. If anybody wants one, there's that. And I have 2 copies of Rush, Roll the Bones. Rush is $29.99. That is the remastered copy of Roll the Bones. $29.99 for that. And then NWA, 100 Miles and Running. 1 for Troy Robinson. He was on a waiting list, and I think one other person was. Should be 2 extra copies. NWA, 100 Miles and Running. So, Troy, you definitely get one. NWA. Non-disclosure form. GMAC 5791 was the other person. GMAC 5791, which I think is a Twitch handle, was the other person. Troy already was tagged for one. John LaBeatty on Nirvana. That is sold. And now we have 2 extra copies of NWA. 100 Miles and Running, $33.99. Joy Division Closer, just 1 copy of that for $29.99. And Rush, this is a live unofficial. This is Roll of the Dice. That's live in Wisconsin, 1994. Rush is $29.99, okay? So let's look at Lynch Mob. This is probably one of the bigger auctions of the night. And the last bid that came on this was Aaron Jolly. He's had it for 2 minutes now for $300. There hadn't been a bid since then. This is a real 92 Euro OG, the only official pressing. They only pressed this once officially. There is a stamp on the label. It has the original inner sleeve, and it's nice. It's EX Plus, and there were none for sale in the United States. 0 for sale when we tagged that. So that's at $300. We're about to sell it. Every Mother's Nightmare was a 1990 Euro original in VG Plus condition. Last of my memory, I said that was at $75, and that was a final call to Jeff Breenley. The Motley Crue is a sealed OG club copy. It has 1 bid for $125. And then Masters of Metal is at $43 with Michael Wilkerson. Mike Pierce wants to Rush unofficial. That's Roll of the Dice. There's 1 more left there, Roll of the Dice. And then several Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged. Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged is on purple vinyl. vinyl, and these are $19.99, STP. And let's see who was all on a wait list. I think we just had a bunch come in the other day. Yeah. So Michelle Clements, Willard Dunham, and Hoopy. Derek Cesaro, you got one last night. These seem like they's come in about every day. So Michelle Clements, Willard Dunham, and Hoopy 31. So 3 are sold, $19.99. These are unofficials on purple vinyl, and I should have at least 2 extras. Yep. There's one for Dylan Stewart. Yep. Now there's 2 extras. So I had 3. Those are $19.99. Okay. Now, awesome crate there. Sungi Kim also gets one, and that means we can go ahead and sell Lynch Mob to Aaron Jolly, and that's sold to him for $300. That means Jeff Brinley gets Every Mother's Nightmare for $75. That means the Motley Crue just got one bid, and that's sold for $125. And Motley Crue for $125 is sold to, let me find that, Christopher Eldridge. Great price on that, minimum bid. And then the Masters of Metals at $45 with Nick Bargeron. Now we're ready for more new auctions. Let's go ahead and do this right here. Golly, look at some of this stuff. Unbelievable. Simply amazing. Let's go ahead and grab this right here. Let's see what's up with this Metallica. Fast as F-U-C-K. Metallica is an unofficial. This is live at Maple Leaf Garden in Toronto, Canada, 1986. That's on red vinyl. It's a double LP full show. Metallica, $55 start on that. Here's what's left in here. Stranger Things Season 3, 2 LP, $36.99. Nirvana Feels Like the First Time, unofficial, 2 LP, $38.99. Obituary, Inked in Blood, $36.99. That's also a double LP on Pool of Blood colored vinyl. Rob Zombie, The Sinister Urge, $36.99. Rob Zombie. Rush, Roll the Bones, $29.99. NWA, 100 Miles and Running, $33. And then Joy Division Closer, $29. And then Rush is $29. That's a live unofficial, and so is Stone Temple Pilots, $19, okay? So Masters of Metal, $46, Metallica, $55. You had a right out of the cellar anniversary a couple weeks ago. Do you still have it? I don't, but I can get you one. I don't, but I can get you one. That was back there on the back wall for the longest, and no, it's no longer available. Somebody did get it. Still up for auction. I've got Metallica, Motorhead, Iron Maiden, Metallica, Alice in Chains, Scorpions, Metallica, Dio, Black Sabbath, Dio, Quite Right, Poison, Yngwie, Metallica, Black Sabbath, Dokken, Dio, Metallica. I also have Ozzy, Slaughter, White Wolf, Grim Reaper, LA Guns, Kicks, Kingdom Come, Winger, Zakk Wylde, Black Label Society, Mother, Love Bone, Suicidal Tendencies, Motley Crue, Judas Priest, Motley Crue, Black Sabbath, Merciful Fate, Metallica, GNR, Guns N' Roses, Queensryche, Van Halen. And if we get through all those, I might even have more bonus stuff. Let's go ahead and put up the Japanese Iron Maiden Killers. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Iron Maiden is a 1981 Japanese OG. It does have the fold-out insert. It's in VG++ EX condition, and that is a strictly conservative grade for the Japanese pressings. Iron Maiden's $105 start. $105 start on that. So that's Killers. That's an OG Japanese pressing. $105 start on that. Metallica 75, Metallica 60, Metallica 78, Metallica 80, Metallica 100. And then over here, we have Scorpions on deck. The Rat, if you want me to order you one, would be $49.99. Iron Maiden's at $110. Let's put up another lot of metal magazines right quick. These have done very well tonight, and I'm going to auction them till they're all gone. We probably have 3 or 4 more lots left. We got Metal Edge with Disturbed, Metal Edge with Marilyn Manson. Also, I got Metal Edge with Marilyn Manson, Metal Edge with a lot of different people, Hotter Than July. This one has a little bit of a loose cover. The cover is almost attached on that one. And then Metal Edge Rockin' the Road with Ozzy, Metal Edge with Godsmack. All the Metal Edge magazines are $25 start. $25 start. Iron Maiden's at $125. Jeremy Merck needs an STP. Did I miss somebody on STP? STP. We sold one to, let's see. We sold one. Let me figure out what happened there. So we have the wait list, and then Dylan Stewart and Sungi Kim. Shane on YouTube gets one, and Jeremy Merck. Jeremy, I think you've already been tagged earlier this week. Let's make a note. Let's check Jeremy Merck's ticket or invoice and see if he's already got one. But I think you was already tagged. These have come in a couple different times already. So this last one actually goes to Shane. Let's make sure Jeremy Merck gets one. Please check his tickets or invoices. If not, write down his name, and there's more here tomorrow. But I'm pretty sure I've already tagged you for one. And then over here, so we sold out of STP, and we got a lot of requests. And now we're near the bottom, okay? Okay. So, here we go. Mark V said, Chad, I will pay you $19.99 if we can do the lower crate next. That's what he's offered. He said he would pay $19.99 if we would go through the Laura new crate vinyl next. So go ahead and charge Mark V's $19.99. He said he would pay an advance fee if I would go through this crate right now. He has asked nicely, and then he's went ahead and made a financial offer, a monetary offer. He said he would pay $19.99 if I'd go ahead and do this crate right now. So here it is. Not bad. We'll do it. Now, the only no bid tonight is this right here. Guns N' Roses, Live Like Suicide, a 1986 USOG, $795. That is available, $795. It did not get a bid. I figured it'd sell for over $1,000. $795 on Live Like Suicide. Masters of Metal. The last bid on MOM that I see on my screen, the bids are getting pretty buried now because some of these have been up for a while. I had Michael Wilkerson at $46 and Nick Bargeron went out. This is sold to Michael Wilkerson for $46. $46 to Michael Wilkerson, okay? There's that. The Metallica. The last bid I seen on Metallica was Steve Weaver at $125. This is an unofficial from Toronto, Canada. They did 300, and it's called Fast as F-U-C-K. And that is at $125 with Steve Weaver. Right next to Metallica is Iron Maiden, and this is an OG copy. This is an OG copy of Killers. It's a Japanese press, an OG copy of Killers. The last bid, it's VG++ EX. The last bid was Randy Siebert at $115, but Oso Adventure bid $115 first. And before all them is Dale Shannon. The bids are well out of order. Let's make sure everybody knows that Dale Shannon has this for $125. $125. Stephen Free said he would pay $15 in advance if I would put up Slaughter right now. He said he would pay a $15 advance fee if I put up Slaughter right now. I can do that. And then Metal Edge is at $42 with Sungi Kim. So Stephen Freeze offered $15 for an early look at Slaughter, and Mark Weiss has paid $20 for an early look at the Laura crate. Here is Slaughter. It is a 2020 reissue from Friday Music on Go Vinyl, a $45 start on this. Slaughter, a $45 start. Guns N' Roses is near mint minus. Near mint minus. Okay? All right. Here's what we have in here. The White Stripes Greatest Hits. This is on colored vinyl, and it includes a slip mat. White Stripes Greatest Hits is $38.99. Super Chunk Wild Loneliness. Super Chunk is $19.99. White Stripes is sold to Mark Weiss. Sold to Mark Weiss. Next over here is DMX Exodus. I actually think I have a wait list for this. I do. This is DMX. There is somebody actually waiting for this. DMX. And that was Vonda. Vonda from over on YouTube. DMX. This is sold to Vonda. Laura's cooking something in here too. I smell it. And then Metal Edge. The last bid was $45. That means Metallica didn't get another bid. This is sold to Steve Weaver for $125. That means Iron Maiden, Dale Shannon, you've been outbid. This is at $130. That's at $130. Fred Carnell on White Stripes. That's sold to Fred Carnell. Metal Edge magazine lots at $45. And then Slaughter is a $45 start on that. Next in here is, this is Spirit of the Believe, Entertainment Death, $19.99 on that. Big Blood Vinyl, $19.99 on that one. And David Saunders said, I bet $130. So we have another tie on Iron Maiden. So why doesn't somebody go ahead and bid $150 and we'll go from there? Okay, Chad, I'll take Guns N' Roses for $7.95. Give me the air horn. He's probably done the research on that and has probably realized, wow, that's a really good price for that. We have our first air horn of the night. This Guns N' Roses is sold to Matthew Copus for $795. Fair warning for anybody left in the building. This is done. We are selling it. Guns N' Roses is sold for $795, and this is sold Matthew Copus. Thank you, Matthew. That's sold to him for $795. Okay, that's done. And then we have a flag on the Metallica. Let me see if I can find David Saunders' bid. David Saunders said he bid 130. He did. Chris Weaver, Steve Weaver, you've been outbid on Metallica. David Saunders bid 130. He is on the board. It's right here. David Saunders. After I think somebody asked what the bid was. Yes, 130 with David Saunders. Steve Weaver, you've been outbid, okay? You've been outbid. So Steve Weaver, let me know if you want to bid again. It's at 130. Slaughter has a bid for 45 of Antonio. And the Iron Maiden is at 130. Iron Maiden's at 130 with Oso Adventure. 130. Oso Adventure. Del Shannon, everybody else is out. Next is Can, live in Stuttgart, 1975. Cans on orange vinyl, a 2LP, $29.99. Now Metallica, 140. Now Iron Maiden, 135. Also over here is the Metal Edge magazines, and these are officially sold in to John LeBeatty for $45. Thank you. Like I said, I probably have 3, maybe 5 more lots of these to do. We'll keep doing them just like that. Thank you. Those are done. Moving right along then. Awesome sale tonight, in my opinion. Of course, I'm a little partial. It is my store. It is my records. It is my auction. And I'm very, I've got to feed my Colectco ego tonight. This is the greatest records, the greatest sale. This is just absolutely incredible. Hope everybody's having a great time. I'm about to bust a couple cans of Diet Coke and pour them all over my face. And things are about to get pretty dang crazy. Scorpions, a Japanese pressing. This is going to go up for bid right now. Scorpions is a 1984 Japanese OG. It's EX Plus condition with the OB and insert. A $75 start on the Scorpions. Metallica is a live unofficial. It's called Fast as F-U-C-K. It is live in Maple Leaf Garden, Toronto. A 2LP full concert, and that is at $150 right now. Robert Warner on can. That is sold. That is sold to Robert Warner. And I have one copy of Andrew W.K. God is Partying, $19.99 for Andrew W.K. And then Ty Segall Harmonizer. Ty Segall is $19.99. Also, Booker T and the MGs, Hip Hug Her. This is on red apple vinyl. Booker T is just $19.99. So what about the Iron Maiden Japanese? Dale bid 135. Oso Adventure, it's back to you. Slaughter just has that one bid. I'm about to sell it to Antonio for $45. Metallica 140, Metallica 150, and then Scorpion 75, Scorpion 75, Metallica 175, and Scorpion 75. We have another Booker T. And this is on yellow vinyl, originally released in 1968, cut by Kevin Gray. These are awesome remasters for just 19. Are y'all hearing these prices? Booker T albums remastered by Kevin Gray for just $19.99. Didn't even know those were available. This is why we got Laura ordering vinyl too. Electric Wizard. Dope Throne. Wow. Cherry Red Vinyl. Electric Wizard. $44.99. Laura's marked some awesome stuff here. She's ordered some great stuff. Electric Wizard. $44.99 for Dope Throne. That's on red vinyl. $44. Scorpions 80. Scorpions 81. Now Iron Maiden's at $140. The bid before that was $135. And now what about Metallica? The Metallica was at $150 with David Saunders, and now $175. David, it goes back to you. Ivan on Electric Wizard. Scorpions is at $81. And then Antonio, you get the Slaughter for $45. That is sold for $45. Thank you, Antonio. Go Vinyl Friday Music. That is no longer available through Friday Music. I remember when they were. We used to sell them like the world was ending. And then over here we have Jerry on... This is so to Jerry Stone. Booker T doing our thing. That's so to Jerry Stone. Thank you on that. And then we got 2 copies of Poppy. And this is Empty Hands. Pink and ice blue with pink and blue splatter. Poppy is $36.99. Poppy's a little sloppy. That's a Seinfeld reference. $36.99. Iron Maiden's at $150. David Saunders, it's up to you on the Metallica. It's at $175. The Scorpions is $81. And boy, do we have a lot of auctions to do. John Smetzer on Hip Hug Her. Booker T sold. If anybody wants on waiting list for those, just let me know. Next is going to go up right now. White Wolf. White Wolf, endangered species. White Wolf is a 1986 USOG, a $35 start. White Wolf, endangered species, a $35 start. I got 2 copies of the White Stripes, White Blood Cells. The White Stripes is $33.99. Steve Weaver gets Metallica for $175. David's out. Iron Maiden still getting bids. So is Scorpions. And White Wolf is at $35 with Eric Hernandez. Any kin to Keith Hernandez? We have John Cale, Vintage Violence. John Cale is a limited edition 1000 on crystal clear vinyl, $39.99 for John Cale. And we have Tony Braxton. Tony Braxton, debut album, a 2LP, $34.99. Matt Bucci wants on both Booker T waiting list. We can do that. How about another Metallica? Oh my goodness. Metallica C4. Metallica is a vintage bootleg, a 1987 unofficial, rare, a strong VG, a $250 start, a very sought after vintage original Metallica bootleg, C4, a $250 start. Good luck. White Wolf has one bid for $35, Iron Maiden's at $160, and Scorpions out. That's the first out I've seen. Now Case and Palomombo has it for $81, final call. This is De La Soul, Cabin in the Sky. De La Soul is a 2LP orange yellow vinyl. It's yellow vinyl, $36.99. White Wolf at $38. We have Hum, and this one's called 3. Hum is $64.99. Tozen Records, high quality special vinyl mastering, made in Germany. Hum, $64.99. We have 2 of those. And GC, Getting Killed, $24.99 for GC. What a wild cover. It's somebody playing a trumpet and they're holding a revolver at the same time. $24.99. That's called Deathly Jazz. That's called Death Jazz. We have Scorpions at $82. Well, that's still getting bids. Iron Maiden's at $175. We have White Wolf out. White Wolf at $40. Next is Pearl, music by Tyler Bates and Timothy Williams. $29.99 on that. And X, music by Tyler Bates and Chelsea Wolfe. $29.99 on that. Okay, now the other thing we have is White Wolf, which is at $40. White Wolf is at $40. And okay, so first thing we have is White Wolf is at $41. Let me figure out what's going on with these other auctions, okay? So over here on the left is Iron Maiden at $175, and it's really up to Steve McGee on that one. Next to that is the Scorpions, which all of a sudden has new bidders and new bids, and Cason's out. Nick has it for $82. That might be the bid. White Wolf is at $41, and that's called Endangered Species, $41, and the Metallica's a $250 start. $250 start on Metallica. That's called C4. $250 on that. Next is I Saw the TV Glow, a film by James Sherburne, the original soundtrack. And that's, I think all these right here are like soundtracks. $38.99, like that's a soundtrack. This is a soundtrack. This is a soundtrack. What's the Poppy? Empty Hands, Pink and Ice with pink and blue splatter, $36.99. Metallica does have a bid for $250. Dry Cleaning, Secret Love, limited edition apricot colored vinyl, $33.99 on that. And this is Leon Thomas, Mutt. Leon Thomas is $36.99. All right, so we're done on Iron Maiden. That means this is sold to Dale Shannon for $175. That's sold to Dale for $175. Thank you on that. That means Scorpions is sold to Nick Bargeron. I think that's his second copy this week. I think that's the second one he got this week. This is sold to Nick Bargeron for $82. That's his second copy of that this week. And then White Wolf is at $45, and Metallica is at $250 on that. Next is Mannequin. Oh, no, Laura. You had to do this. You had to do this to me. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. That is $38.99. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Ozzy Night Terrors. Ozzy is an unofficial limited edition cloudy vinyl. This was live in St. Denis Theatre in Montreal, Canada, 1981 with Randy Rhoads. Ozzy Night Terrors. Oh, no. Ozzy is a $25 start. Over here, Darren Johnson wants Mannequin. Thank you. Thank you on that, Darren Johnson. Thank you. Thank you. Also over here, we have Slow Dive Slovaki, $33.99. Now Metallica has a new bid for $275. That means Steve Weaver, you're out. Also, we have Megan the Stallion, Traumatized, $44.99 on that. Ozzy's at $25. And then one more auction going to go up right now. I don't know if y'all are ready for this, but if not, you need to buckle up your bootstraps, tighten down your buttons and get ready, because here it is. This is a 1987 original, uncensored Appetite for Destruction, the robot rape cover. The original uncensored cover. It has the sticker, and it's a solid VG Plus, nice jacketed well. It has the inner sleeve. It's $175 start. Let the bidding begin. If you don't bid now, you'll be in there'll be a whirlwind around you. You'll hit a tornado, a blizzard, a tsunami. You'll wake up tomorrow morning in the middle of the desert, and you'll be like, holy crap, what happened? I know what happened. I didn't bid fast enough on Guns N' Roses. I didn't bid high enough on Guns N' Roses, and now I've let another one slip through my fingers just because I didn't bid fast and high enough on Guns N' Roses, while Chad is sipping on some C4. Speaking of C4, that's this Metallica auction, and Steve Weaver has it for $280. Ozzy's at $29, and the last bid that came in on this White Wolf over here, the last bid on White Wolf that came in was Nick Bergeron, 46, and then Oso Adventure, 50. Nick Bergeron, Oso Adventure has the White Wolf right now for 50. Look at that auction lineup. Man, a plane just flew over really low. Okay. Whew. Wow, what a night. Goodness gracious. Holy moly. Hope no one's took their Quaaludes yet. Here we go. I have Mad Villain, Doom and Mad Lip. Mad Villain is $34.99. Missy Elliott, under construction. Missy Elliott is $44.99. And Tyler, the Creator. This is his newest album, GNX. It's a Target exclusive on gray vinyl. We got that from distribution. $39.99. And this is Madison Beer Locket. $29.99 for Madison Beer, and Massive Attack Mezzanine, $44.99. Always a unique selection here from Laura, stuff we've never seen before, I've never seen at all. Where's Natasha Pickett at when we need her? She would probably buy one of everything in here. Come on, Natasha. Come on, Natasha Pickett. GNR is at what now? So Ozzy got up to 50. GNR 180, Ozzy 55, Ozzy 60, GNR 200, Ozzy 65. Okay, so Nick Bergeron, it was up to him, a White Wolf. If he didn't bid, I got to sell it to Oso. And I don't see a bid from Nick Bergeron. So this is sold for $55 to Oso Adventure, okay? Let's put that over here. That's Kendrick Lamar, not Tyler, the Creator. Oh, dang, I messed up big time, didn't I? I did. This is Kendrick Lamar. Did I say Tyler, Creator? Now, I've learned enough about rap recently. I shouldn't have made that decision. I shouldn't have made that mistake, but I just did. Sorry, Kendrick Lamar. Yes, he's won like 190 Grammys now. We have Metallica, C4. This is a live unofficial, and David Saunders says he's out. So whatever Steve Weaver bid is going to be the winning bid. And Steve Weaver bid $280, and this is sold to Steve Weaver for $280. Now let's see where we're at on Ozzy. The last bit on Ozzy over here was called Night Terrors. It's on cloudy vinyl. It's numbered, and it is 1981 with Randy Rhoads. And I'm showing James Hicks at $65 and now $70. Guns N' Roses is the original uncensored cover. The very first press, Matthew Hendon has it for $200. I'm showing Ozzy at $70 and Guns N' Roses at $200. And the last thing in here was Deaf Heaven, Ordinary Corrupt Human Love, $29.99 on that. And then Kesha, Kink Hot Pink Vinyl. Kink Hot Pink Vinyl. Wow, $34.99. Guns N' Roses, $205. Let's put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be right now. Motley Crue, Theater of Pain, 1985 tour. Motley Crue is a live unofficial, limited edition smoke color vinyl, Rosemont Horizon, Rosemont, Illinois, a soundboard recording, a $55 start. That is Motley Crue, Theater of Pain, okay? Ozzy's a 70, GNR 205, Sam over on Twitch on Deaf Heaven, and GNR out. So GNR is at 205. It's between Matthew Hendon and Amenities. Ozzy may be being sold to Kevin Richards. It's at 70. Motley Crue 55. And don't worry, we got a lot more where that came from. Let's go ahead and do another Metal Edge magazine lot, shall we? Another Metal Edge magazine lot. Let's see what we got here. We got Metal Edge 2002 with Ozzy on the cover. Metal Edge 2000 with Stone Temple Pilots. Metal Edge 2000 with A Perfect Circle. Metal Maniacs with Metallica. Metal Mania with Doro and Metallica, a Metallica featured magazine from Metal Maniacs, Rip magazine with Lars, Metal Shop with Metallica featured, and let's just pause right there. That's a little bit more than normal. Let's go ahead and start that lot. We'll start that lot at $25 as well, but I think I put a little bit more extra into that one. We was on a roll with all the Metallica, so that's a great magazine lot there. Vintage original magazines. These will be fun to flip through, look at the old ads, read the articles, look at the pictures. That is pretty dang cool there. That's a lot of metal magazines. $25 start on those. So Motley Crue 55, 60, 65. And then Ozzy, Kit Heaven says, make sure it's sold. I don't think there's anybody else bidding. I'm just going to read the titles left in this. We're about to go through some vintage OG stuff. I think Laura's marking some stuff. That was stuff she ordered. I think she's straight pricing some stuff now. Paul's straight priced some stuff. And, of course, John's got some vintage stuff over here we're about to go through. I'm just going to read these titles, and if you need a price, let me know. I'm going to read 5 and then update some of these auctions. White Stripes' Greatest Hits was on colored vinyl, a 2 LP with Slipknot, with a slip mat. Not a slip knot, a slip mat, $38.99. Super Chunk Wild Loneliness is $19.99. The Spirit of the Believe, that's Big Blood vinyl, colored vinyl, $19.99. It's called Entertainment Death. Andrew WK, God is Partying, that is $19.99. And Ty Siegel Harmonizer, $19.99. All right, so Ozzy is sold to Kevin Richards. That's sold to him for $70. Thank you on that one. Are we done on the GNR? Matthew Hendon. Just so you know, you were outbid by Fredo. He has this at $205, the uncensored original Guns N' Roses. The last bid on Motley Crue was $65. Solarplex, you're out. And then the metal magazines are at 30s. We have not sold Lies yet. No, we haven't. Michael Butler on Ty Siegel, which was this one right here. That's sold to Michael Butler. Thank you. Let's go ahead and add another auction up for the agenda. And this next one is going to be another Metallica. Hope you're ready. Obeying Chemical City. Oh, boy. I've never had this one before. It's an unofficial. It is live in Charleston, West Virginia, 1986, numbered to 200. A soundboard recording. Live Metallica, Obeying Chemical City, a $75 start on that. We also had Electric Wizard Dope Throne for $44, one Electric Wizard left. Poppy for $36, Empty Hands. White Stripes again, White Blood Cells, $33.99. John Cale was $39. Tony Braxton, $34. De La Soul, 2 LP Yellow Vinyl, $36. We had Hum, 3 for $64. Also, GC Getting Killed for $24. Pearl was $29. X was $29. I Saw the TV Glow. Those are all soundtracks, $38. Dry Cleaning, $33. We had Leon Thomas Mutt for $36. Slovakia Slow Dive for $33. Megan Thee Stallion Traumatized, $44. Mad Villain Doom and Mad Lib, $34. Missy Elliott, $44. Under Construction. Madison Beer Lockett, $29. Massive Attack Mezzanine, $44. Kendrick Lamar, $39. GMX, what's this one called? GNX, yeah, $39.99. And then Kesha is $34.99. Okay, now moving on. I don't think anybody else bid on Guns N' Roses, so I may have lost Matthew on that one, so let's sell this to Amenities. Just making sure, since this was such a big record, this is sold to Amenities for $205, right? Let me find that. There it is, $205. This is sold to Amenities for $205, okay? Now, make sure I didn't miss any claims in this crate. The last bid on Motley Crue, was that done? No, we're not. The record guy has Motley Crue at 70, Johnny Hancock 71. These magazines only got one bid, so let's go ahead and sell those to John LeBeatty for $30. Thank you on that, John LeBeatty. So do you? I let everybody pick these out last night individually at $9.99 each, and I said you might want to buy these right now because if not, they're going to be sold in bundles, and I doubt any of them's left behind. Okay, so there's Motley Crue, and now Metallica's at 110. I hadn't seen Glitter from the Litter Bin. I hadn't seen Natasha. If I see some of them watching again later, we'll go through this crate again, and they'll probably either buy everything in here or we'll do a bundle for everything in here. First thing is this. We're ready for another one. Shout and Theater I Like, GNR, and that's dope. Chris, GNR already sold. GNR already sold. All right, moving on. Okay, yeah, let's do this right over here. And let's do some buy it now best offer. And we got all kinds. Let me read through all these auctions again and let y'all hear all these titles. And you're going to be like, holy crap. Let's see if he got a check condition crate tonight. Usually look for that one first and see if there is one. And if there is, we'll do that one. If not, we'll just grab one of these other ones. This looks like check condition stuff here. It is. So we have a crate. We got crates tonight that are going to be buy it now or best offer. I do have other new vinyl I want to go through because I know there's a lot of new people watching, and some of our old stock is great. Some of the old stock we still have in stock is great. And probably do this and then browse through some more new vinyl quickly. And then I need to recap and go through those first crates we went through just moments ago. But yeah, like I still got stuff over here like Rob Zombie. Let's see if anybody needs a copy of this. This is like in a crate that I can go back through from later. Hellbilly Deluxe on glow-in-the-dark vinyl, a record store day essential. Rob Zombie, $36.99, okay? Let's start right here with Metallica, Obeying Chemical City. Obeying Chemical City was an unofficial from 2025. It's live in Charleston, West Virginia, 1986. That will be with Cliff Burton, of course, and this is at $120 with Steve Weaver. Now, over here, we also have Motley Crue, Theater of Pain, 1985 tour. It's a 2 LP in Rosemont, Illinois, a soundboard recording. And the last bit on the soundboard recording I had, the last bid was Johnny Hancock at $71, now $75 with the record guy, and now Metallica $140. G-Mac wants Mad Villain and De La Soul from that last crate. I'll do that as soon as I swap out crates because we just filled up our 4th crate already tonight. Let me grab a new empty crate, and we'll start with pulling a couple of those records that he just bought out of the lower crate. Fantastic. Let me get a new empty crate to get started, though. All righty, let's do this. New auctions coming up too. Sorry, I'm in a transition mode right now, trying to get new stuff over here. And that was who? Let me go back and look at those one more time. That was Mad Villain and De La Soul. We got it. Now I've got to move these box sets back over here. That's okay. All right, Mad Villain and De La Soul. And De La Soul was that new. I think that recently just came out too. Thank you. So that's going to start this new crate. These right here. All right, now we're ready for new auctions. Those are sold to G-Mac. Was Electric Wizard Dope Throne? It was, and it was a 2 LP red vinyl. So we got Motley Crue, Metallica. I was about to do Motorhead, but let's not put up another M title. We don't want to get too confusing. So let's do Grim Reaper. Here we go. A 1987 USOG gold stamp promo. There is no white label promo that exists of this record. It's a gold stamp promo with the original on her sleeve. Grim Reaper, a $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Metallica's at $150. We're not done yet. Metallica's at $150. Motley Crue's at $75. Now Motley Crue's at $85. JK wants the Electric Wizard from the last crate. Yeah, that's pretty good stuff there. That's in that realm of stoner rock. That's sold to JK, okay? Soundboard recording, yes. It's a soundboard recording. You would be correct on that one. Yes. You would be correct on that one. Dang. Hold on one second. Okay. I had to do one thing over here on my phone. It's weird. Okay, here we go. These are all buy it now, best offer. Leonard Cohen, the best. VG Plus, $24.99. Leonard Cohen, the best of Leonard Cohen. VG Plus, $24.99. Metallica, $200. Metallica, $225. Grim Reaper's at $40. And Motley Crue, The last bid was Gerald Whitworth at $90. Gerald Whitworth at $90. Okay, so that's still getting bids. Motley Crue $90. Let me make sure that was a new high bid. It was Gerald Whitworth at $90, and now there was a bid for $87. It's already $90. Metallica's at $225, and Grim Reaper's at $40. Everything in here you can go ahead and buy or make an offer. King Crimson in the Court of the Crimson King, an OG 69 Presswell press. King Crimson is in VG condition, $24.99. Hall & Oates Big Bam Boom. Hall & Oates is VG Plus, $14.99. And Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes, all their greatest hits. That's EX edition, $12.99. Now Metallica's at $250. Little Red Riding Hood, Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs. That's VG $9.99, and Having a Rave Up with the Yardbirds. The Yardbirds is VG condition $24.99. So Motley Crue's at $90 with Gerald Whitworth. That's a recent bid. Metallica $275. That just came in. And then over here, Grim Reaper, just one bid for $40 with Music Man. Actually, you're tied, Music Man, with Chad Snyder. Chad bid first at $40, and then you bid $40, so you're out. You'll have to either bid again, or if you're done at $40, just let me know. Next auction is LA Guns. Cocked and Loaded live. LA Guns is a 2021 Italian OG limited edition red vinyl. LA Guns is a $25 start. Joseph Clark on King Crimson for $20 sold. George Scher on Howard Melvin for $20. Or excuse me, George Scher on just Howard Melvin, EX $12.99. That's sold. It's up to the Record Guy on the Motley Crue then. It's at $90 right now, Mr. Record Guy. Yaz upstairs at Eric's. That's in VG condition, Shrinking Hop, $14.99. Metallica, $280. New bid on Grim Reaper for $44. LA Guns has bids for $25, $25, and now $30. Loretta Lynn, Coal Miner's Daughter. That's in Shrink on the MCA label. Loretta Lynn is VG, $9.99. LA Guns, $25, $25, $30, now $35. Grim Reaper's at $44. Chad Snyder's out. So Music Man 1965, you have that. That's a final call to you. And we also have Naz with Todd Rundgren. That's VG condition $19.99. We have Naz and Yaz. Yaz is sold to Solarplex for $10. That is sold Hustler, Play Loud. VG condition $9.99 on that. LA Guns is at $35, and Thelonious Monk, Something in Blue. Monk is in VG Plus condition $14.99. Black Line label. Monk. Also, we have Rubber Soul by the Beatles, an Apple pressing from the early 70s. VG Plus condition $36.99 for Rubber Soul. And the 1910 Fruit Gum Company, Goody Goody Gumdrops, VG Plus $9. It was Howard Melvin and the Blue Notes, yes. All right, so Motley Crue is officially sold. That's sold to Gerald Whitworth for $90. This is sold to Gerald Whitworth for $90. Let's put that away. Motley Crue is sold, and that's going away. Metallica is still getting bids. It's at $320. That's Metallica Obeying Chemical City. Grim Reaper may be done. That's a final call then for $44. And then LA Guns. Hold on a second. First is Ivan R. on Hustler. That's sold. Alan Smith on Thelonious Monk. Metallica $320. LA Guns $37. Metallica $350. And then LA Guns $39. And then Fruit Gum is at $6. That's sold to Brian Call. And Chris Knapp, I've already sold Monk. And then our next auction is going to go up right now, which is Dio Holy Diver. Dio is on the Vertigo. It's an 83 UK original, 12-inch, 45 RPM in VG condition. This is a 12-inch, 45 RPM VG condition of Holy Diver, Evil Eyes, and Don't Talk to Strangers. $10 start on that. And then Beatles is sold to John McPatriot for $28. Record Guy, I thought I lost you. Oh no, he just bid $95. Sorry, it was several minutes in between bids there. I might have grabbed that one too soon, but I thought I lost you. He had that one for a while for $90. My bad. I think between y'all's two bids, it was nearly 6 minutes. Between his $90 bid and yours, that was nearly 6 minutes. Sorry. I think your lag may be a little bit slow tonight. That was almost 6 minutes. I had to go ahead and sell it. Styx, The Grand Illusion, VG Plus $12.99. Trust me, I would have loved to taken another bid. Paul Simon, there goes a rhyming Simon, VG Plus $14.99. And Simon & Garfunkel, Parsley, Sage, Rosemary, and Thyme, VG Plus $9.99. The Metallica is up to Steve Weaver. 007 Platinum has it for $350. I think we have have a new buyer? If that's true, let me know. That is Music Man 1965. If you're a first-time buyer, just say yes. This is sold to you for $45. Say yes, first-time buyer, and then we need to get you registered because I don't recognize that handle. The last bid on LA Guns over here that came in was Hoopy at $39, and now Dio's up for bid. It's a $10 start. Let's see what else we can do over here in the high-end section of tonight's auctions. What about Merciful Fate? What about Merciful Fate? Merciful Fate is a 1982 Netherlands repress, the second printing indicated by the black border around the cover art. The first pressings had a white border instead. That's in VG condition. Merciful Fate, a $50 start on that. $50 start on that. Brian Call on sticks, and then Jason Wilsky on sticks. So this is to Brian Call, Jason Wilsky second. And then over here we have Dio at 11, Whitney Houston. That's called Whitney Houston. VG $12.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. The Doobie Brothers minute by minute. The Doobie Brothers is VG plus $9.99. Ooh, look at that hop sticker. Son of a Preacher Man. Dusty Springfield, a 69 OG. VG plus $64.99. Billy Ray was there is some writing on the label, but I don't see that hop sticker often. Dusty Springfield, VG plus $64.99. Dusty in Memphis, if I can spit it out. Metallica has a new bid for $360. 007, it's back to you. Merciful Fate has a bid for $50. Now $60. Dio 11 and 12. Then what about LA Guns? I'm showing the last bid on LA Guns was Hoopy 31 at $39. So that's going once, going twice. Now we have Dio at 15, Metallica 375, Dio at 12, Dio at 15, the Doobie Brothers. This is sold to Brian Call for $6. We also have BB King Lucille. BB King is VG plus $34.99. Village People Cruising with the YMCA hop sticker. That is VG plus $9.99. Now there's a new bid on LA Guns for $40. Dio still isn't past 15 yet. Now there's another bid on LA Guns for $40. Merciful Fate still just has that one bid for $50. And hold on, I'm stretching. Oh my gosh. And now Shane Devers has Metallica for $375. Sorry, I had to go down there for a second. Chicago's a double LP, VG plus $14.99 on that, and Steppenwolf Live, VG $12.99 on Steppenwolf. Jason Morris on BB, and that's for BB King. Village People sold to Josie Sinkbell for $6. And then Metallica's at $400. The Grassroots, their 16 greatest hits. The Grassroots is VG plus $9.99. Also, we have Elvis for Everyone, a mono Hollywood press, VG plus $29.99. Metallica 400, Metallica 420, Metallica 425. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Jason Morris, I'm going to leave it up to you on the Dio. It's at $15 right now. LA Guns is still getting bids. Are we really going to sell Merciful Fate for one bid? We might. It's a final call. Ivan R, $60. No, Jim Cooper got outbid. And he said out. So this is at $60. We're about to sell it. What is the LA Guns? It's cocked and loaded live. LA Guns is a 2021 OG sealed on red vinyl. And it is a final call at, I've already lost it now, Chad Snyder, $40. Yeah, I've got Chad Snyder at $40, okay? Metallica's at $425. GR8, Grassroots, so to Jeff Colgrove for $8. That's one of my favorite comps there. Neil Young after the Gold Rush, that's VG plus $24.99. Donald Byrd, taking care of business with Herbie Hancock. VG plus $14.99. Metallica $440. We're getting close. Now LA Guns at $42. Now Metallica $450. Metallica $450. What about Dio? Dio is sold, and Dio sold to Aaron Civic for $15. That's sold to Aaron Civic for $15. That means over here Merciful Fate is sold, and Merciful Fate is officially done, and that's sold to Ivan R for $60. Metallica at $450. And then LA Guns is at $42. Chicago is sold to Josie Sinkbell for $10, 25 or 624. Next auction is Queensryche. Somebody's like, Chad, listen, man, I don't ask for much in life, but I am asking for one thing right now. Please put up Queensryche. Operation Mindcrime Tour. This is an unofficial. This is Queensryche live in Tokyo, Japan in 1989. Live in Tokyo, Japan in 1989. It's a Gatefold 2LP. Boy, a beautiful unofficial. This looks like a real deal. I mean, they did a really good job on this. It's a 2LP splatter vinyl. Queensryche live, a $55 start. Okay, Metallica 460. Uh-oh. And then NAS details. NAS is VG $19.99. This is OG Metallica 475. Uh-oh. And NAS. This has got the Unipack SGC label. Should be pink and purple looking. I mean, pink and orange looking. That has the Unipack sleeve. It's NAS, Todd Rundgren, VG, and that is marked at $19.99. LA Guns is moving to a final call. Nick Bergeron, $42. Queens Rack, $55. Metallica, $475. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Winger. Yeah, that's right, Winger. Winger's a 1988 U.S. Club, a Columbia House Edition, EX Edition. Does have a little bit of writing right there on the jacket, but Winger is OG, a $30 start for Winger. Next is LA Guns, $45. And we're about to find out who is the most serious Metallica fan. I'm going to put their reputation on the line. I'm going to make them really think about these next couple bids. I'm going to say, who is the real Metallica fan watching? Is it 007 or is it Steve Weaver? Who's going to say, nah, I'm not really a Metallica fan because I said out. We have Elvis, Kissing Cousins, a 1964 Indianapolis, VG 1999. Steve Weaver said, screw you, Chad. Metallica, $500. We're not done yet. Now it goes back to 007. And then we have Ryder, Carole King. Carole King is in VG Plus condition, $9.99. George Jones, Margie Singleton, VG Plus, $9.99. 007 is at $525. He said, screw you, Chad. I'm at $525. I want y'all to take your anger out on me right now in the chat. Go ahead. Bid away. Take your anger out. Let it go. Just like the guy talking to Happy Gilmore. Release it. It's like a carousel, up and down and around. Sopwith Campbell, The Miraculous Hump Returns. That's a 73 white label promo. VG Plus, $36.99. $36.99. LA Guns is sold for $42. No, there was a new bid. Ben bid $45, then Nick Bergeron bid $47. Ben, you're back out. Nick has that for $47. Queens Rock is at $75. Winger doesn't have a bid yet. $30 start on that. $30 start on that. Next is 10-Wheel Drive of Gina Raven. This is EX $17.99 on that. And Portrait of Sinatra. This is a portrait of Frank Sinatra. That's also the title of the album. VG Plus $19.99. The Band, Northern Lights and Southern Cross. VG $14.99. Metallica out. 007 Platinum. $525. Final call. We're about to sell it. All done? All finished? We still got a white label promo Master of Puppets to sell. We still have a white label promo Master of Puppets to sell. We still have a white label promo. We have Moody Blues, Long Distance Voyager. This is VG Plus $9.99. Dan Moran's at $30 on Winger. Thank you for the reminder. A lot going on right now. $30 on that. Queens Rock is at $75. And then over here, we have Procol Harum, Something Magic, VG Plus $14.99. Flag, I did have LA Guns 45 back, but no matter at 47 now. Over here, we also have Country Joe and the Fish, VG $9.99 on that. And Fats Domino Swings. Fats Domino. Here I am, and I'm in love again. Blueberry Heels on this one. VG condition, $14.99. Okay. So, Metallica, $525. I'm warming up the air horn. I literally have to unbox it, okay? Now, we have LA Guns. That means that Nick Bergeron's back in at 47, which means that Ben Araya, you've been outbid. Queens Rock, are we done? Queens Rock, Queens Rock, Queens Rock, Queens Rock, Queens Rock, Queens Rock. Chad Saul, $75. All done, $75. All done, $75. And Winger has one bid with Dan Moran at $30. Wow, look at all this. Queens Rock, Winger, LA Guns. Did somebody call 1988? What is going on all of a sudden? Flashback, Back to the Future. 1988, live and hard and heavy. 1988, 1989, hard and heavy on the board right now. Goodness. Brent Robley on Fats Domino. Queens Rock is at 85. Hendry got to see Jerry Seinfeld tonight? You're kidding. Dang. He's coming to Franklin Amphitheater pretty soon. I've got to go do that. All right, I'm going to read these titles, and if you want to price, let me know. If not, we got to get right into more stuff, okay? We got to chop, okay? We got people waiting. We got places to be. We got people to see. We got things to do. We got Oreos to dunk. And we have a new air horn coming out. Metallica is closed. Metallica, no more bids. Thank you, Mike Massey, for the air horns. Mike Massey supplies us with these air horns. Otherwise, I would forget to order them, and then I'd have to do something like yell like a chimpanzee. Let's get this. The first toot will be a little weak. The first toot will be a little weak, okay? And then it'll correct itself, and then we'll go from there. All right, this just showed a 007 Platinum. All right, here we go. Here we go. Everybody hide your ears. Gosh, I'm stretching. Oh, I don't know if I'm ready for this. Oh my gosh, here we go. 3, 2, 1, 0.5, 0.3, 0.25. Oh, air horn there. All right. I lost Tom Araya on LA Guns, so I got to go ahead and sell this to Nick Bargeron. Make sure if you're done bidding, you do say out. That's sold to Nick for $47. Did I pull the band for Kevin LeBeatty? The band for Kevin LeBeatty. Kevin LeBeatty, there's your band. Okay. Queensryche, empty mat out. This is sold to Chad Sauls for $95. We're ready for a whole new slate of auctions. And all of a sudden, Winger has a few new life in it. Dan Moran, 35. So somebody must have bumped him. James Lavender, let me know if you want to bid on this, okay? And let's go ahead and put up another auction. Boy, do we got some stuff. Winger, what about Kicks, Cool Kids? Kicks Cool Kids is an 83 specialty OG. $35 start for Kicks, Atlantic inner sleeve. $35 start for Kicks. That is OG. Okay, if you need a price, let me know. We had the best of Leonard Cohen, Hall & Oates, Big Bam Boom, the Yardbirds, Sam the Sham, the Pharaohs, Loretta Lynn. Let's put up another auction. That next auction is Dio, Rainbow in the Dark. Dun, 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 dun. I can't make that sound, but y'all know what it sounds like. Rainbow in the Dark, Stand Up and Shout, and Straight to the Heart, live in Donington. So the two bonus tracks are live cuts. It's an original UK 12-inch VG++, a $25 start. Topographic offered 6 on Loretta Lynn, sold. Winger has a new bid for $636. Dan Moran, you've been outbid. Kicks is at $30. And then we have another auction to do. Are y'all ready? Dump. Dun, dun, dun. That was Master Puppets. This is the album Master Puppets. I didn't even know we was going to have this tonight, until last night when I was filming the video, technically this morning, and I flipped it over, and I went, holy crap! That's exactly what happened. I mean, I was here by myself, and I was looking at it, and I flipped it over, and I went, holy crap! That's exactly what happened. If you want to go back and review the camera footage, I'll pull it up for you. I mean, I was holding it, and then I was like, wow, that's pretty nice, and I flipped it. Holy crap! This is a white label promo. This is a 1986 OG, a white label promo copy for Master of Puppets, okay? I get surprised every time I flip it over, and it's a white label promo. Now, this is a bizarre pressing, okay? It's got this wavy look to it, okay? It's got this like wavy look to it, which typically I call like it's almost like it was heat damage, but sometimes it's the way they were pressed. I've seen these before. Okay, it almost looks like it's got some kind of shine to it, but it's just a weird way it looks. I did put it on last night, and it played fine. But because of that, I want to grade it VG+. It's a Master of Puppets white label promo. Now, the reason it has a notch is sometimes promo copies were punch holed and notched. This is the first one I've seen with a notch on the cover, but it's in VG+ condition, and we're going to start it for the cheapest I've ever started one of these tonight. It plays fine. Master of Puppets is a $325 start. Master of Puppets, a $325 start. That is now up for bid. It's a specialty press, a white label promo. VG+, okay? Seth, when he looked at it, said it looked wavy. That's how it looks. The vinyl has like a weird look to it. $325 start. Now, up here, that's a white label promo. Those doesn't come through too often. That's what, the third or fourth we've ever had? I think it's the third or fourth we've ever had. We've sold one for $800 before. We've sold for one for over $1,100. All right, Loretta Lynn 6. Dio's up at 30. And then how much is on Sam the Shams? Woolly Bully's not on this one. No, it is VG condition $9.99. Metallica $325. Dio's at 35. Kicks didn't get a bid. Before I go any further, Kicks didn't get a bid, and Kicks is a buy it now for $35. Buy it now for $35 on Kicks. Cool Kids. That's a $35 buy it now on that. And then Winger, Dan Moran and one other person was bidding on this. Winger. James Lavender, 36. Let me make sure Dan Moran didn't bid again. That's at $36. Dan Moran, you're out on that one. Kicks condition, Kicks 35, Kicks 35. Kicks condition, near mint minus. It does have a saw mark, so a VG Plus jacket just because of that, but the vinyl is near mint. Okay, Winger is waiting for one person. Dio still getting bids, and Master of Puppets is at $333. Chad Snyder offered $699 for this. Awesome. Now, if anybody else wants a price, let me know. Paul Simon, there goes a Ryman Simon. Simon and Garfunkel, Parsons, Sage, Rosemary Time. Whitney Houston, Dusty Springfield in Memphis. Steppenwolf Live. Elvis Presley for everyone. Neil Young after the Gold Rush. Donald Byrd, Herbie Hancock, Nas. Elvis, Kissing Cousins. Ryder, Carole King. George Jones and Margie Singleton. Sopwith Campbell. Gina Raven. Frank Sinatra, the Moody Blues, Procol Harum, and Country Joe and the Fish, okay? There's that, and if anybody wants a price. So let me know if you want the Kick, Steve. If you do, it's yours. If not, then I'm going to sell it to Case and Palamambu. Casey can have it. Case and Palamambu, this is sold to you for $35, okay? Wolf is $6. Let me see what I had on Steppenwolf. Brian Steppenwolf, I'll sell it to you for $10. I asked for Kicks 35 for buy it now. Scroll back. You were third in line. Steve McGee asked the condition, then Kaysen claimed it, and then you claimed it. You were third in line. You were third in line. Make sure if you really want an auction, you go ahead and bid on it. Tonight, especially right now at 9:30 with over 300 people watching, I would not try to buy it for the buy it now. You're going to probably lose it. If you want something, I would 100%, my best financial advice would be bid often and bid as high as humanly possible. Next auction is Kingdom Come. Kingdom Come is a 1988 U.S. Hot Pog OG. No condition notes, a $25 start. Okay, now that's up for bid. Is Train Kept a Rolling on the Yardbirds. This has Train Kept a Rolling on it, yes. VG condition, $24.99. This is Donald Byrd with Herbie Hancock. It's Donald Byrd, Take Care of Business with Herbie Hancock. VG Plus condition, $14.99, okay? So Winger over here, the last bid on this, I lost Dan Moran, so we got to go ahead and sell Winger then. I lost Dan Moran. This is sold to James Lavender for $36. That's done. All right, so let's put that away. Dio's at $36 with Case and Palamambu. That's at $36. Metallica's a white label promo. It does have some weird looking, the vinyl does have a weird look to it, almost like wavy, kind of like heat damage look to it. I test played it. It plays fine, at least on my setup up here at the store. Should play fine on yours. It's a white label promo, and it is pretty dang rare. The high bid right now is $333. $333. G-Mac takes this. Chad Snyder gets the Yardbirds for $20, and Kingdom Come has one bid for $20. Let's get some other auctions. Metallica's at $333. Anybody else? Those are available. I'm swapping crates out. Swapping crates. Swapping. Let's do it. This crate I'm going to go through quickly, and let me do that right now. Yeah, because some of this stuff I think I just reordered and I already have copies in stock, but it's one of our best sellers. Okay, what is the Hall & Oates? I was about to say I better keep that crate close because there's some people who rewind the feed and then wait a minute, Chad, what was the Hall & Oates? The Hall & Oates was there a Hall & Oates in here? Hall & Oates Big Bam Boom was a VG Plus copy, $14.99. VG Plus copy, $14.99. Dio's now at $41. Matthew, you're about to get Metallica for $333, and Kingdom Come just has one bid with Ben Amaya. Ben Amaya has that for $25. He's about to get it. Right now, he's the only bidder. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is another copy of Poison. We already had one tonight. Here's another one. Poison, look what the cat dragged in. It is a 86 US Club. There is some damage along the bottom of the jacket on the front. Looks like at one point maybe something got stuck to it, but it's not too bad. It's a VG Plus copy, a $25 start on Poison. Now we have Alice in Chains Jar of Flies. That's now $24.99. $24.99 for Jar of Flies, Alice in Chains. Thelonious Monk, the London Collection Volume 1. Thelonious Monk is $33.99. Will Smithson gets Hall & Oates for $10. That's sold to Will Smithson. Clutch, Slow Hold of China. Clutch is on orange vinyl, $29.99. Dio's up to Todd Kilgore. Right now it's at $41. Matthew Hendon, you do get the Metallica for $333. I'd say if this was perfectly beautiful, this would have been closer to like a, I don't know, $800 to $1,000 record. I think you got a good pickup for what that is. $333. Poison has a bid for $25. Kingdom Comes at $30. Jeff Colgrew first on Alice in Chains. We have Monk. If anybody else wants an Alice in Chains, let me know. And there's Clutch for $29.99. Also, I have Prince, and this is Hit and Run Phase 1. Prince is $29.99, and I have Prince Hit and Run Phase 2. That's $34.99. Anthrax for All Kings. Anthrax is $33.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Boy, do I still got some cool stuff to run. How about Black Sabbath, The End, Birmingham, 2017. This is when they really thought they were going to have their last concert. Little did they know they would still be playing, what, 7, 8 years later, they would still be playing again. Black Sabbath, The End, and this didn't even have Bill Ward, and this one doesn't have Bill Ward. It's Butler, it's Geezer, Tony, and Ozzy. It's a 3 LP blue vinyl. It's limited edition. It's sealed, and it's a $65 start. Black Sabbath, The End. Okay, Poison's at $27. Poison's at $27 right now. Okay, we have let's see here. Did GNR sell Live Like Suicide did? Yeah, it didn't get a bid originally, and it finally got a buy now later on. We still got Elias to sell though, and Poison has new bids, and I'm going to update the other stuff right after I show you Slayer, Diabolus and Musica. Slayer is $34.99, and Pantera. This is on White and Southern Flames Yellow Marble vinyl. Pantera is $29.99. $29.99, okay? So Dio over here, what was the last bid that came in on this? Todd Kilgore out. This is sold to Case and Palomambo for $41. Then Kingdom Come, let's see who was bidding on this. This was their self-titled album, an 88 US Hot Hog, no condition notes, a little bit of wear down here on the corner, just FYI. And John McPatriot went out, and Ben Amaya got that for $30. And Ben, if you are a new buyer and you hadn't registered already, please go ahead and do that. Let's look over Poison again. Poison is a 1986 US Club, VG++ vinyl, a little bit of damage down here along the bottom. Poison's at $32 right now. $32 on Poison. Black Sabbath's also up for auction. Black Sabbath is a limited edition triple LP blue vinyl, and there's no bid yet. We're looking for a 65. That's an official release, by the way. Black Sabbath is an official release. Black Sabbath is an official release. Moving on, our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Metallica. Uh-oh, yes. Oh, man, here we go. An 84 OG pressing, a real silver label Megaforce. A2 on side A and A1, an early pressing. A2 on side A and A1 on side B in the dead wax. It is VG minus. Laura play tested it. The feeler on side B did cause some popping and crackling, but did not skip. So yeah, this does have, hope y'all can see that. There is, I mean, it's a VG minus record. There's some pretty nasty marks on it. Does not skip. Will have some noise, but let me tell you, you're going to be blasting this so loud, your ears are going to be bleeding, and you're going to be still trying to turn it up louder because you like when your ears bleed listening to Metallica. The cover is also VG minus, maybe even G plus. It's got damage up here. It's got tape. So this is definitely a lower grade copy, but it's real. It exists. It's a real Ride the Lightning, a $95 start on that. $95. Poison 32, Poison 35, Black Sabbath 65, Poison out. Sonny Boy Williamson and the Yardbirds, that's $33.99. Ace Frehley, $34.99 for Ace. And Pink Floyd Metal. Pink Floyd is $33.99. Metal is $33.99. Also, Garth Brooks, No Fences. I still got Garth available for $19.99. And Dream Theater, Metropolis, Part 2, Scenes from a Memory. Metropolis, Dream Theater, 2 LP, clear vinyl, $44.99. Elvis Presley, Back in Memphis, a limited edition. This is green vinyl to 1500 numbered, $39.99. We might be done on Poison. The last bid was Sarah Wyberdink at 35. Paula's out. Black Sabbath gets some activity, 65 now 68. Metallica's a $95 start. Our next auction is Alice in Chains Live Facelift. Alice in Chains is an unofficial, should be on colored vinyl, live facelift, a $95 start. That's now up for bid. Metallica's at $95. The Monkees, the A's and B's collection from Rhino, very cool there, $38.99. Pantera, official live, 101 proof. Rhino, 2 LP Pantera, $49.99. And then we have one set left of the Tedeschi Trucks Band records, I Am the Moon. We have volume 4, 3, 2, and 1. Crescent, Ascension, The Fall, and Farewell. Tedeschi Trucks Band, $29.99. Okay? Black Sabbath, the most recent bid was $70. Metallica's now at $100. And Alice in Chains is a $95 start. That means Sarah Wyberdink, you get Poison for $35. That is done. I have not, we have a box of lights back here behind me, but I have not tagged them. It will have to be later tonight, like after 11, possibly midnight. There is a delivery of some sort of lights over here. They have not been unboxed, nor have I went through them. I'll have to tag. If I brought those out right now, we'd have to completely stop the show, and half the people would leave because I'd be trying to figure out what's going on. Then we'd have to plug them in. Then there'd be total chaos, and then I'd have some people ready to shoot me. So let's not do that quite yet. But there is some kind of delivery tonight that I will be tagging. We have Zakk Wylde, Book of Shadows. Zakk Wylde is a 2022 U.S. limited edition Coke bottle clear of white splatter, sealed for $45. Black Sabbath is an official release. The End, live in Birmingham. Yes, 3 LP blue vinyl. The End, live in Birmingham. $67 of that. Now $68. The Metallica's at $111. Final Call and Alice in Chains for $95. And there's Zakk Wylde. Chad's going to take a drink right quick, and then I'm about ready for a more Monster and a bottle of water. And then we're about to do another vintage crate buy it now best offer. The Monkees is sold to Paula. Thank you on that one. Anybody else? I was about to say, we going to read through these quickly one more time. Monk 33. I still got Clutch for 29. Prince Phase 1 and Phase 2 of Hit and Run. That's 29, and the other volume is 36. Anthrax is 33. Slayer is 34. Pantera's 29. Sonny Boy Williamson 33. Ace is 34. Pink Floyd 33, Garth Brooks 19, Dream Theater 44, Elvis is at 39, and Pantera's 49, and Tedeschi Trucks Band is 29. Anybody else? If not, let's go through a vintage crate of buy it now or best offer, okay? So Metallica's at 115, Black Sabbath is at 69. That's still getting bids. And then don't forget about Zakk Wylde I just put down. Zakk Wylde is on Coke bottle clear with white splatter, and that's just a $45 start. No bid yet on that one, just FYI. No bid yet on that one, just FYI. And for those that don't know, that means for your information. For your information, just FYI. Okay. 007 says he's already at 70 on Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath bids are out of order. 007 bid $70 4 minutes ago, and since then the bids have went down. So we're already at 70 on Black Sabbath. He's right. So y'all are way out of order on that one. And then Metallica still getting bids, and we have Dream Theater sold to Paula. All right, let's tag that Paula on Dream Theater. Metropolis. You got it. All right, so we need more than 70 on Black Sabbath to continue that one. Let's grab a crate of best offer. Let me pick out which one I think looks best. Let me take a peek in here. Okay, that looks pretty interesting. I want to take a peek at these. This one looks interesting. Might do this one next. And then there's this one. Let's do this one. I don't know. They're all pretty cool looking. Let's do this one. All right. And then Paul's marked some stuff, and I think y'all typically know what he's been marking recently, the jazz stuff. Let's go through this crate and see what's in here. All righty. I'm going to go get a bottle of water. I'm going to need it here in a second. And I'm going to step up front and refill my monster. My monster. I was afraid. One more day. One sweet dream. Pick up the bag, get in the limousine. Soon we'll be away from here. Step on the gas. Okay. So, what happened? Black Sabbath is now at 80. Black Sabbath is now at 80. Zach Sabbath is at 46. Metallica is at 121 with Matthew. And then over here, Alice in Chains is a final call. There's no bid. It's a Euro unofficial live facelift. I was about to make it a buy it now, but since there's a question, we'll give it one more chance. It's at $95, okay? Here we go. So, everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Commodore's Natural High. Commodore's is $14.99. The Ventures, this is called New Testament. The Ventures is sealed, $14.99. The very best of the Fleetwoods, that is sealed for $12.99. The soundtrack to Living Free, that is sealed for $24.99. Living Free, $24.99 on that one. And we have Jay and the Americans, Greatest Hits Volume 2, $9.99. Kenny Rogers, Love Will Turn You Around, $9.99. And When You're Hot, You're Hot, Jerry Reed and Shrink Wrap, original orange label, $14.99. All right, let's go back through all these auctions and let everybody know what that's up. First thing is Black Sabbath, The End. This is an official press, triple LP blue vinyl. It's awesome. It's sealed and it's at $81 with UJ Miller. 007, I think that goes back to you. We got a real OG Metallica Ride the Lightning. It's an 84 Hop Hog. It is A2 in the dead wax, A1. It's pretty low grade though. The cover's like G+, and the vinyl's VG-, but it does not skip. And it just got a new bid for $130. Just got a new bid for $130. Okay, Alice in Chains did not get a bid. That's a buy it now for $95. Alice in Chains is a $95 buy it now. It's a no bid. And then Zach Wild is a 2022 Coke bottle clear with white splatter. And the last bid on Zach Wild that came in was UJ Miller as well at $47. Okay, next is Joseph Ellis on the Commodores for $8. That's sold. And then Mortgage Guy Rob gets the Ventures for $10. That's sold. Metallica, $130. Kristen Barnett was second on the Ventures. Rob beat you, Kristen. Unbelievable. Black Sabbath, 85. Jerry Reed is sold to Mark Olson for 10. And then John McPatriot, you were second. Black Sabbath, 90. Metallica, 138. The Commodores, hot on the tracks, $14.99. That means we're ready for a fourth auction. And we have, I just showed that one. And then we have Sniffing the Tears, $12.99. Bob Riger's at $50. Oh, okay. I misread your comment. Bob Riger has the Zach Sabbath at $50. Zach Sabbath at $50, okay? Next auction then. Let's go ahead and add another one. I still got some crazy cool stuff over here to sell, like this right here, Judas Priest. I think this is pretty desirable. It's called Five Souls. It's a record store day 10-inch. And this is a 2024 record store day, red vinyl 10-inch sealed. A $95 start on Judas Priest. That's now up for bid. Zach Sabbath has another $50 bid. Bob Riger was in first at $50. Bob Riger's at $50 on Zach Sabbath. That's what he was been trying to relay to me, and he's like, hey, buddy, Earth to Chad, can you hear me out there? Black Sabbath is at 100. Zach Wild's at 50, now 51. And the last bit on Metallica that came in is 138. Natasha, what did you miss? You missed a Laura crate. Maybe a little bit later we'll go through it again, but you missed a Laura crate. Danzig gets Alice in Chains for $80. Thank you, that's so to you. Joseph Ellis gets another Commodore for $8. Thank you, that's so to you. And then Different Strokes. This is a pretty cool compilation here. Sealed, unopened, $16.99. Red Bones on here. Miles Davis, Big Brother of the Home Company, The Flock. That is $16.99. We have Battle of Nervetta. That is Bernard Harmon. That's a soundtrack sealed for $19.99. And Bonnie Bramlett, Ladies' Choice. Bonnie Bramlett is $14.99. Rachel, R-A-T-C-H-E-L-L 2, that's $19.99. And Rye Cooter, Bop Till You Drop. Rye Cooter is $19.99. The Commodore's Greatest Hits, She's a Brick House. $14.99 for the Commodore's Greatest Hits. Metallica, $140. What about Black Sabbath? $91. 007's already at $100. UJ Miller, you're out. And you're also out on the Zach Wild. And Judas Priest is a $95 start. Mel Tillis, Me and Pepper. Me and Pepper. Mel Tillis, $9.99. Willer Dunham on the Commodore. She's a Brick House. Wheeler got that one. The Statlers, Atlanta Blue. She's Mighty Mighty, $9.99. Duke Jupiter 1. This is $19.99 for Duke Jupiter 1. And Tanya Tucker. Delta Dawn, $14.99 for Tanya. Judas Priest does have a bid with Dwayne. That's going once, going twice. Metallica, $140. Zach is at $51. It's already at $52 with Bob Riger. And now Black Sabbath is at $105. All four of those auctions are still getting bids. Still getting bids. We have Metallica $144, Black Sabbath $95, Black Sabbath $110. Wow. Judas Priest, the only one sitting there with one bid with Dwayne, which just came in at $95. And I'm going to sell that one pretty quick if no one else bids. We have Gasoline, Chip Taylor. Chip Taylor is $24.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. Buy it now, best offer. Stephanie Hill on Tanya Tucker for $10. So does Stephanie Hill. Magic Slim, Live at the Blues. $39.99 for Magic Slim. And another Commodore's Midnight Magic. There it is. Folks, we're talking about Lionel Richie. We're talking about Lionel Richie there. We're talking about Lionel Richie. This is $14.99. This is Buffalo Springfield, $29.99 for Buffalo. So Black Sabbath is at $110. Metallica's at $150. Bob's out on Zach. Zach Wild's at $55 of UJ Miller. It's up to Jersey Devil. Dwayne Sevilla, you get Judas Priest for $95. Thank you on that one. Okay, next auction then is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be Guns N' Roses Lies. Uh-oh. It is uncensored. Ladies, welcome to the Dark Ages, and wife beating been around for 10,000 years. This came out and some people's like, yeah, we don't really approve of you putting stuff like that on a cover. And this is uncensored. It's a Canadian edition, uncensored Canadian edition. Club, VG condition, just a $50 start. $50 start. This is an 88 Canadian VG. Now, the inner sleeves are all uncensored except I think the UK's. If you want to see her nude, you got to buy a UK copy. Okay? Sorry. That's the only way. But this, with the kind of questionable stuff here on the cover, that is a $50 start, and that's uncensored. It's a Canadian OG. Okay, that's up for bid. Commodore's 8, so the other Commodores, wow, big night for the Commodores. Hello, is it me you're looking for? That is sold to Joseph Ellis for $8. And then we have Starlight Express, Andrew Lloyd Webber, interesting. It's got a book with it, an 84 UK, $19.99 for that. Sammy Hall Singers, What's It All About? That's $12.99. And Rare Earth, Midnight Lady. Rare Earth is $14.99. GNR 50, 50, and 55. So Zach Sabbath done. That means this one is officially sold to UJ Miller for $55. Okay, so Black Sabbath, the last bid I'm seeing is 007 Platinum at $110. Chad Sauls is up to you on that one. $110 right now of 007. Metallica $153, and Guns N' Roses is at $60. Guns N' Roses is at $60 on that one, okay? Uncensored. Moving on, we have America. And this is $9.99. This is called Hideaway. $9.99 for America. Fleetwood Mac. That's that reboot album, as I call it. The new lineup, $34.99 with Buckingham and Nicks. And they changed directions. They changed style of music. And they changed their net worth. They got really rich very quickly. $34.99. Monday mornings, you sure look fine. A classic album. Ooh, another classic album. Classic artwork on this one, too. The Vargas cover. Cars is OG with the original inner sleeve. $36.99. It's all I can do. That's a good one. $26.99 on that. GNR 62, Black Sabbath still getting bids, and so is Metallica. How about over here in the bonus crate? I still got Motorhead, Metallica, Dio, Black Sabbath, Quiet White, Yngwie, Metallica. We got Black Sabbath, Steve Earle, Black Sabbath, Dokken, Dio, and Metallica. That's just in the bonus crate, plus the advertised stuff. And we get through this other stuff, and guess what? I'll put up the other ones. But right now, we got Breaking the Chains by Dokken, a white label promotional copy. This is a promo copy, an 83 USOG specialty press, near mint minus a $55 start. $55 start on that. Dokken Breaking the Chains with hop sticker. 55 on that. GNR is at 65, Black Sabbath's at 125, Metallica's at 164, GNR is at 71. Next is Songs for Beginners, Graham Nash, $12.99 for Graham Nash, Songs for Beginners. And then we have Lee Oscar, My Road, Our Road. Lee Oscar is $19.99. And this is Red 7. Yeah, Red 7 is $9.99. Almost said in shrink. It's not in shrink. Okay, what about Black Sabbath? 007, 124. Chad Sauls, you got outbid. Next is Metallica. I got Matthew Hendon at 164. John Kaiser, you're out on Metallica. GNR Lies. The last bid that came on that just came through at 72. Willard offered $6.99 for Rare Earth. I'll do that one for $9. It's marked $14.99. I'll do that one for $9. Stephanie, the Cars, I must have not set a price. $26.99 for the Cars. Stephanie asked, and then Ryan, $26 on that one. Dokken 55, Metallica 170, and Shane offered $20 for the car. So it will be up to Stephanie and Ryan. Right now it's marked $26. We do have an offer. I haven't said yes or no, though. We have the Reds, and the Reds is on green vinyl. A little bit misleading. The Reds is on green vinyl. That is $12.99. And we have 10-wheel drive of Gina Raven, $19.99. It's all I can do. Matthew Hendon is out on GNR, so Nealon Black has that for $72. And that's going once or twice. He's still bidding on Metallica, though. John Kaiser, you just got outbid. And now Black Sabbath. And Black Sabbath, just want to make sure everybody knows, Chad Sauls went out. 007 Platinum has it for $125. He has it for $125. I'm doing some leg exercises over here. Oh, boy. Next is the Flamingos. This is a 6-track, 10-inch red vinyl EP for $9.99. So let's go ahead and sell Shane the Cars for $20. And then we have B.B. King, the Unexpected Instrumental. B.B. King, Just Guitar is what it's called. $84, $24.99. Red 7 is sold for $7 to Thomas Schwartz. Let's go ahead and find that. That's right here. And then Willard, let me know if you want Rare Earth for $9. If you don't, I'm going to sell it to Bernie Johnson. Okay, and then the Reds for $8. So we sold Red 7 for $7, and now the Reds for $8, and Dawkins at 60. He's out on Metallica. We may be moving to some final calls here. Okay, we may be moving to some final calls as I do some leg swings to make sure my hip stays in place. I don't want to have a hip replacement next week, okay? Oh, boy. Okay, that felt pretty good. We have Rare Earth. That's sold to Bernie Johnson for $9. Thank you on that one. And then Black Sabbath. This is sold to 007 Platinum for $125. Let's make sure we're all done on Metallica. It is OG, but it's pretty worn. It does not skip. It's got a low-grade cover and a pretty low-grade disc, but this is real OG Megaforce, 190 final call. And then I got to make sure we're done on GNR. This is always desirable. The uncensored cover, I'm showing Nealon Black at 72. It's a VG copy. It is uncensored. It's a Canadian OG, and then Dawkins, a white label promo. John Kaiser, you've been outbid. Everything in this crate is a buy it now or best offer, so don't hesitate. Let's go ahead and get another auction going with Motorhead. This is called Shine. It's an 83 UK OG. Motorhead Shine is a $30 start. It's a 3-track EP. Very cool artwork on that one. Motorhead, a $30 start, okay? Next is Grant Green, the final come down. Grant Green is 1972, $49.99. Wow, that's a soundtrack. That's interesting. Look at that. The final come down. Grant Green, a soundtrack on Blue Note. That looks pretty interesting. $49.99 on that one. Docking, let's look at the details on that one more time. An 83 USOG near mint minus and a nice jacket. Yeah, that's a very nice, nearly a top copy on that one. Also, Traffic Last Exit. I was about to say, there's no way the cover's this nice. These are always worn out. This is a 2013 180 gram remaster. Friday Music Press. Let's see if it's on colored vinyl. It is on black vinyl. I don't know if they did it on colored, but usually Friday Music does. $34.99 on Traffic, and Roger Daltrey, Under the Raging Moon, $14.99. All right. Metallica and GNR is sold. Let's go ahead and sell Metallica, and that is sold to Matthew Hendon for $190. Big night, Thursday night metal night. Awesome stuff so far, and we got plenty more where that came from, right? This was sold to Nealon Black for $72. Thank you on that. GNR is sold. All right, let's put that away. Thank you, Nealon. That was sold to you. And then we have Docking at $75 with Chad Sauls. $75 on that. And Motorhead. Motorhead is a $30 start, okay? Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is a Metallica unofficial. Metallica is live at the KROQ Weenie Roast. You heard that correctly. The KROQ Weenie Roast, Irvine, California, 2008. It's an unofficial full concert, 2 LP clear vinyl, Metallica, $45 start. There is Papa James Hetfield, $45 start. That is now up for bid. Search and Seek and Destroy. Albert King, Live Wire, Blues Power. Nice. It is an 87 pressing, but looks beautiful condition. $34.99 on that one. $34.99. Taboo. Oh, Taboo here is a 1959 mono. $19.99 for that. And Steve Warner's Greatest Hits, $14.99. I'm going to see. I got some kind of media over here from a guy that we've sold a lot of his records of tonight. Let me scan it on the old eBay and get you a good comp. And I've got two, and we'll see who wants them and who gets them. Let's scan this right here. And this is, looks like at first glance, they need to be $29.99. Yep. Seal, $29.99. Dio, Dreams Never Die Deluxe Edition. This is a, looks like Blu-ray and DVD box set. Dio is $29.99, and I have two of them. That came from this newest collection where most of the stuff came from. I've got two Dio Dreams Never Die sealed DVD box sets, $29.99. Last sold on eBay, $34 free shipping, $30 plus shipping, $38 plus shipping. So those are not bad at all at $29.99. Dio sealed box sets, DVD box sets. Docking 65.75. Motorhead does have a bid for $30. Metallica does have a bid for $55. Metallica $50, and Steve Warner sold to Alan Hagen for $9. There was a question before that on something. Docking, no, or was there an offer on something? Roger Daltrey. Thomas Schwartz, $14.99 on Roger Daltrey. Kathy wants a Dio. Make sure these go in for $29.99. I'm about to put up some more of these Metal Edge magazine lots. Docking still getting bids. Motorhead just had that one bid. And Solarplex gets a Dio. So Solarplex, those are sold and sold for $29.29, okay? Those are done. And then let's go ahead and sell the Motorheads. The Motorhead just had one bid. That sold to Debbie Laster for $30. So Metallica still getting bids. It's at $70. And I think Docking, no one has said out yet. Chad Saul, 75. I think it's up to John Kaiser. It is. Dawkins at 75. Mr. Kaiser, it's up to you. I'm actually wearing my Metallica fan club shirt tonight. I'm in the Metallica T-shirt of the month club or whatever they call it. Okay, there's that and there's that. Let me put the Dio box sets away. Got stuff like that laying around everywhere here, just waiting for the right time to show it, along with the rest of these magazine lots. Still got two more crates of pre-owned stuff. I think Laura's in the back working on some stuff too. But how about this? Let me go ahead and grab some more of these metal magazines, if I may. And let's put some of these up if I can find some more. Should have plenty right here. So let's do some more. Let me cut this stack in half. Yeah, here we go. All right. We got Pure Speed magazine. We got Hit Parader magazine, 20 Years of Metal with Ozzy, Motley Crue, Metallica, Metal Edge there. That's with Kid Rock, Metallica, Seven Dust lead singer. Pantera's on this one, Metal Edge 2000, Metal Edge with Rammstein, and Metal Edge with Korn, Van Halen, Metallica, Ozfest. And let's do one more. This one has Metallica front and center. All those Metal Edge magazines right there are $25 start. $25 start. Those are now up for bid, okay? $25 start. Am I high on Dawkins for a while? Now it's at 78, now it's at 80. Metallica's at 70. Who was the first bidder on Metallica? Solarplex, you're out on Metallica, just FYI. Finishing up this crate, we got Original Folk Blues, The Legend of Elmore James. That's in shrink, $19.99. Duke Jupiter, Band in Blue. Duke Jupiter is $14.99. Gold stamp promo. Groove Holmes, American Pie, 1972 press, $14.99. Groove Holmes. Alive Alone, Mickey Thomas, a gold stamp promo, $9.99. Metal Edge magazine lot, a $25 start. Metallica's up to Solarplex, unless he's already said out. Steve Weaver has it right now at $70. Now it's at $71. Michael Butler on Elmore James. The magazines are with John LaBeatty at $30. Thank you on that, John. And we have a final call. Mitch Greenhill, Picking the City Blues. That's a 64 press, $39.99 on Mitch Greenhill. Visions of a New World, Lonnie Liston Smith and the Cosmic Echoes, a 75 Indianapolis, $49.99 on that. Rosemary Butler, Rose, that's a gold stamp promo, $9.99. And Gary Burton Quartet, Picture This, $19.99. Do I ship to the Philippines? Yes. All international shipping is done at cost. So if it costs, if we pack up your order and it costs $43, we charge you $43 plus handling, and then when you pay that, we'll ship it. Next is Dio, Rock and Roll Children. This even has an original Dio ticket stub. Looks like somebody's seen Dio back in the day. I can't really see the year, but it's definitely a vintage ticket stub. They don't make those anymore at all, you know. Dio, Rock and Roll Children. This is a 3-track EP with We Rock and The Last in Line, and Dio is going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start. Mitch is sold for $34 to Michael Butler, and Steve Earle will go on deck, yes. Groove sold for $8. Let me take a look at that one. Okay, I'll go ahead and sell that. Joseph, I'm going to go ahead and say yes because of this little bit of a crackle on the top. I'm almost counted at 10, but if you're good with that little crackle, I'll sell it to you for 8. And then White Boy Rap, Chantilly Lace, Live Stand-Up, White Boy Rap, and Wet Dream. Don't know a lot about this. White Boy Rap, $9.99. Lisa Bade, Suspicion, $9.99 for Lisa Bade. And then some kind of blue note here, 1973 press, $39.99 for that. Oh, here we go. Rough and Tumble, Stanley Turrentine. And the Versatile Eddie Harris, $24.99. Okay, so let's go ahead and sell John LaBeatty the magazine lot for $30. Thank you, John LaBeatty. Those are so do you. I'll do another one in just a second so we can go ahead and finish this collection up. Well, that means we've ended up selling over the last 2 nights 3 entire banker's boxes full of magazines. It's amazing how much stuff we go through here in such a short amount of time. 3 banker's boxes full of magazines, and just like just a split second, it seems like. Dawkins now at 100. That's a white label promo. Let me see if this Metallica got another bid. It did. 71, now 75. UJ Miller is out. That is sold for $75 to Steve Weaver. Steve, that's sold to you for $75. Now Dio's at 34. And we got Dawkins and Dio, so please make sure you spell that out, but there's a pretty big price difference right now. Dawkins at 100 and Dio 34. Soundgarden is 44, and that Soundgarden is 34. The double LP down on the upside is 44. Okay, let's put up another auction. Let's see what I still got left in this high-end tab, and then what's left in the high-end bonus stuff. Nice. Merciful Fate, Melissa. And this is an 83 US OG, no barcode, A1 and dead wax. Wow. Not only an early press, but the first press. An 83 Hot Pog, A1 and dead wax from Megaforce. In shrink, it's VG, nearly VG plus. Merciful Fate, Melissa, with the original insert, a $55 start. Wow. In shrink, Merciful Fate, early first pressing, $55 start. Dead Kennedys is Frankenchrist, new and sealed Dead Kennedys, $33.99. Dio still getting bids, and Dawkins is up to 1 person, and that's up to Chad Sauls on Dawkins. Okay, now Merciful Fate's at 60, Dio's at 35, and I'm just going to read these titles. That way we can get into something else. If you need a price or if you want more information, just let me know. We took a big chunk out of there, but we have more to sell. We're about to fill up our 5th full crate tonight. We still got stuff Laura's marking to go through. We still got 2 more John crates, Paul marked 2 crates, and I'm going to show you some other new vinyl we have in stock because I know there's new people, and they typically buy a lot of these new titles because they're great titles. All right, let's count out some more Metal Edge magazines here. Let's do another lot. And this is Metal Edge, Hotter Than July with Ozzy. I see Steven Tyler, Lars. Metal Edge again, Ozzy, Metallica. Steven Tyler again on that one. Metal Edge with Judas Priest. Heavy Metal Mania, Ozzy, Metallica, Faith No More, Overkill. Metal Mania with Metallica. There's Lars. There's Metal Maniacs with Slayer, James Hetfield, Megadeth. Metal Maniacs again. This time Metallica, Judas Priest, Sepultura. All those for a $25 start. Let me add one more in there, Metal Maniac, Slayer. That is a $25 start on all those, okay? If you end up buying something, we'll send you an invoice on Monday to your email through Square. So anybody new out there that wants to buy something, if you end up buying something, it is an $8 unlimited shipping if you're domestic. If you're U.S., including Alaska and Hawaii, everywhere else is calculated. And we'll send you an invoice. If you're international, you pay for your invoice, and then we pack up your order. And after we got your order pack up, then we'll send you a bill for postage. And when you have paid for postage, we will release it, and it will be on your way. So essentially, you got to pay for it before we take time to pack it up, and then we'll pack it up. Of course, domestically, you pay your invoice, we pack it up, and we send it to you because your invoice will have your shipping charge included. $8 limited shipping. And this is no joke. Some people this week have bought cassettes, CDs, albums, 45s, and magazines. I know they have. They've bought every form of media we've offered. We'll put it all in one box, and we're going to ship it for $8. That's kind of our staple. It used to be $5 shipping. Then we moved it to $7, and then we moved it to $8. I hope it's a while before we have to move it to $9. But as y'all know, as time progresses, costs go up. But it's $8 right now, hopefully for a while. Dawkin, did this get another bid for more than 100? It did, and now he's right back in at 110. Chad Saws, you're out. John Kaiser has it for 110. The Dio is at 38 with Todd Kilgore. Solarplex, just so you know, you were outbid on this. This is Dio Rock and Roll Children. It's EX edition. Dio Rock and Roll Children. It's a 3-track. It comes with a ticket stub. That is now 38, and then Merciful Fate just has one bid for 60 with Hoopy. And the magazines got bids for 30, 25, 25, and 31. So, John, you're out on the magazines, and Paula, you're out on the magazines. Paula's back in at 32. If you need a price on anything in here, just let me know. We had the Fleetwoods, the Living Free soundtrack, Jay and the Americans' Greatest Hits, Kenny Rogers, Sniffin' the Tears, the Different Strokes compilation, the Battle of Nervetta soundtrack, Bonnie Bramlett, Rachel 2, Ry Cooter, Mel Tillis, the Statler Brothers, Duke Jupiter. This was Chip Taylor, Magic Slim still available. So is Buffalo Springfield, Starlight Express, Sammy Hall Singers, America. We also had Fleetwood Mac, Graham Nash, Lee Oscar, Gina Raven. This was the Flamingos, B.B. King, Grant Green on Blue Note doing a soundtrack, a Traffic remaster, Albert King, Taboo, and we have Roger Daltrey, Duke Jupiter, Alive Alone, Lonnie Liston Smith, Rosemary Butler, Gary Burton Quartet, White Boy Rap, Lisa Bade, Stanley Turrentine, and Eddie Harris. If you need a price, let me know, okay? Fleetwood Mac is $34.99. Okay, first thing we need to do is Dawkin is a white label promo, but has a hop sticker. Yes, that's very common. It's a gold stamp promo. It has a hop sticker. Yes, promo copies came with hop stickers a lot because let's say they shipped it to a radio station or something. They sometimes had those hop stickers on there so the radio station would even know maybe what's going on. Like Dawkin rhymes with rockin'. See? They even have some phonics. Dawkin rhymes with rockin'. So, you know, that was not only informational, sometimes made for the customers, but also for producers. So they know the hits to look for, like Breaking the Chains and In the Middle, live version of Paris is Burning. It's actually marked a gold stamp promo too. So it's marked a promo on the back, It's marked, has the hype sticker, it has the original inner sleeve, and it's a white label promo. And Chad is in at 115. John Kaiser, you've been outbid. John was at 110. Now it's at 115. And then Dio, did this get another bid? It was up to Solarplex, I think. Let me make sure. Dio has a new bid for $40. And the bidder before him was Todd Kilgore. So Dio is at $40. Now the magazines are at $34. And then Merciful Fate. Two people have asked, what is Merciful Fate? It's an 83 US Hot Pog original. No barcode. A real OG copy. No barcode of Merciful Fate. And the last bid on this was the first bid. Merciful Fate. Don't get a lot of activities around here for at all. Hoopy bid 60, and then Oso did bid 65. Oso bid 65 on this, okay? $65 on that. There's that, and then Metal Manias. Metal Mania magazines are at 36 of Carly Southers. Paula says she's done. Now, Solarplex, that's the price for Fleetwood Mac. Fleetwood Mac Solar was $34.99. Okay, then the magazines are a final call for 36. And then over here, Chip Taylor condition. Chip Taylor had no condition notes. That was the one right here with the gas pump. Yeah, probably a VG Plus jacket, just a little bit of edge wear. Buddha Records, but clean vinyl, $24.99. Next is Dawkins at $115. Gary Burton Quartet sold to Bernie Johnson for $9. That sold. John Kaiser's out on Dawkins. And then we have magazines at $38. Deckelman says condition, and then mags at $39. I have Merciful Fate at $70. Okay, wow. So Dawkins, let's get this one off the board. This is sold to Chad Sauls for $115. That's done. Sold to Chad for $115. Let's put that away. Now, Dio. I hope everybody knows where we're at on this. I'm about to sell it to Solarplex for $40. I don't think Todd Kilgore has set out. He did. That's sold for $40, okay? Now, we have one album left, Merciful Fate. Hoopy has this for $70. It is VG, nearly VG Plus in shrink. VG, nearly VG Plus in shrink. That is Merciful Fate. Merciful Fate. Hoopy has it for $70. The magazines are still getting bids, $43 and now $45, okay? $43 and now $45 on those. Chip Taylor is sold to Matt Bushy for $18. Now, we're ready for even more new stuff. We're ready for even more new stuff as soon as I adjust my table back here before more stuff falls off. Okay? There's that. All right, done. Awesome. Moving on. Progress being made. Let me move this card over. Let me move this stack of sold records over. That's going to go right there. Here we go. I'm ready for more if y'all are ready for more. All right. Now, we have more coming. All right, here we go. Yeah, let me go through this right here. It's going to be quickly, but I'm going to do it. I think the last time these were shown was on Thursday. You got more stuff to sell. Yeah, just a few things. Thursday night's always the most exhausting because it's just so intense for so long. There's never a break. Like, I just pause for a second to glance at my phone to check on some stuff and get up and I was trying to do so much today before I went to bed. I stayed up too late as usual. Then when I show up, like, Paul texted me, said, hey, can I buy some records? I said, sure. Okay, I show up. I basically eat very quickly, and I run back here, and I turn this on. And so I haven't been awake for too long when I start these shows, and I feel like I just ended it. So honestly, I feel like because I'm constantly after the sales, I just keep going. And then I had to go home. I had to do so much stuff, order stuff, and then do just business stuff. I feel like I took a nap and I'm right back here doing it again. And I knew like when I wake up, I'm like, okay, it's about to be intense tonight. There's going to be, through the course of the night, there's going to be, there's usually different viewers, 10,000 different people watch this, throughout the course of the night. It's going to be intense. There's going to be a lot of activity. So I got to make sure I get woke up and get focused to put on a good show. And it's sometimes like I don't feel like these shows ever stop. They just kind of lead one into another for me, because we go for so long and there's so much prep work to do and so much other stuff to run in a business. And then I show up and it's full intensity for about 6 to 7 or 8 hours. And then all of a sudden it's over and then I crash. I fell asleep last night on the counter. I woke up, I had crease marks on my hand. I sent it to Tanner and Seth. I was like, I have passed out again. This is like, we have been full nonstop since January 1st. It's like, this year so far has been just so intense. Hoopy got Merciful Fate for 70, and the magazines are up to John LeBeatty. Carly has it for 51. So that is a thank you to y'all, but sometimes every once in a while I just have to pause and take a drink of water because these it's been very intense tonight. But yeah, I don't feel like I've stopped since the year started. There hadn't been very little breaks at all, even on Sundays. I'm here working, and then we might do a coin sale or something. So everything that's been going on with music and hiring new people and interviews, and holy moly, look at this. This is a real Metallica release from 1991. This is a Metallica 12-inch single, Enter Sandman, Holier Than Thou, Stone Cold Crazy, and then the demo of Enter Sandman. How cool is this? This is an original single from the Black Album. Now, as y'all know, a U.S. Black Album is big money. This here is a €91 on the Vertigo label. How cool is this? A $45 start of Metallica. We're about to go through another crate of this is not even the crate I wanted to go through, but that's okay. I was going to go through some new vinyl right quick. We'll do that later. I'm trying to get all the auctions condensed down into one crate so I know what's up. And of course, we got all the staff here. For those that are relatively new, there's now about 16, 17 people here that make this go with our most recent new hires. And so, for those that don't know, this is a major operation to make this happen every day. Everything it takes from buying, sorting, cleaning, listing, researching, selling, tagging, sorting, invoicing, packing, shipping, customer service, and then all the in-store operations, making sure things are ordered. It is amazing what has to be done. That's why we've grown from just a few to hopefully by the year, probably 20 employees to make all this happen. 20, and about 18 of those are full-time. So thank y'all for allowing CollectCo to grow. These Thursday nights are very important to us. These are big nights for attracting new customers, getting people to follow our page. So y'all are supporting a great cause. Who knows where we can go from here. This is Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force. This is an OG Japanese pressing, an 84 Japanese OG with insert Obi. It's near mint minus, and it's a $45 start. $45 start on that. $45 start. Metallica is an original 12-inch single. It's actually an EP more so. It's got Enter Sandman, Holier Than Thou, a work in progress, Stone Cold Crazy, and Enter Sandman, the demo. It's a 4-track, and it's an original on Vertigo, and that's at $60, okay? And then the metal magazines, Carly's at 55, John LeBeatty, just so you know, you're out. And now Yngwie is a Japanese pressing, and that's a $45 start with Solarplex. Okay, these are all buy it now or best offer. Buy it now, best offer. You probably dream about this. If I do get to sleep, I have wild dreams. I think because I'm such engrossed in a digital world here, I do have crazy dreams. Chris Hillman and Desert Rose Band, greatest hits, A Dozen Roses. $19.99 for Chris Hillman, Desert Rose Band. Dave Dudley Presents, that is sealed for $14.99. Yngwie does have a bid for $45. Mr. LeBeatty, it's up to you on those magazines. Carly has it for $55. Now Metallica's at $75. Awesome here. Roger Dean artwork. Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, $19.99 for Uriah Heep. Donnie Marie Osmond, New Season, $9 $14.99. Desert Rose is sold to Mike Post. Thank you, Mike Post. We have Silver Connection, and that is sealed for $14.99. Silver Connection. Shooting Star Burning. Shooting Star is a gold stamp promo, $14.99. Neil Sedaka Pure Gold, $9.99 for Neil Sedaka. And the original Tropicana Steel Band, $9.99. These magazines are sold to John LeBeatty for $60. Carly says out. We'll go ahead and sell them, and we'll put up some more. Thank you, John. Those are sold to you. Let's crisscross those into the next pile. Those are sold to him. Thank you. We need more auctions. We still got plenty to sell over here. And if we get out of all the advertised stuff, there's actually more bonus crate stuff. So it's only 10/18, so we still got plenty of work to do. We got Metallica at 80. I love working. That's what I do best. Solarplex at 45. Doesn't feel like I'm working. Feels like I'm just here having a bunch of fun every night. Thanks to y'all. Hope y'all are having fun too. Next auction is going to go up right now. What do we got? We got Metallica and Yngwie. Well, if we got Metallica and Yngwie, that means we need some Black Sabbath. But somebody did ask for Steve Earle earlier. So here's Steve Earle. It's an 88 USOG near mint minus Copperhead Road with hop sticker. Steve Earle is a $45 start. $45 start on that one, okay? Next thing is some more magazines, but first Metallica 85, Metallica 90, and we have Donnie and Marie and Neil Sedaka with Paula. Neil Sedaka and Donnie Marie. That's sold even though it's Metal Night. Hey, I told y'all, I usually start out Metal Night was like, hey, listen, we price everything. Neil Sedaka, Donnie Marie Osmond, Cannibal Corpse, whatever sells, we're putting out. We don't, it doesn't matter to me. I'm not a curated record shop. We put out anything that we think we can sell. The Notorious Bird Brothers, this is $24.99. And for anybody out there that thinks there's such thing as dollar records, well, there are, but there's also a world of people that will buy anything because you don't know what they're looking for. The Notorious Birds Brothers, $24.99 on the Birds. Also, the Birds, Mr. Tambourine Man. Ooh, this one's in shrink. $24.99 for the Birds. Hey, Mr. Tambour. The Bob Dylan cover, made famous by the Birds. Made even more famous. A.A. Mars, Pump Up the Volume, $12.99 for that. What about the Metallica over here? $100 on that. That's a really cool piece. Vertigo from the Black Album. And then Yngwie, did this get another bid? If not, I'm going to go ahead and sell it. Yngwie was sold to Solarplex for $45. John Barry offered $5 for steel. I don't know what that is, but I'm taking it. Sell that to John Barry for $5. You got it. Hope you're ready for some bundles later tonight. Steve Earle's at $50. John Barry, I hope you're ready for some bundles later tonight. Conway's #1 Classics, Volume 1. Conway, $9.99. Pete Rose, Charlie Hustle. What is this? It is $14.99. Slugging toward New Major League. Some kind of picture disc about Pete Rose. $14.99. Charlie Hustle. And then we have Hank Williams Jr., The New South. I don't see that one too often. $24.99 for Hank Williams Jr. Steve Earle, $50. Mars is sold to Will Smithson for $8. Pump Up the Volume. Metallica, $125. And then Solarplex offered $10 for Mars. Dang it. I just shot myself in the foot over $2. I just shot myself in the foot over $2. Our next auction is Black Sabbath. The first Dio album. Nice. Heaven and Hell in the misty morning. That's great stuff there. Heaven and Hell, a U.S. reissue, a Jacksonville press, but nice. EX++, a $55 start on that. Then we had another offer for Mars for $7. We got an offer Pete Rose 12 and Pete Rose 10. How about Chad drinks a bottle of Pete Rose water? I'm very thirsty. I got to. Time out. Man, when that Black Sabbath song kicks in, let's see, in the mid, and then we've sung the, I don't know what he's saying. Is there lyrics on here? Oh man, I wish there was lyrics. I would sing the heck out of that right now. That's some good stuff right there. Okay, first thing we have is Chris Knapp got Pete Rose for $12, okay? Sully, you were next in line. Metallica, $130. We got a good old-fashioned Steve Weaver and 007 Platinum. Oh, no, he said he's out. We were just getting started. 007's at $150. Man, I thought we had something good going there. We have, well, I thought we had another old-fashioned Steve Weaver 007 Platinum bidding war, but we don't. He's out, so that's a final call. $150 on that one. That's a 007 final call. And then over here, Steve Earle is a final call to Jeremy Rourke for $55. Chris Knapp, just so you know, you're out on the Steve Earle. Black Sabbath is a $55 start. SS sold for $15. Conway sold to Neil and Black for $7. SS for $15. Shooting Star, that's sold to Jeff Colgrove for $15. Also, Roseanne Cash, 7-year ache. Roseanne is $9.99. And Freaking at the Freakers Ball, Shel Silverstein. Shel Silverstein is $39.99. Sam's in on Heaven and Hell at $55. Let's do another magazine lot, eh? Hey, let's do another magazine lot, okay? All righty. Here we go. Let's see here. Let me skip these for a second. I do have some sports-related one. We even had some nudie stuff last night we sold. Y'all missed out on all the nudie stuff. Guitar Gods, and by the way, this does not have the Randy Rhoads poster, but this is an awesome magazine. I mean, each page is like a biography of all these classic guitarists. So Guitar Gods, look at that one, thrash metal with Cliff Burton on the cover. So Guitar Gods, thrash metal, Metal Maniacs, power metal with Metallica, power metal with Exodus, Guitar Magazine with Ozzy, Guitar World with Kiss, High Times with Ozzy and his pot, and then a heavy metal like Comic Book Magazine. Wow, that's a good lot there. $30 start for all those. $30 start for all those. Those are now up for bid. That even includes a heavy metal Comic Book Magazine. High Times with Ozzy, the Cliff Burton one, some cool stuff there. Guitar Gods. Moving on. We have Heaven and Hell at 55, Steve Earle out, and then next is Freak for $5. Freaking at the Freakers Ball, this was marked $39.99. You might have misheard the price on that one. $39.99 for that. Roseanne Cash 5. I'll do Roseanne Cash for $6.99. $6.99 on that. Mags 30, Mags 40, and In the Misty Morning, there it is, Reaching for the Stars. And then right after that is where it kicks in. When he sold, but what about when it kicks in? You know, when he really comes in on that song. He goes, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, 007 Platinum. You get the Metallica for $150. That's not the last Metallica we have tonight. Say what? That's sold for $150. Right now, the mags are at $40. Steve Earle is done then. Steve Earle is sold to Jeremy Rourke for $55. That's sold for $55. That is done. Copperhead Road. That's a Tennessee Vol song. Roseanne Cash is sold to Alan Hagen for $7. And Sam on Twitch, well, he's going to get to listen to it himself. Over here, he gets this for $55. Sam over on Twitch gets that for $55. I think he says something like, we sailed away or something right when the main punch of that song comes in. I'm talking about Children of the Sea is the song I'm talking about. One of my favorite YouTube channels, Lost in Vegas, which is a reaction video channel. They listened to that for the first time and their socks got blew off. They couldn't believe it. They was like, wow. Over here, we got Simon & Garfunkel Bookends. I just listened to this album the other night, the whole album. Good stuff there. Simon & Garfunkel, $14.99. Also, Tanya Tucker, Tear Me Apart, $14.99. And Conway Twitty, By Heart, a Gold Stamp promo, $9.99. Next auction. How about the follow-up album to that one? Mob Rules. This is an 81 USOG, the OG pressing, a Monarch pressing, Near Mint Minus, Mob Rules, a $45 star. We just sold Heaven and Hell for $55. I still got another Black Sabbath. I got a Dio. I got a Metallica Ride the Lightning. Oh boy, here we go. An 84 USOG Megaforce. Now this one, even though VG minus, it's much better than the one we had earlier. This is A2 on side A, and side B is Matrix A2. A2, Ride the Lightning. Pretty solid. That's a conservative grade. $200 start on this one, and the jacket is much nicer. The inner sleeve has a little bit of wear and tear, but that's a $200 start on Ride the Lightning, okay? There it is. We sailed across the air. That's the verse I'm looking for right there. That's when Dio unleashes that amazing voice of his. Simon sold, and sold is Tanya. That's sold to Paula and Paula. Thank you on that one. We have Conway Twitty Dream Maker sealed for $14.99, another Conway. And Frank Sinatra in the Wee Small Hours, Sinatra, $14.99. These magazines are sold to Chris Frazier for $40. Thank you, Chris. This is sold to you for $40. I appreciate that. That is sold for $40. Let's stack those magazines right up here. That was a big lot. That didn't take long to get those sold, though. Got several more over here to do. But before we do that, let's jump over here and say Black Sabbath is a $45 start. Metallica already has a bid for $200, and the Sinatra feels like a reissue. It is. That's like a late 70s, early 80s press. No barcode though. $14.99 on that. Bark, it's up to your call. Then we have an offer. So what do we got? Black Sabbath, Metallica, Dio, Black Sabbath, Quite Right, Black Label Society, Mother Love Bone. Is this a bootleg? It is. I'll run that one in just a second. I still got these Van Halens. These are official pressings, too. This is live right here, right now. This is a 30th anniversary 4LP red vinyl. This is Van Halen live right here, right now. And this is on red vinyl. It's a 4LP Record Store Day edition. Sealed Van Halen, a $75 star. What an album. Ride the Lightning. Holy moly. For Whom the Bell Tolls, Fade to Black. Golly. Great stuff there. Hold on as I stretch. Having a right leg issue tonight, okay? I'm on the kind of injured watch list. I've got a right leg injury, which isn't good. I've got my right leg almost up over behind my head right now. Not even close. Okay, Matthew, if you want this, it's yours for $14. If not, I'll sell it to Mark Chesler. Also, the trio, Dolly, Linda, and Emmylou, $24.99 for the trio. We have It's a Long Way to Daytona, Mel Tillis. Gold stamp promo, $9.99 on that. We are about to sell Metallica for $200. We're about to sell Black Sabbath for a bite now. And then Van Halen just got laid down. Frank Sinatra. I won't sell it to you for sticker. I'll give you 99 cents off. We'll match Mark Chesler's offer. That's sold to Matthew Hendon for $14. Sweethearts of the Rodeo. That's a gold stamp promo, $9.99. Metallica has a new bid for $210. James Taylor with the lyric insert. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. Walking down a country road. In my mind, I'm going to... This is an OG pressing with the lyric photo, with the poster lyric insert. Photos taken by the legendary rock photographer Henry Diltz. Check out his work, Henry Diltz. He also took the photograph of Crosby, Stills, and Nash sitting on the couch. Legendary rock photographer back in the day out in California. James Taylor, $29.99. And then Bud Shank, I Hear Music. Bud Shank is $14.99. And Oregon. Oregon is $12.99. No condition notes on James Taylor. Just a little bit of edge wear, but the vinyl is super clean. That's the original press on that one. Metallica 210, Metallica 220. We have The Wanderers. That's a soundtrack. The Wanderers, Four Seasons, The Angels, The Shirelles, Benny King, Isley Brothers, Contours. That sounds pretty cool, $19.99. Van Halen does have a bid for $80, but you know what we're going to do? I'm going to make Black Sabbath a buy it now for $45. That's an OG Monarch. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Man, that's almost camouflage. And it's a gold stamp promo. There you have it, $45. Metallica all of a sudden waking up and getting new bids. And MT Mac got the Black Sabbath. Great pickup there for $45. Let's sell James Taylor. I will do James Taylor for $25. That being such a nice copy, OG with the poster, I'll do it for $25. It was marked $29. And then we sold Black Sabbath, MT Mac. Sweethearts of the Rodeo, that is sold for $7 to Stephanie Hill. And then the Beatles is a 2012. Hard Day's Night, 180 gram. That's a 2012, $24.99. James Taylor sold Adam Bernardi. And we have Bighorn. And Bighorn is a gold stamp promo, $9.99. And that is the Henry Mancini soundtrack, Gun #1. That's $19.99. All right, Metallica just had that one bid. So to UJ Miller for $80. Let's get some more stuff rolling. Right now, Metallica's at $235. Let's go ahead and put up Dio then. Let's see what's going on with Dio. This is the last in line. Looks like a beautiful... Ooh, how about beautifully sealed? A sealed copy. Let's look at the details together. An 84 US OG. You can't tell because it's sealed, but it's either a specialty or allied pressing. It's an original unopened record, and that is a $75 start, okay? $75 start on that. Also, Sugarfoot, Sugar Kiss. That is $19.99. Sugarfoot, Sugar Kiss, $19.99. And then we have Meanwhile back at Edmonds, the Hairbringer album, that is sealed for $49.99. And Ma Perkins, 1 hour from radio's longest running soap opera, America's Favorite Widow, Ma Perkins, $12.99, okay? What was Metallica was 80. What Metallica was 80. And then we have Greg Piccolo Heavy Juice, $19.99 on Greg Piccolo, and Steve Taylor Meltdown, $9.99. So Dio is sealed. It does have a bid for $75. This is Metallica Ride the Lightning. It's an 84 USOG. It's another OG Silver Megaforce label. The final bid is John Kaiser, $235. Dio is sealed. It has one bid for $75. And now we're going to put up another Van Halen. You might have heard Van Halen for $80. We sold Van Halen for $80 just a moment ago. This is usually retails for around $100. We've got a sealed copy, the deluxe edition of For a Lawful Carnal Knowledge. Right now, this is sealed. Van Halen, a 2024 2LP, 2 CD, and Blu-ray, and that is a $65 start. I said Metallica. Yeah, I think this is right here. You're talking about this. You're talking about this right here. Yes, I'm going to start doing a recap. What I'm going to do before it gets too late, we had so much new vinyl come in. I'm going to do that in just a second. I still got another vintage crate to go through, and then I got 2 crates from Paul. I think Laura's working on marking some stuff too, I'm pretty sure. And I'm putting on chapstick right now, and boy, do we have a lot of stuff to do, okay? First thing is this. We have Van Halen at $65.65. Tom Rush is $19.99, the Circle Game. Also Chicago, and that is Chicago 5. That is with the inserts, $19.99 for Chicago. Ooh, David Bowie. It's an unofficial, yeah. These are typically bootlegs. You see how the matrix is etched? You see how the matrix number looks like it's handwritten, etched? That's a bootleg. You can also tell the label is poorly made. These are all bootlegs. A real copy of this is extraordinarily tough to get. I won't say rare. Yeah, it's rare. A real copy's rare. The matrix will be stamped. About every 10 we get, 9.8 are fake, okay, or unofficials. That is still from the early 70s, though. That is still from the early 70s. They play and sound fine. They're just not authorized copies. Dionne Warwick's Golden Hits is $9.99. Dionne Warwick. And Chris Christopherson and the Border Lords, Repossessed. Christopherson. We don't get this one as often. Gold stamp promo, $34.99 on that. All right, Metallica. Another OG Ride the Lightning sold to John Kaiser for $225. Bowie was $34.99. So the man who sold the world has about 3 or 4 different versions, all made within about 5 years of each other. So it gets pretty complicated. Real OG copies are quite pricey and difficult to get by. Dio got a last-second bid for $77, Roger Tagavilla. John Kaiser, you're out on the sealed Dio. Van Halen's at $67. And we have Wheeler Nelson, Always on My Mind, Shrinking Hype, $14.99 on that. The Opryland USA. Timex Records presents Opryland USA, the American music scene. $19.99 on that. Coat of Many Colors. Boy, this isn't easy to get. A gold stamp promo, 71 Hollywood Press of Dolly, $64.99. Yeah, that's not easy to get at all. Coat of Many Colors, $64.99. Hank Williams Jr. Born to Boogie, $24.99. And one of my favorites of all time, Yes, Close to the Edge. This is a gatefold. It always is. It has the original inner sleeve. That's good. And this is an OG Richmond pressing. That's actually really nice. $19.99 on that. Okay, Opry record is sold to John Barry for $14. What happened to that one? It was right. What happened to it? It's right here. That's sold to John Barry for $14. Okay, and then we had Van Halen at $82. And the Dio's at $80. Roger Tagavilla, let me know if you want to bid again. Roger Tagavilla, let me know if you want to bid again. Okay, I also have stuff like Suicidal Tendencies to sell. This is an 83 USOG, but it has heat damage. It does have some heat damage over here. So, you know, that's kind of like the Metallica we sold earlier. Typically, when you look at it, it looks kind of weird. They usually play okay, but this one looks like it has a light warp on the run end. The other one we had was pretty flat. But sometimes when you play these, the arm does like this. Now, like, it's weird. Like, you'll be listening to it, and the arm will be doing this. Now, with that being said, I've had some doing that, and they still play okay. But just FYI, you want to buyer beware. No refunds on this one. Suicidal Tendencies, $1 start. It is OG. Okay, it is OG. Yes, 15. Yes, 14. No claims higher. So I'll sell that to John Kaiser for 15. Dio 85. Dio 85. So Roger bid 85. John, he's actually already at 85. And Van Halen's at 85. And Thomas Schwartz got Dionne Warwick for 7. All right, there's that. There's that. 1 second over here. Let me check this. Mm-hmm. 1 second. Okay. That's weird. Okay, sorry. Taking care of business over here, but I'm done. Dio 88, Roger Tagavilla, you've been outbid. Suicidal Tendencies at 10, and Van Halen out, and that's a final call to Shane for $85. Okay. And then whenever this is sold, if anybody wants me to order them a new one, I can get these as long as they're in stock. They're $99.99 if anybody wants a brand new one from distribution, okay? If anybody wants a brand new one for distribution. All right, here we go. Let me set this crate right over here, kind of off to the side, in case somebody changes their mind. Let me push this empty crate right over there. There's a good empty crate. Let me see what else is going on. There's that. I'm going to need these in just a second. Yep, I'm going to need these in just a second. Okay, that's an empty crate. That's what I started the show with. That's the other batch I started the show with. There's another crate of vintage. I can condense those with these. You can take me to paradise. Thanks everybody for tuning in. There's another empty crate. There's the stuff that Laura ordered. I know Natasha's waiting on that. She's like, tick tock, Chad. Don't got all night here, buddy. Tick tock, tick tock. Don't got all night here, buddy. Tick tock, tick tock. Don't got all night here, buddy. Okay. All right. Let's see what happened. Otis, let's see what I got over here. Otis. There he is. Get out of here, Seth. Get your stupid butt out of here. You're fired, Seth. There he is. There he is. Sorry. We got a second page of buttons now, and I forget to press these. Okay. Now, Dio 90, that's a new bid. John Kaiser, you're out. He's still bidding. I just saw it, and I haven't called it yet, so $90. You're outbid. Van Halen is sold for $85, and if anybody wants me to order one, let me know. This is sold to Shane over on YouTube for $85. He kind of basically got that one on sale. And then Suicidal Tendencies is also of Roger at $20. We still got more auctions to put up. Let's do that right now. First thing is another Black Sabbath, and this is Black Sabbath 7-star with Tony Iommi and 86 USOG, a $45 start. That's Black Sabbath 7-star, a $45 start on that. Let's see Otis chase Seth out of the store again. Get out of here, Seth. Get out of here. Get your butt out of here. You're fired. Screw you, Seth. No one likes you. Okay, let's go ahead and go through this crate again. Very quickly, all these are sticker price, no more, no less. Stranger Things Season 3, 2 LP with bonus 7-inch, $36.99. Nirvana, a live unofficial, feels like the first time, 2 LP, $38.99. Obituary, Inked in Blood, 2 LP, Pull of Blood colored vinyl, $36.99. Rob Zombie, The Sinister Urge, that's a gatefold. Rob Zombie, $36.99. Rush, Roll the Bones remastered, $29.99. And we have NWA 100 Miles and Running. Oh, no, I'm still in God mode. Sorry. There we go. Okay, let me go back to those again. Sorry. We have Stranger Things for $36.99, Nirvana for $38.99, Obituary was $36, Rob Zombie $36, and Rush $29. Sorry. Rush, Rob Zombie, Obituary, Nirvana, and Stranger Things. If you missed those, my bad. That's why I don't change cameras too much, because I always forget. Dio, did John Kaiser bid again? He's out. This is sold to Roger Tagavilla for $90 on the sealed Dio. Roger, thank you. And you also have Suicidal Tendencies, and then you were outbid by Boontar, and he says he's done. So Boontar has that. Black Sabbath is with 45 of Nick Bargeron. Let's put up another auction. So one Dio down, another Dio up. This is Dio We Rock. And that's an 84 UKOG VG condition with the hop sticker, no poster. It's got 3 tracks, including live cuts of Rainbow and live cut of Holy Diver. $10 start on that one. Also, we had NWA 100 Miles and Running. NWA was $33.99. Joy Division Closer, $29.99 for Joy Division. Rush, Roll of the Dice, that's a live unofficial. Rush is $29.99. Ace Frehley's comic, that's a new color pressing that comes out this Friday. Metallic Purple on Ace, $39.99. Slipknot, the 25th anniversary of their debut album, Jade Color Vinyl, 2 LP with the bonus track Purity and all these other bonus tracks. That is $49.99 for Slipknot. Jay-Z and Linkin Park Collision Course, that's $33. Black Sabbath Technical Ecstasy, $33. Sam and Dave, Hold On, I'm Coming. Mono, $38.99 from Rhino Reserve. Entombed, that's Wolverine Blues, red and black splatter, $38.99. Ace Frehley Second Sighting, another new color variant for this Friday. Burgundy Swirl for $39. Bolt Thrower, Realm of Chaos, $33. Suicidal Tendency, Steel Cycle after all these years, $39 for that. And Stranger Things Season 5. So we started with Stranger Things 3. We're ending with Stranger Things 5. Suicidal Tendencies is sold to Boontar for $21. Black Sabbath has got one bid. That's sold to Nick Bargeron for $45. And let's look at Dio one more time. Final call if anybody wants to lock in a bid on Dio. Dio is in VG condition, a $10 start. Dio, $10 start. No bid as of right now. Our next auction is Black Sabbath, Eternal Idol. This one doesn't come through as often. Unfortunately, this one's a little bit lower grade copy too. It has the original on her sleeve. Black Sabbath is an 87 USOG specialty press with the original inner sleeve. It's in G+ condition. And Black Sabbath is a $10 start. The Eternal Idol, $10 start on Black Sabbath. So a Dio $10 start, a Black Sabbath $10 start. And we got Mother Love Bone, which is an unofficial. Mother Love Bone is unofficial 2019 EX edition, a $25 start for Apple. Anybody on anything in this crate? We still got Stranger Things, Suicidal Tendencies, Bolt Thrower, Ace Frehley, Entombed, Sam and Dave, Black Sabbath, Linkin Park, Jay-Z, Slipknot, Ace Frehley, Rush, Joy Division, NWA, Rush, Rob Zombie, Obituary, Nirvana, and Stranger Things. Those are done for the night. If you change your mind, like, you know what, Chad, I have changed my mind, my friend. Go ahead and give me one each of everything in there. That's an incredible selection of vinyl. Good gosh. How do you do this? Unbelievable. Just go ahead and give me one each of everything in there. I'm going to be like, you got it. And then we'll say sold, 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 sold. We'll invoice, invoice, invoice. We'll ship, 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 ship. Dio 10, Dio 10, Dio 15. Mother Love Bone up for bid. So is Black Sabbath. All right, let's breeze to this one again. I'm going quick because these have already been gone through once, but I try to go through new vinyl one more time before it gets too late for all the new people that probably wasn't watching 5 hours ago. Very important we sell this stuff quickly and turn it over. And so that's why new vinyl always gets kind of shown first and then gets another look. And we have Soundgarden, Super Unknown, $46.99 for Soundgarden. That's a 2 LP. Also TLC, Fan Mail, No Scrubs, Unpretty, $36.99. Allman Brothers, Live in Jacksonville Beach, a 2 LP, 1969, $34.99. Tom Petty Echo, a double LP, $44. Tom Petty Mojo, Red Vinyl, 2 LP, $44. Tom Petty Into the Great Wide Open, that's $36.99. Chevelle, The North Corridor is $24. Minor Threat is $24, and the Cramps, $59.99. Like I said, I caught this in stock as an import. That's rare to see that available. Songs the Lord Taught Us, the Cramps, $59.99. So Dio's at $16. Nobody bid on Black Sabbath. A G+ copy for just $10. A G+ copy. So unfortunately, pretty low grade. That's only $10, and nobody bid on the Mother Love Bone unofficial. I'm going to go ahead and make that a buy now. So over here, Mother Love Bone, this is an unofficial for $20. Unofficial, just $20 on that. So let's put that right in there. Those are no bids. And then over here, we have 3 Days Grace for $24.99, self-titled. We got Chevelle Neradius for $24.99 and Kia Psycho Circus for $33.99. Let's try another Black Sabbath then. Technical Ecstasy. Another one, unfortunately, pretty low grade, a 76 USOG VG minus. Black Sabbath has the original on her sleeve. $15 start on Black Sabbath. And let's also go ahead and put up Quiet Riot. Quiet Riot is a 1983 U.S. Pitman OG. It has a band photo with it, and Metal Health is nice. EX Plus condition, $25 start on that. Chris Knapp got Mother Love Bone for $20, and Alan Hagen got this Black Sabbath for $10. Okay, Jeff Colgrove, you were next on that. Whitesnake's Greatest Hits is $39.99. Tom Petty Live in London, the classic broadcast 1980, $39.99 for that. Simple Minds, Best of 1979-2019, a 2LP, $44.99. Quiet Riot has a bid for $30. Morgan Wallen, If I Know Me, $29 on Morgan Wallen. The Cramps, Big Beat from Badsville, $29.99. Motorhead, the very best of Motorhead, the Definite Collection, 2LP, $38.99. Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime, that's a 2LP, $44.99. And Stranger Things, Season 5, $29.99 for Stranger Things Season 5. Also, Joy Division, $29.99 for Unknown Pleasures. And we also have Chevelle, Wonder What's Next. That's Chevelle, $24.99. Also, Clutch, and this one's called From Beale Street to Oblivion. Clutch is $33.99. And one more here, and that was NWA Straight Outta Compton, $36.99. Chevelle North Corridor. That is sold to Clay Moore. Let me find that one. Chevelle North Corridor. And that one was right here. That is sold to Clay Moore, okay? So Technical Ecstasy has a bid for $15. Quiet Riot only at $30, and Black Sabbath at $20. Okay, so Black Sabbath new $20, Quiet Riot $30, so that means we're done on Dio. Alan Hagen, $16. This is sold to Alan Hagen for $16, okay? Alan gets Dio for $16. Let's put that away. Now Black Sabbath's at $20. Eric has the Quiet Riot $30. Nice copy. Somebody even included a band photograph. Don't know where that came from, but it's with it. And now I'm taking this off the table. If anybody else decides you want anything in there, just let me know. All you got to do is say, Chad, I'll take everything that's left in there. Let's do the ones here that Laura has, and I think there's a couple people waiting on this crate, so I'll go through it thoroughly but quickly. Thoroughly but quickly. Let's do it right now. Thoroughly but quickly. Some stuff Laura ordered. Some pretty good titles in here. Stuff I've never seen before. Stuff I hadn't seen in a while. Oh, and don't forget, we still got Rob Zombie, this Hellbilly Deluxe Record Store Day edition, which is on glow-in-the-dark vinyl. That has the hit song Dragula on it. And all these records back here in the back, with the exception of AC/DC, these are all new arrivals too. So Soundgarden down on the upside, that's a new arrival as well. That is 44. Soundgarden Bad Motorfinger, that's a new arrival as well, 33. And Dead Kennedy's Frankenchrist is $33.99. Okay, we got a new bid on Quiet Riot. Got a new bid on a couple things there, it looks like. All right, man, we need more new auctions. But before I do that, let's browse through these right quick. First thing I have is the White Stripes Greatest Hits, which is a 2LP colored vinyl, and it does have the slip mat. That's $38.99. So now I'm showing Quiet Riot at $35. I'm showing Black Sabbath at $23. I got Superchunk Wild Loneliness. This is $19.99 for Superchunk. Also, we have Spirit of the Beehive Entertainment Death Big Blood Vinyl. That's $19.99. Andrew W.K. God is Partying. Andrew W.K. is $19.99. And Poppy, Empty Hands, pink and ice blue with pink and blue splatter. Poppy is $36.99. There's Black Sabbath. There's Quiet Riot. Our next auction is Black Label Society. This is Mafia. And this is a different colored vinyl than what you're used to seeing. This was a smog colored vinyl, a 2025 limited edition sealed Black Label Society, a $35 start on that. Also, we had 2 copies here of White Stripes, White Blood Cells for $33.99. John Cale Vintage Violence, that's a Go Vinyl, clear, limited edition number, John Cale, $39.99. Poppy is sold to Natasha Pickett. We also have Tony Braxton, that's a 2LP, $34.99 for that. Hum 3, that's a Tone Zonin Records, high quality German press, $64.99. Geese, Getting Killed. Geese is $24.99. And then Pearl, music by Tyler Bates and Timothy Williams, $29.99 for that. X, music by Tyler Bates and Chelsea Wolfe, $29.99. And I saw the TV Glow soundtrack. That is Jane Schoenbrunn, and that is $38.99. Okay, and then moving on, we got Black Label Society at 35. Queen's Rock is at 37. And the last bit on Quiet Riot was 37. So Quiet Riot 37, Black Label Society 35, Black Sabbath at 23. It's up to Kevin Richards to bid again. Natasha on TB, which was Tony Braxton. That's sold to Natasha. And then we had a Dry Cleaning, Secret Love, $33.99, limited edition apricot colored vinyl. This is Leon Thomas Mutt, $36.99 for that. Chris Knapp on Geese, that's sold to Chris Knapp. Quiet Riot has a new bid for $40. Slovaki Slow Dive Slovaki, $33.99. Megan the Stallion Traumatized, $44.99. Missy Elliott Under Construction, $44.99. Madison Beer Locket, $29.99 on Madison Beer. Massive Attack Mezzanine, $44.99. Kendrick Lamar, and this one's GNX, a Target exclusive gray vinyl, $39.99. And Kesha, Kink Hot Pink colored vinyl, Kesha, and that is just self-titled Kesha, $34.99. Okay, so Black Sabbath 25, Quiet Riot still getting bids at 40, final call on Black Label Society for 35. Now, there's only one auction left from the advertised stuff and from the bonus crate, and then I'm about to get started into another bonus crate. Now, the next bonus crate is mostly for tomorrow. It's a lot of non-metal titles, and since I know most people's here for metal, I'm going to go into the third bonus crate, and tomorrow's bonus crate has some great stuff in it. I mean, there's some great stuff in this bonus crate, but it's mostly stuff I was going to do tomorrow, like Talking Heads, Beatles, Outfield, Duran Duran, Depeche Mode, Dire Straits, XTC, Monkees, U2, Iggy Pop, Bob Marley, U2, Talking Heads, Eagles, Depeche Mode, and what do we have here? Dawkins. I'll do that one right now. Devo, Bob Marley, Talking Heads, Supertramp, Dire Straits, Depeche Mode, Talking Heads, REM, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Talking Heads, XTC, U2, Depeche Mode, The Police, Talking Heads, Depeche Mode, Police. That's not exaggeration. And no guarantee that any of those can go up tonight. And then over here in this crate, I got Bobby Gentry, the Honey Drippers. I have Casey Musgraves, Pat Benatar, Rolling Stones, 10,000 Maniacs, U2, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Kansas, Madonna, Jackson Brown, Eagles, Cinderella. Let's do that one right now. I got a Cinderella, Heart, Living Color. Let's do that one right now. And then I got Jimi Hendrix, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Metallica. Let's do Metallica right now. And then I got The Who, the Eagles. I got Roy Gallagher, Tedeschi Trucks, Roy Gallagher. I got Def Leppard. We might do that one right now. And then Zeppelin, and then Seether, then Scorpions, another Scorpions Japanese press. Don't tell Nick Bargeron. Hopefully he's watching. Zeppelin, Cinderella, Dire Straits, Zeppelin, Neil Young, Zeppelin, Rolling Stones, Neil Young. Holy moly. And then there's two more crates full after that of auctions. Yeah, not one more crate after that, but there's two more crates after that. Good gosh, that means we're going to be selling for the rest of the night, and then guess what? We'll be back here again tomorrow. So Natasha on MB, did I already pull that? MB, what was MB? Did I already pull MB? I don't think I did. MB was Madison Beer, okay? Now, over here, let's see, Black Sabbath was at 26. Kevin wants to know, what grade is it? This is a 1976 US OG. This is 100% playable. Now, it depends on what you mean by playable. That is a vague question. VG minus usually has quite a bit of scuffing and marks, but you're going to have to let me know what you mean by playable. You can play a G minus poor condition record, no problem. That is a final call for 26 to Jeff Colgrove. Quiet Riot is sold for $40 to Eric Hernandez. And then over here, we have Black Label Society. And Black Label Society, UJ Miller, $35, and that's sold. Okay? There's that. Let's do this right over here. And here we go. 10,000 Maniacs. Why don't we just go ahead and sell it right now? Which crate did I read that out of? Which crate did I read that out of? That was... Let's see. That was right over here. Nope, that was in this other one I was about to get into. Plus, a lot of those were Japanese pressings. Don't tell David Johnson. Okay, don't tell David Johnson. A lot of those were Japanese pressings. All right, this is a 1989 promo marked promotion copy, not for sale, 10,000 Maniacs, Blind Man Zoo, an 89 USOG specialty press. It is a promo. It does have the inner sleeve. It's a $30 start. It has the original inner sleeve, and it's a gold stamp promo. 10,000 Maniacs is a $30 start. So you're saying you have more stuff to sell? I do. Natasha, you sure you don't want a bundle deal on everything that's left in here? If you do, let me know. If you do, let me know. Okay? Where's my bottle of water at? About time for me to go get my second glass of the night of Monster. All right, then let's add another metal auction I just promised, Metallica. Here we go. This is called Metallica Berserker. Metallica Berserker 2.0 limited edition. 2019, it's on gray and black splatter sealed. $45 star for Metallica Berserker. All right, there's that. Black Sabbath out. This is sold to Kevin Richards for $30. Kevin, that's sold to you for $30. I think you'll enjoy that greatly, okay? 10,000 Maniacs is not a final call. Is an 89 USOG promo marked VG Plus, $30 start on that. Okay, and there's bids for 30, now 33 and 35, and Metallica's now up for bid. Anybody else on that crate? I'm about to add more auctions, and you know what else I need to show? I've been meaning to show these on Metal Night because we got so many of them and I don't get to show them too often. Don't forget, we're the nation's #1 supplier of air fresheners. It seems like it. And the first one I always show is Ozzy. These are officially licensed Rock Sacks, very cool air fresheners. And we have Ozzy. They smell wonderful. Take my word for it. They smell like cherries. It's very good. Ozzy is $7.99. I've got different designs, but right now I'm going to show you Ozzy. And I'm going to show you how many I have. I got a bunch of them. So if you want an Ozzy air freshener, they're $7.99. Okay, $7.99. Yes, I pulled you for MB. Yeah, Madison Beer. I pulled that for you. And then I asked if you wanted to do a bundle on the rest of them. I would love to do a bundle with you. Maniacs, $38. And then Metallica has a bid for $45. Ozzy air freshener, $7.99. All right, let's go through another vintage crate that's never been gone through. Buy it now, best offer. For those that maybe are wanting to think about some of those titles, I'll probably video that again in the morning, and that will definitely be posted at 6 a.m. Make sure you're in our private group. For those that are new, we have a private group called Whole Lotta Records, and we get a lot of new buyers because they join our group and they wait for the right pre-order to pop up. They wait for the right, they just wait for the right moment. And then they're like, Chad, I'm in. Sign me up. I want to be a first-time buyer. I'll take the Van Halen pre-order. Don't forget, the new Van Halen 5150 Deluxe Edition is up for pre-order. Also, the Rush pre-order is up too. Hold on, I got to go in here and pour out my drink. I got to refill my drink. I need a Monster. Sorry, I'm crashing through the bathroom doors like Stone Cold Steve Austin. Let me go get some ice. If we're gonna do part two justice, we gotta do it justice, and that means I gotta go hopped up on energy. I gotta get hopped up on some energy if we're gonna do part 2 justice. So bear with me. We have fresh ice baby, da da dun 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 da da dun dun. Ice baby, shinking bonk ba da dunk dunk. Ooh, monster. Come to Papa, monster. There we go. Ice baby. Dun 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 da da dun da. Monster drinks. Shing ting ting ticka ting ting. Pow, I was afraid. One more day. Okay. Sorry for the delay. I'm transitioning to part 2. It is 11 o'clock. This time of night, I have to get something to drink because I've been talking for about 5 hours now, pretty much nonstop. I've had a couple sips, but I am out, and I'm getting a refill. I got a couple snacks over here I need to grab. And if y'all ready for more action, I'm ready for more action, okay? I'm on organic dark chocolate covered raisins. I'm about to resume. Give me one more second. I'll let y'all look at the top cam for a second. Okay, that was a 5-minute break. That cost me a lot of money, but that's okay. I feel a lot better. I feel a lot better. Let's go get that other crate. Let's get back to work. Here we go. Main cam, please. Main cam. There we go. Let's update these auctions, see what I missed. And let's get to it. Y'all heard all that other stuff we still got to do. Dawkins, Cinderellas. And here we go. So when I walked away, 10,000 Maniacs had a bid for 35. Metallica got a bid for 45 with Steve Weaver. UJ Miller wanted an Ozzy air freshener. Anybody else? UJ Miller got one for $7.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. 10,000 Maniacs, then Metallica 50, 51, 55. So Steve Weaver has this for 55. UJ Miller, you're out. I do have you down for an Ozzy air freshener, but you're out on Metallica. 10,000 Maniacs is an 89 USOG specialty press. It is a promo VG Plus condition with the original inner sleeve, and this still has that early bid, which is about to be sold, and that is that's $38 with Spin Cycle. Spin Cycle Vinyl has it for $38. Spin Cycle Vinyl has it for $38. Now it's up to UJ Miller on Metallica. He's back in at 57. Other designs on air fresheners I have Ghost with one of the Papas on it, I guess. Ghost, Dark Side of the Moon. Those are always really popular. And then AC/DCs. And then another Ghost with like comic book on the covers. So 2 different Ghost air fresheners, AC/DC and Pink Floyd. Natasha wants Meg the Stallion. We got it from that last crate. I'll do it right now. All right, I'm about ready to start showing some more records, putting up new auctions. Excuse me. Meg the Stallion, so did Natasha Pickett. All right, shout out to Laura for always ordering stuff. We appreciate that. And we've officially interviewed one person, and hopefully we can bring him aboard. I think we're trying to figure out exactly who we need here, like what kind of position we need, even though I've already talked to some people, and I'm trying to figure out exactly what I want them to do before I say, okay, come on in, you're hired. So it's a very strategic job and a very strategic position. They're going to be basically handling all of our new vinyl ordering, which I've done from the beginning, and I keep up with it all in my head. We have no inventory system here. All this new vinyl is essentially ordered from memory based on me, and I can't transplant my brain into somebody else. So whoever I hire, I'm going to be very picky about it. So I think we had that day we were hit with so many requests. Tanner filtered through them. You might want to bump it again if you've applied, but I think we have at least somebody we're going to put on a trial basis. And Tanner does all the personnel. I kind of talked to him at the last before we make a final decision. But doing this, you got to be very organized, and all this is so important. Y'all know how important new vinyl is to our customers. They ask about it every day. They want to know when it's coming in. They want to know what's in stock. They want to know when something's being restocked. And I've kept up with that myself for years. Laura's been the first person who really started doing pre-orders and helping us out a little, just because I've missed so many, and now I still miss them. So hopefully more is on the way, and we can get that position locked down. Metallica 6165, 10,000s at 40. And then we have Eric, who wanted one each. Eric Hernandez on one each of the Ghost, okay? And Eric, yeah, just make sure you bump it. Like I said, Tanner handles like 90% of all that. I haven't really looked through Facebook messages other than stuff I've been told to look at pretty much since last year. So if you ever DM Collectco, you're talking to Ed, somebody in the customer service shipping department, or Tanner. If you have something specifically to me, you need to let Ed know, hey, make sure Chad looks at this, because I don't really get on the Collectco Messenger. It is so much coming through there on a daily basis now. Ed, I have him figure out where everything is, and if something's an emergency or I see something very important pop up, I'll reply. But that's all Ed. Okay, Metallica. But whoever takes this over, man, it's very important to our business, handling all the ordering, the pre-orders, and making sure we have the right titles ordered, because I know what y'all want, and I like what Laura does. She orders stuff a little bit different, but I know what our core base is looking for, and I know what's in stock, and I know what has sold out, and I'm constantly just reordering, but also I don't order too much, and it's a science, and I've done it for years, every single day. So letting somebody else take over it is a big move for us. This is Metallica. It's live. It's called Berserker 2.0. That's about all I can tell you. Steve Weaver has it for $65. So shout out to our whole staff. And I wish I could just clone myself to handle new vinyl, but that's a big chunk of our business, is all these pre-orders every single week. Like, I was looking at next week's. I don't have hardly anything posted for next week, and it's already Friday. And so I'll have to get them posted over the weekend so we can order it. And, I mean, we got to put stuff on a website still. It is amazing how much we sell, and we don't even tap into all of our resources. So there's that. I'll shut up now, but I want to let everybody know what's going on at Collectco. Y'all like updates. I like to update y'all what's going on here. Ian Lloyd and Stories, Traveling Underground. Ian Lloyd is $19.99. That's called Traveling Underground. Glorified Magnified, Manfred Mann's Earth Band, $9.99. These are all bought now best offer. And also, I hate it when a lot of customers apply, because we'll have to end up making a decision, which means somebody's not going to actually get the position or get a job here. And I've always told them, we'll have something else open up later, whether it's another record pricer or somebody in the shipping department, somebody that really wants to work at Collectco. But I noticed like a lot of people applied that are regular customers. I'm like, oh no, I just don't want to make anybody upset, but we just have to make the right decision. Lionel Richie is $9.99. 10,000 Maniacs is at $42. Oso Adventure. Steve Weaver is at $65. It's up to UJ Miller to bid again. Our next auction is Scorpions, and this is a Japanese pressing, a worldwide live. I hope Nick Bargeron's watching. This is an 85 Japanese OG near mint minus, a $65 start. That's an OG Japanese pressing of Scorpions, okay? We have Spencer Jackson Family, The Hand of God. That's a 1974 white label promo, the Spencer Jackson Family, $49.99. How unusual is that? It's on Blues Way. That's $49.99. Tough Darts has a promo sticker on the front. Tough Darts, $34.99. 10,000 Maniacs still getting bids. Now it's at $44. Oh, so you're out. We've lost UJ Miller Metallica. I've got to sell it pretty soon. Rush Signals. Could it be a Bob Lugwood cut? This is $34.99. Sometimes these are mastered by Bob Lugwood. This is a club copy. I don't think it is. No, it's an RCA club copy, but it's super clean. We're talking about subdivisions. $34.99 for Rush in the concert halls in the high school halls. We have Nat Adderley saying something. Nat Adderley's a 66 press, $39.99 for Nat Adderley, that two-tone label there. Hank Williams Jr. and Lois Johnson removing the shadow, $29.99 on that. And then over here, we have Lyle Lovett, $34.99 for Lyle Lovett. All right, so Oso, you're out on 10,000 Maniacs. Metallica over here is officially sold in the Steve Weaver for $65. Speaking of $65, that's the starting bid on the Scorpions Worldwide Live, which is a Japanese pressing with Obi. $65 on that, going once and going to twice. Folks, that's going to once and that's going to twice, just FYI. And then everything in here is buy now or best offer, including Ronnie Millsap images. Ronnie Millsap is $9.99. And Welcome to Columbia Country, 20 great country stars, 20 great performers, $12.99. 10,000 Maniacs has a new bid for $45. Like I said, the Scorpions is a Japanese press, $65 start. MT Mats in. Our next auction is Dokken, Alone Again. Unfortunately, it does have a feelable mark on side A1. Let's see what he's talking about here. Boy, how does Seth find this stuff? I don't even see what he's talking about. A feelable scuff on side 1. There's no way. Where's he see that at? This looks like a near mint minus disc. What's he do? Put these underneath a microscope? I mean, that's good, but also I don't even see what he's talking about. If I glanced at this, I would say it's near mint minus. Golly. I don't see anything. Maybe mint side B. No, it looks beautiful too. Oh, well, Dokken, Alone Again, and Just Got Lucky. This is Just Got Lucky and Alone Again. That is a $1 start. It's a white label promo for Dokken. Good luck. If nobody else wants to bid on the Scorpions, I'll go ahead and sell it to him. Next is Country's Greatest Duets. That is a gold stamp promo, $14.99. The Man for Man title, Gary Wellman, was Glorified Magnified. Speaking of magnifying, Glorified Magnified, $9.99 on that one. We got Patty Loveless, If My Heart Had Windows, gold stamp promo 14. Oso, it's up to you on 10,000 Maniacs. Matthew has it for 47. Also over here is Jackie and the Cheap Checkers, Rock and Rollin' Jackie, a 1980 Belgian press, $14.99 for Jackie. Martin Briley, One Night with a Stranger, that is $9.99. And Brooke Benton today. Brooke Benton is $9.99. Jim B has Dokken for $1. Final call to Jim B for $1. I'm about to sell it. $1 to Jim B. Surely y'all are not going to let him escape with this at $1. Surely y'all are not going to let him escape for this at $1. Now we have a $5 bid. Jim B got off the hook. I mean, Jim B got off the hook with me. And then we have John Prine, a 1975 Presswell press, $49.99 for John Prine. That is beautiful. A 75 pressing, $49.99. That originally came out in 71. That's a 75 pressing. The other air fresheners I have are Motorhead, and I have Grateful Dead, and I got Slayer. So there's a few more, what are these called? Air fresheners. There's Motorhead, Grateful Dead, and Slayer. Laura just dropped off a crate of new vinyl. Awesome. We got a Laura crate coming up next. We're going through new stuff here. We got John Prine sold to Matthew Hendon for $40. That's sold. Dawkins at $9. Dawkins a 12-inch single of Alone Again, and I Just Got Lucky, or something like that. What's that one called? Just Got Lucky. Yep, there's that. All right, Slayer air freshener. That is sold to Dan Davis. Eric, is that a claim, or are you just screaming Slayer? That is... Whoop, wrong stack. I didn't want a Slayer. Okay, you got to be careful. I'll end up selling you one. Slayer is sold to Dan Davis. These are $7.99. Also in here, we have Steve Taylor. So we got a lower crate coming up next. We're going to finish going through this new vintage crate, though, first. Steve Taylor, I Predict 1990. Steve Taylor is $19.99. And then over here, we got Duke Jupiter, The Line of Your Fire. Duke Jupiter is $19.99. And Strange Advance, $14.99 on that. Also, we got Janie Street, $14.99. Heroes, Angels, and Friends. And Let's Think About Living, Bob Lumen. Bob Lumen is $9.99. 10,000 Maniacs. The last bid was 50 with Oso Adventure. Matthew Hendon, I don't know if you caught that, but you are outbid on 10,000 Maniacs, okay? And MT Matt on the only bidder, and he got this locked in. Great. Better be glad this didn't get to the advertised. All the Scorpions fans would have shown up, and there would have been World War III for this. So congratulations. That's OD for $65. Dawkins at 10 with James Hicks. And Jim B is crunching the numbers right now to see if he's willing to bid 11. Jim B, the spotlight's on you, buddy. Stillwater, I reserve the right. Stillwater is $14.99. Tom Johnston, everything you've heard is true. That's Tom Johnston from the old Doobie Brothers there, $14.99. And let's make sure I've shown all the air fresheners. Here's the last ones. Yep, typo negative. I've got a couple typo negatives for $7.99. There's Grateful Dead again. There's the Ozzies again. There's more Dark Side of the Moons, and there's Motorhead. So the only one you didn't see there already is typo negative, Grateful Dead, Ozzy, Pink Floyd, Motorhead, and I still got AC/DCs, okay? He was out after $1. Okay, Jim B was out after $1. Oh, I forgot it was Jim B. The world's greatest... I'm not going to finish my sentence. The world's greatest. Next auction is Cinderella. Cinderella is called Night Songs. This is an 86 USOG, an Indianapolis press, VG Plus, an OG Cinderella, $35 start for Night Songs. $35 start. Both typo negatives sold to Eric Hernandez. Sold and sold. Sully gets Tom Johnston for 10. Thank you on that one. Dan Davis also wants an Ozzy air freshener and a Motorhead air freshener. Ozzy air freshener sold. Motorhead air freshener sold. Thank you on that one. Cinderella also has a bid for 35. Don't forget, I got to finish up these magazine lots tonight too. And then over here, we have Joan Armour Walk Under Ladders, $9.99. That's supposed to be the world's greatest ... blank, 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 blank. You fill in the blank. We have Larry Carlton, Mr. 335, live in Japan, $14.99 for Larry Carlton. And Sheena Easton, self-titled. Sheena Easton is $9.99. 10,000 Maniacs is 52. Oso Adventure, you're out. They're going back and forth, back and to the left, back and to the left. 10,000 Maniacs is at $52. Cinderella, $37. Dawkins is sold to James Hicks for $10. Okay, that's sold to James Hicks for $10. Let's move that over here. Let's move that over there. I'm very excited to see what's over here in this next lower crate. But first, we got Dennis DeYoung, Back to the World. Dennis DeYoung is $16.99. And Hank Williams Sr., 24 Greatest Hits Volume 2, $29.99. Hank Williams Sr., 24 Greatest Hits Volume 2, $29.99. And Love Too Late, Sorrows. Sorrows is a 1981 New Wave, $14.99 on that. Okay, next auction. Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. Shout, shout, shout at the devil with the merch insert. An 83 US specialty, but it is VG minus. Not a bad jacket, though. I mean, these are usually pretty worn. Really cool gatefold. I mean, $5 for a starting bid. Come on now. Merch insert, VG minus. Y'all should be waking up and cracking your knuckles on that one. Okay, Oso's back in from 10,000 Maniacs. We got a bidder all the way out in Los Angeles bidding, and we got another bidder all the way over in Australia. Australia and Los Angeles, and I'm sitting here in Tennessee, and we're going to figure out where this record ends up going. Steve Miller Band, Sailor. Steve Miller Band is $19.99. Eric Hernandez, just so you know, you're out on Cinderella. Neil and Black did bid 37, so let me know if you want to bid again. I'm going to do a quick stretch. Oh, that was what I needed. My knee just popped. Okay, feeling better already. Maniacs 57, Oso Adventure, you're out. We have the front. That's in shrink with hop sticker, $14.99. Ray Charles Greatest Hits, Georgia. Hit the road, Jack. Don't come back, $19.99. Disco single, The Beach Boys, Here Comes the Night. The Beach Boys singles is $9.99. And Tom T. Hall, All T's in Town. OT, that's old Tom T. Hall, $9.99. Now 10,000 Maniacs, 60. Now Motley Crue, 16. They're still bidding on 10,000 Maniacs. That's a lot of Maniacs. 10,000 of them to be exact. I'm going to put these away so we can get some of these other magazine lots sold off for tonight. All right. There's all the air freshener stock. I don't know how many I've sold, but we've moved a bunch of those over the last year. Moving on, Ronnie Wood, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's Ron Wood from the Rolling Stones and Worked with Rod Stewart in Faces. Jerry Lee Lewis, The Killer Rocks On. $9.99 for Jerry Lee Lewis. And Hank Williams Jr. Wild Streak. Hank Williams Jr. That's $24. $24.99 on Hank Williams Jr. Wild Streak. Also, Neil Sedaka Stepping Out. Neil is $9.99 and Shooting Star $14.99. So Cinderella is sold, and that's sold for $37 to Nealon Black. And now Motley Crue's at 18. 10,000 Maniacs is at 60. Matthew Hendon, it goes back to you. But also we have the Best of the Silver Connection, sealed $19.99. Kind of a risque cover there. Best of the Silver Connection, sealed $19.99. Paula on Ron Wood. That's sold to Paula. Ron Wood is sold. And more Encore of Golden Hits, the Platters, $9.99. Any Surf records, those could pop up. Those could pop up at any time. In crates like this, we really have just about anything that could pop up for sale, honestly. All right, let's see what's left in this next to last stack of magazines. I was going to try to do the sports stuff in a separate lot. And I think I still got more music-related ones, yeah. So here's Guitar World, Summer of Loud with Tony Iommi, Ozzy, and Marilyn Manson. The Guitar Legends with Eddie Van Halen. Heavy Metal, and here's some of those comic book magazines. Heavy Metal Software. Heavy Metal, the Illustrated Fantasy Magazine. More Heavy Metal there, very cool. And then we had Guitar World with Weezer. We have Details Magazine with Pamela Anderson there. And then what was this here? That was just some kind of catalog. Yeah, so the winner in this lot being the guitar magazines and the heavy metal. So all these right here are $20 start. That lot of magazines plus that those two catalogs, $20 start on that. $20 start on that. Okay, those magazines. We've sold every lot so far with multiple bids. 10,000 Maniacs is officially sold to Oso Adventure for $60. The Motley Crue right now is at $30 with James Hicks. And yeah, you just never know what's going to pop up in these crates. So honestly, right now, like I have never gone through this crate, nor have I seen what's in here. So it's all a surprise to me as well. Okay, sorry, I was stretching. We have Lee Oscar. That is $19.99. The title of the Silver Connection is the Best of Silver Connection. It says Deluxe 2 record set. It's an original sealed with clip corner, $19.99. The magazines have bids for $20 and $20. Paula, your bid came in second. Paula's back in at $22. The Motley Crue's at $35. Let's put up this auction right here. Living Color, Vivid, Cult of Personality. An 88 USOG Carrollton press with the original lyric insert. This is EX Plus condition with the original inner sleeve. $40 start on that. Dear Mr. Gable, Karen Chandler. This is $14.99. So the magazines are at $24, now $25. And I think, Chris, you bid against yourself. And then we have SS for $12. SS for $12. What was SS? Shooting Star. This is sold to Jeff Colgrove for $12. Silver Connection. I will do this for, let's do it for $12, John Barry. $12 on that. We have Jeffrey Osborne, Don't Stop, $9.99 on that. And we have, what is this? Welcome to the Dance, Sons of Chaplin, $14. I think the cover is backwards. I think it's like, it opens from the left, which is very frustrating. Living Color has a bid for $40. And then the Buckinghams in One Ear and Gone Tomorrow. The Buckinghams is $9.99. The Shirelles, remember when? The Shirelles is $14.99. Now the Mags is at $30. Dango K12. John Barry's itching for one of those half-off / bundle crates. It's coming soon, I promise. $12 on Silver Connection. We have Shadow Fact, Shadow Dance. That's $9.99. And The Voice of Scott McKenzie. If you're going to San Francisco, be sure to wear $19.99. Motley Crue, the last bid on Motley Crue that came in was the winning bid. And that winning bid was 35 to MK Lane, okay? So Living Colors at 40 with Matthew Hendon. If you're not Matthew Hendon, you don't have the bid. Paula has the magazines at 30. That's going once, going twice. So Paula has those for 30. And the other two bidders are out. Thank y'all for letting me know you're out. And next thing I'm going to do is finish this crate with Richard Marx. $19.99 for Richard Marx. Ivy Green, all on the beat. Ivy Green is $29.99. Leonard Skinner Gold and Platinum, which is a 2 LP compilation, $36.99. I got outbid on Motley Crue. Okay, my bad. Motley Crue, James Hicks, $36. Let's change this. James Hicks gets it for $36. James Hicks, $36. James Hicks, $36. What was the price on Graham? Graham? Graham. I don't see a Graham. Graham Nash, maybe? We have Jerry Lee Lewis live at Third Man Records, 2012, $34.99 on that. Shadowfax, $9.99 for Songs of a Nuclear Village. Champagne Janet, Atlanta Rhythm Section, $9.99. The Motels Shock, $14.99. And then John Martin, Inside Out, $24.99. And Gone with the Wind soundtrack, $19.99 for Gone with the Wind. All right, so Living Color is sold to Matthew Hendon for $40. That's sold to him for $40. And let's sell Paula these magazines, and these sold to Paula for $30. Okay? All right, let's go put these away in here. Let me grab these air fresheners that have sold, and let's see what's next. I think we got the large... what do we got? I think we got the large, like Rolling Stone type magazines to do next. We'll do that in just a second. And we're about to go through this lore crate right now. If anybody changed their mind, you're like, whoa, 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 Chad. Hold the fort, my friend. Good gosh, what are you doing? I was going to buy everything that's left in there. We'll go hip, hip, hooray, and we'll tag everything for you. We got to get right into this new lore crate, though. Okay? First thing we have is Paula on the Motels. That's sold to Paula. Leonard Skinner, no condition notes on the vinyl. Cover still in shrink. A little bit of discoloration right up here maybe, but other than that, it's nice. $34.99. Richard Marx is sold to Bradley Smith for $14, and Jeff Colgrove got Atlanta Rhythm Section for $7. All right, let's go right into another crate, shall we? Let's do it. If you change your mind on anything in there, don't hesitate, or if you're like, dang, I thought he's going to read through it again, just let me know, and we'll find maybe what you were looking for there. Let's get into some other auctions. Let's get into some of those, maybe not so much metal, but they're great titles. They might not be metal, but they're going to be great titles, like U2, and we're going to do some U2, and let's do some Dire Straits, okay? Still some great rock, maybe just nothing that's going to be like face-shattering guitar solos. I don't know. Edge had some great solos. Martin Knopfler had some great solos. Let's move this over here, and we have Dire Straits on every street. Dire Straits is a 1991 USOG. This one's always been kind of hard to get. 1991 USOG. It's a specialty press with the original inner sleeve, VG++ condition. Dire Straits is a $75 start. $75 start on that. U2 War, a gold stamp promo stamp on the cover. This is their classic album, War. A gatefold, very cool. All is quiet on New Year's Day, Sunday Bloody Sunday on that one, $25 start. I like the song, is it 40? Is that the one that they used to end a lot of shows with? $25 start on that. Michael Nath got Leonard Skinner for $27. All right, that's done. Okay. Let's see what we got here. I'm taking a peek in the Laura crate. I'm taking a peek in the Laura crate. All right, she found the stuff I left her back there. Yeah, I didn't know if some of these needed to be auctioned, tagged. It was stuff I was straight pricing during the lost stuff I was straight pricing during the other night when we was going through all the sealed stuff, and I got to the point I was like, I don't know what to put up next. And then I got to the point where most of them are auctions, and I gave them to Laura. War has a bid for $27. Dire Straits is a $75 start. So, okay, let me sort through this other stack of mags then. And let's do these here. Okay. Yeah, I think there's music stuff at the bottom. Yeah, here we go. All right, so we had Metal Hammer magazine with Cradle of Filth, Metal Hammer magazine with Marilyn Manson. We had Metal Hammer magazine with Lacuna Coil, Revolver magazine with Treyu, Classic Rock magazine Phil Lynott, Classic Rock magazine Richie Blackmore, Classic Rock magazine Jimmy Page. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I counted there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. A $25 start. $25 start on those. Okay. $25 start. We got more where that came from later. All right. Mike on acid. Uh-oh. A box set. Here we go. Oh. Skid Row, the Atlantic years, 1989 to 1996. The Skid Row box set, $149.99. Skid Row, Slave to the Grind, Beside Ourselves, Subhuman Race, and Subhuman Beings on Tour. $149.99. Motley Crue Theater of Pain box set. Motley Crue sealed, $124.99. 4 LP. Each LP is on a unique splatter. It has a 76-page book with it. Just $124.99 on Motley Crue. And then Van Halen. This is their first 6 albums, the David Lee Roth. The Shrink does have some tears in it, but that's self-titled. Van Halen 2, Women and Children, Fair Warning, Diver Down in 1984. That's the Van Halen box, $149.99. Okay, let's go ahead and sell War for $27. If anybody wants to buy Dire Straits, Dire Straits is a 27, or excuse me, I got those digits way off. This is 27, sold to Matthew Hendon. Dire Straits, $75, buy it now. $75, buy it now. It's a 1981 USOG specialty press, VG++, Dire Straits. That's OG from 91. 75 doll hairs on that one. Not dollars, we actually need doll hairs for that one. Okay, and then the next box is Johnny Cash at the Carousel Ballroom, April 24th, 1968. And this is sealed for just $39.99. Blue marbled and yellow marble vinyl. Johnny Cash, sealed, $39.99. And Grateful Dead, this is Fox Theater, St. Louis, Missouri, 1971. Grateful Dead is sealed, $99.99. A 2021 limited edition 12,000, 6 LPs, $99.99. Okay, and if anybody wants this lot of magazines, $25. This lot here, $25 if anybody wants those. I'm going to set those right over there. Let's find some more LPs to auction. And the next thing I'm going to do is going to come from this crate right over here. And let's do Iggy Pop and let's do Bob Marley. These are going to go up for bid right now. I've got Iggy Pop. Iggy Pop is a 1986 USOG Near Mint Minus. A EMW Press Near Mint Minus with the original inner sleeve and hype sticker, $25 start on that. And then Bob Marley and the Wailers, Kaya. Bob Marley is an 85 US reissue specialty press, VG plus $20, okay? Got a lot of box sets to sell out of here. Test 1, 2, is my mic working? Hope everybody's still awake. Test 1, 2. Hello, hello. Hola. Little place called Vertigo. That's a U2 song. Okay. Robert Warner got Johnny Cash, and Levi wanted to see it one more time. Just sold it to Robert Warner. Great price on that. Now, that has filled up my crate. I was about to say, my crate's almost full anyway. So let me swap these out right quick. Awesome. Thanks, everybody, on those. Another full crate of vinyl gone for tonight. Nothing wrong with that, huh? Nothing wrong with that. Hola, little place called Vertigo. Cha-cha-cha. Say, I can feel it. Da-da, 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 da-da. That's a great U2 song. Regardless of how you may feel about them, I think it's a great one. Give me 1 second over here. I was watching something. I was going to buy something that I was watching, and it's disappeared, and it's bothered me ever since. But yeah, I don't know what happened. Anyways, I can't get distracted, so. Anyway, I'll have to find out what happened there later. TSO Houston, thank you on the Van Halen box. Great decision. Iggy 27, Bob 20. Now let's go to the single priced LPs. Slayer. This is South of Heaven, sealed for just $27.99. Sealed, Slayer, $27.99. Iggy has a bid for $27. Bob Marley has a bid for $20. Alice in Chains Dirt, the red vinyl, 2LP remaster, $27.99. The red vinyl, $27.99. And then Trivium, the Crusade. Trivium is a 2006 Euro OG, $32.99 for Trivium. That's an OG pressing. Sam over on Twitch on Slayer. Bradley Smith on Alice in Chains, sold. We have Candlebox, an acoustic evening with Candlebox, sealed. $24.99 for Candlebox. Amazing Grace, spiritualized. Black vinyl reissue, sealed, $19.99. Rush Presto, 200 gram QRP pressing, $49.99. The 200 gram QRP pressing, sealed in the perforated baggie, Rush, $49.99. We have Low Cut Connie, Get Out the Lotion. Rock and Roll album, $17.99 for Low Cut Connie. We also have in here Metallica, 72 Seasons on the yellow and black swirl, $24.99. Solid album from Metallica there, $24.99 on that, okay? Let's see here. We have Michael Nath on the Rush Presto. That's sold. And I'm going to show one more, then I'm selling these auctions. Another Slayer, Diabolus and Musica, $24.99. So Bob Marley is sold to Tony Swanson. Just that one bid for $20. Thank you. Poof, gone. Iggy is sold Chris Knapp, $27. Poof, gone. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's put that away. And then over here, let's go ahead and I'm going to count out some more magazines here. Here's what was left. I'm going to do this in a large lot, okay? Rolling Stone magazine, Christina Aguilera. Hold on a minute. These are trying to get all the sports together. I have another pile going over here. Okay, Rolling Stone magazine, Jimi Hendrix. Rolling Stone magazine, Howard Stern. Rolling Stone, Jack Nicholson. And then we had Rolling Stone, Red Hot Chili Peppers. Rolling Stone, Angelina Jolie. Rolling Stones magazine, Jar Jar Binks from the Star Wars reboot series. Jennifer Aniston, Rolling Stone. Jennifer Aniston, Rolling Stone. And then Rolling Stone, Jimi Hendrix, and Rolling Stone, or Spin Magazine, Jimi Hendrix. $25 for all those. $25 start. $25 start for that magazine lot. Okay. Next over here is Richard on Slayer. Thank you on that one. Kesha is very much within reach. Yeah, it's right behind me. This is Buffalo Jr., Indigo Groove. Buffalo Jr. is an alternate rock album, $17.99 for Buffalo Jr. White Heels, Flying on This Rock. That's on pink vinyl. Art Rock Psych Experimental, $14.99. Jim B has the magazines for $25. He's like, oh boy, here's the moment I've been waiting for. Also, we have On the Record, 2015, 2016. This is a Warner Brothers sampler featuring Blake Shelton, Dan and Shay, Big Smo, and more. Country Comp, Warner, 1999. Natasha wants Kesha. Kesha. That was from the new Laura crate here. Kesha. And that was called Kesha. And it was on Kink Hot Pink Vinyl. Kink Hot Pink Vinyl. That's Kesha right here. All right. That's sold. Susie. No Robert Plant magazines with his tight pants. Susie wants to see those Robert Plant tight pants, don't you, Susie? Boy, I hope you don't know about Google. Keep Susie Breedlove away from Google. Keep Susie Breedlove away from Google for sure. All right. There we have it. I got to refresh over here. We sold a Britney Spears last night. We sold a Britney Spears for $9.99. And it sells for like $300. It was expensive. Shout out to whoever bought it, Kevin Gladden. He snapped it. And then Jim B was pounding on his keyboard, screaming. Mazzy Star. So tonight I might see Mazzy Star is sealed, $24.99. Also, we have Shamir Ratchet. That is a disco hip house, sealed for $9.99. The magazines are at $27 with Paula. Jim B, the spotlight is on you, my friend. Oh, man, I just called him my friend. Yuck. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is U2. This is Under a Blood Red Sky, a 1983 USOG mini album. It's a specialty press. EX edition, a $15 star. U2 Under a Blood Red Sky, $15 star. Matthew Hendon on Mazzy Star. That's sold to Matthew Hendon. And then Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. That's a picture disc sealed for $39.99 for Black Sabbath. Also over here we have Paradox, the demo collection, 86 to 87. This is a thrash metal power, $19.99 for Paradox. Metallica Death Magnetic, a 2014 Death Magnetic, $24.99 for that one. And Slayer, God Hates Us All, Slayer 2023, $24.99. So U2's up for auction. These are also to Paula. She gets this lot right here. And this is sold to Paula for $27. And then this lot is sold to Chris Frazier for $15. So let me crisscross those and let's go take those in here. And we're not too far away from selling 3 bankers boxes full of magazines over the last couple of sales. I think that's amazing. They find miscellaneous stuff back here in our back room / our warehouse. And they bring it to me, and they're like, all right, Chad, sell this stuff. Get it out of here. I'm like, okay, give me a couple days, but it won't take long. Richard Davis on Paradox. So to Richard Davis. He got Paradox. Antonio got the Candle Box. Paradox and Candle Box. That's sold to Antonio. And Eric Hernandez next on Paradox. And then there's Candle Box, too. U2 live under Blood Red Sky. Final chance. An 83 OG Gold Stamp promo. Just a $15 start on that. As of this moment, it does not have a bid. Now, the last magazine lot is going to be anything I've filtered out that's sports or sports related, okay? And I'll just kind of tell you who's on the cover. Tiger Woods. And then if I don't know, I'll be like pass again. Dante Hall. Cordell. I forgot his first name. Somebody here from the Red Sox. This is Richard Hamilton, Ben Wallace, Chauncey Billups. There's the Red Wings. There's Kobe Bryant. That's a pretty good one. This is Sport Magazine with Joe Montana, 1990 Sport Magazine with Stacy Overser. There is Ellie McPherson. Don't you remember Kramer hung out with her at the nude beach on that episode? There's Cal Ripken, the Iron Man, and there's Troy Aikman and Emmitt Smith. So all these magazines, a $25 start. $25 start on all those. Kevin Richards on 72 Seasons. Kevin Richards got Metallica 72 Seasons. Let's breeze through these again. Great stuff in here. Thomas Clark has U2 for $15. The sports magazine's a $25 start. And Jim B is cracking his knuckles. He's like, okay, here we go. I'm up. Up in the batter's box. We got Skid Row, the Atlantic Years box set. That's their classic albums plus some B-sides and then some live stuff. That's $149.99 for Skid Row. That original retail for $200 or $200 plus, I think, probably close to $200. Motley Crue Theater Pain. This is a relatively new release, 2025, sealed, just $124.99 for that. That deluxe edition, and we have Grateful Dead, which is Fox Theater, St. Louis, Missouri, and that is sealed for $99.99. That's a limited edition 5 LP. The U2 is an OG Gold Stamp promo, live under a Blood Red Sky EX edition. $15 is the bid, and I'm about to sell it. Final chance on these magazines for $25. Trivium, The Crusade, that's a 2006 OG. Trivium is $32.99. That's for The Crusade. Also, we had Amazing Grace, Spiritualized. I think Spiritualized is the artist. That is sealed for $19.99. Low Cut Connie, Get Out the Lotion, $17.99 on that. Also, Buffalo Jr., Indigo Groove, $17.99. And then White Heels. White Heels was an art rock psych experimental pink vinyl, $14.99 for White Heels. On the Record is a promo sampler from Warner Brothers Country, $19.99. Blake Shelton, Dan and Shay, Big Smo, $19.99. A 2 LP comp. This is Shamir, Ratchet, a disco hip house, sealed for $9.99. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell, the Record Store Day picture disc, $39.99. And then the last two was Metallica Death Magnetic, just $24.99 on that. And Slayer, God Hates Us All, $24.99 on Slayer. There's only one way to say Slayer, and that's the way I just did. However, I can't say it like that every time. It would get pretty annoying, and everybody's like, golly, I wish he'd stop saying Slayer like that. Okay. All right, so we're at a crossroads in tonight's show. We're officially at a crossroads. What I'm about to do now is we're about to go through a half-off vintage crate, no more, no less. I'm going to keep auctions rolling. We're about to do a half-off vintage crate to keep this on the road here. We have Slayer, that's sold to Richard Davis. Larry, I took an offer on Clapton earlier for $175 and sold it. I took an offer for $175 and sold it. Thomas Clark, you get U2 for $15. And if anybody wants the sports magazines, they're $25. $25 on those, including a swimsuit issue. Including the swimsuit issue. Dire Straits, $75. That's the only no bid. Regina says, what kind of magazines? Regina, it's Aikman and Smith, Iron Man, Cal Ripken, Sports Illustrated, ESPN. There's nobody here. There's no Farrah Fawcett. There's no Elvis. And there's no General Hospital. These are the same ones from last night. We're just now selling them in lots. And that's the last ones left. Somebody would make my day if you bought them. That would be the last ones left. Last ones right there. That's it. Okay. So let's do a half off crate. I'm going to keep auctions rolling. We're about to do a half off vintage crate. There's 2 more crates over here from Paul. But I don't know if I'm going to do them tonight. If I do, I'll do them later. Their best offer. I'm going to do this discount crate, and then I'll take a look and see what he marked. I think they're Jazz type. I don't know if the Jazz buyers are on. I told him earlier, he said, how'd the Jazz stuff do last night? I was like, well, the first crate I went through, we sold almost everything. And then the leftovers this morning in the video, we sold almost all of them because the Jazz people have seen them and are buying them. But when they all go to bed, there's almost no viewers. We went through a whole crate of Jazz last night and didn't sell a single one. Doesn't mean I'm not going to go through them, but I try to strategically let everybody know when we're going to be going through them, and hopefully all of them could be that way. It's worth my time. So it's actually worth my time more now to do a half off crate and discount stuff rather than go through new stuff. So, but there is one. I'll try to go through at least one. Ray Red is letting me know he's putting out his blips. David Hoy's like, Chad, I'm watching. I'm on the radar, my friend. We'll try to knock out at least one. But first, I want to do this half-off crate because we got to do at least one nonsense crate. So let me find that. And I got to tag these lights. And I want to do that while there's a lot of people watching, because if I can do it right now while it's kind of slow but still a lot of people watching, there's still 208 people on here. And while there's 208 people, I can show the newest lights that came in, okay? So first, let's go through this crate half off. No more, no less, and I'll put up some other auctions. Okay, so here we go. Should be some cool stuff in here. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Except this bunch right here, which was a pending bundle deal for somebody. Yep. Plus, there's too much in here. Somebody needs to buy these box sets. Okay. Somebody buys these box sets, will free up a lot of space. Think of some of these box set compilations. Here we go. And we need more new auctions. What else was I about to do? Oh, the lights. Yes, let me see what's on the invoice over here. Some awesome light boxes came in. Do I have an invoice here? There's cardboard material. All righty, here we go. All right, we got 8 Metallicas in here. 8 Metallicas, 5 Led Zeppelins, 5 Black Sabbaths, and 3 Iron Maidens. All right, so let's go ahead and tag some of these. Whoever's tagging, this is an extremely important section, okay? This is an extremely important, what we're about to do. Half off records, we're gonna tag lights, and let's put up some more auctions. Talking Heads. Talking Heads is a 1983 US OG. It is an OG. Burning Down the House, Speaking in Tongues, VG condition, a $25 start on that. Okay? I know John Barry's ready for some bundles too. Let me get my laptop back open because I'm going to tell you who was on a wait list for Metallica lights. This is Metallica. Metallica lights is, here they are, Aaron Andrus, Jerry Stone, Hiram Aponte, and Sean Miller. Aaron Andrus, Jerry Stone, Hiram Aponte, and Sean Miller. So if you don't have a Metallica light box, these are $59.99. If you're not familiar with these, they light up and change colors. They're pretty cool. has the classic Metallica logo, $59.99. And I have sold 4. Let me read off those names again. That is Aaron Andrus, Jerry Stone, Hiram Ponte, and Sean Miller. And then let me ask Patrick Francis. Patrick, if you're watching, I have you down possibly for another one. And if you still need another one, let me know, Patrick Francis, okay? So there's right now 3 Metallica lots available. So these 4 are sold at least to these people for sure. Aaron Andrus, Jerry Stone, Hiram Ponte, and Sean Miller, okay? And I have 3 in stock after that. I have 4 in stock after that. And if y'all been seeing people post these, they're awesome. Some people are literally filling their houses full of them. There's 2 more sold. Let me go ahead and grab those. I mean, when you get them all lit up, it's pretty incredible, okay? There's one sold to Dan Davis. That's a live claim. And there's one for John LeBeatty. Okay, that's sold. When is Faith No More coming? We'll say this summer. Coming soon this summer. Okay, so I have at least 2, 4. I got 2 more left in stock if anybody wants one. I've got 2 more left in stock if anybody wants one. Metallica lots. We'll do the other one after we get this. Let me do the other one after we get this crate rolling, okay? Let's do some more after I get this crate rolling. Let me move this cart of John's. There we go. Got to have a clearance through here. All right. So, Slayer coming this summer. Half off, no more, no less. The Modern Jazz Quartet, 1984, Together Again, Echoes. These are no more, no less. Modern Jazz Quartet, $10. $10 on that. We have Oregon, Moon and Mind. Oregon is $7.50. Moon and Mind. We have Skeeter Davis, a Japanese pressing. I'll Sing You a Song. $12.50 on Skeeter Davis. Love Can Make You Happy. Mercy, $7.50 on that. Deja Vu, Get It Up for Love. That is $5. Deja Vu. Also, Big Trouble. Big Trouble is $5. And Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works, $7.50. The Heart and Soul of Rock and Roll, Reader's Digest box set. I think this is like 7 or 8 LPs. It is 7 LPs of music, and that's $17.50. It is got quite a bit of damage over here on the box. No condition notes on the disc. Heart and Soul of Rock and Roll, $17.50 on that one. Okay. Now the next lot box, there's at least 2 Metallicas. The next one we have here is one of the first ones we got in, and it's probably one of our best sellers because of that reason. And let me search this over here, and that is Black Sabbath. Okay. And the Black Sabbath lot is Scott Markheim, Chad Sauls, Hiram Aponte, and Mark Weiss. Scott Markheim, Chad Sauls, Hiram Aponte, and Mark Weiss. That is 2, 4, and I have 1 extra. I have 1 extra. I have 1 extra. Black Sabbath light. There's 1 extra there. So these 4 are sold. I'll read off these names. That's also $59.99. These are sold to Scott Markheim, Chad Sauls, Hiram Aponte, and Mark Weiss. Okay, those are done. Let me set those over here on the table. There's 1 in stock on Black Sabbath. 1 in stock on Black Sabbath. $59.99. And then there's one that was already in stock for tonight. There's one that's already in stock for tonight, and I'm going to show that to you right now. And that's Van Halen. Okay? And Van Halen is right here. And I have that in stock for $59.99. That's Van Halen. Okay? $59.99 on that one. Can we see one lit up? Oh, absolutely. Give me 1 second. Let me plug in. So Chad Smith gets the last Black Sabbath. That's sold to him for $59.99. That's sold to Chad Smith. And then let me see what's going on. Let me find my extra cables over here. Here's an extra cable for a Van Halen. Yep. And then Javi wants Big Trouble. I think that was right here. This is sold to Javi Soto for $5. Yeah, we need to have one plugged up anyway for a salesman sample, right? There's 2 Van Halens in stock. Those they're $59.99 as well. So we're sold out of Black Sabbath again. I don't think I've ever had those in stock. Maybe one time. So they come with like this light switch, a replacement. Which part broke? Did this part break? Let me know, and I'll find out. But yeah, we can get, we might even have some extras. So they plug in through a USB port, and when you plug them in, let me move down the talking heads. Okay, and then it has a switch on this remote, and you can change what they do. Sorry, my cord is pretty short, so it's hard for me to keep it displayed. There we go. That should be good. So they'll change colors. Okay, and yeah, they have a manual with them, and you can sync them to music. It does a lot more than just light up. They change colors, and you can actually get on your phone and, like, if you want it just to light up blue and green, or if you want it just to be, you know, pink, I think you can basically set it to any color you want, or you can, you know, so anyways. Okay, let's keep going through some half-off records. Super Pop Rock and Soul, that's another box set for $15. That is a 5 LP box, Super Pop Rock and Soul, $15 on that. Big discount on this Pop History, Fabulous 60s and 70s Flower Power. That is a 5 LP, now just $20. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Also, we have Lens Farn, Roll On Ruby. Lens Farn is $7.50. And Dwight Twilley Band, Sincerely. Dwight Twilley is $5. And then David Friesen, John Stowell, that's through the Listening Glass, $7.50 on that one. And introducing the Beau Brummels, which is an original in shrink, really nice, $13.50 on that one. John LeBeatty wants a Van Halen light. All right, that's so to John LeBeatty. And whoever's tagging, I'm going to give, it looks like we have an extra, yeah, here's a power switch for him. And I got one more. So there's one Van Halen left after John LeBeatty gets one, and that's that one right back there. So Van Halen sold, and I think there's one more that came in. So let me see over here what's going on. So Metallica, how many am I left with Metallica? 2 Metallicas and 1 Van Halen. And if you want a Black Sabbath, let me know, because there will be more. I'm trying not to focus on the old ones. As I've said, we're trying to keep moving with the newest ones, which we're trying to put out about three every couple weeks, okay? And if we can keep that going, 3 every couple weeks, we'll be in good shape, because we sell the heck out of these. Here's the next one, Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden is, we got 3 Iron Maidens in. Let me check the waiting list for that. There's the next one, Iron Maiden. Finally getting back stock in. I mean, it's been weeks because we're so focused on the new ones. Iron Maiden, the wait list for this one is Oh So Adventure. So thank you, Oh So Adventure. This is sold to him, $59.99. And then we have 2 Iron Maidens then. We'll sell that one to Oh So Adventure. 2 Iron Maidens are in stock. Very cool. That one's a little slender one. I like because they're different sizes, because, you know, you might be filling up shelf space or the way you display them. So, yeah, there's Iron Maiden. About to switch. Yeah, he'll get you a replacement, because I bet we have packs of them laying around that they hadn't shipped out yet, and so he can get you one and then, you know, put it in your order, and then we can make up for them whenever we need another one. All righty. Hope everybody's not distracted by the lights, and not forgetting we're going through a half-off crate with Augie Myers and Doug Sam still growing. That's $10 on that. By the way, let's go ahead and make Talking Heads a no-bid buy now. $25. Don't worry, Taylor Swift's on my list, so is Slayer and all these other bands. We'll eventually get them all made, but it's a pretty time-consuming process. We're trying to do like 3 every week now, and that's a lot to do. Just, making sure we get them all done correctly and accurately. And Boulder is $5 on Boulder. And then we have Hollies right on. Hollies is $6.50. There is some damage up here, but that's just $6.50. This was Steve Goodman, Words We Can Dance To. Steve Goodman, $5. And the Langer Sisters, $5 on the Langer Sisters. And Buddies, that's Buddy Foster and Buddy Edmonds. That's $7.50 on that. Okay, then we got another lot in. Led Zeppelin, Todd Saw and Hiram Aponte. Todd Saw and Hiram Aponte. Let's do it. Todd Saw and Hiram Aponte. So I do have Led Zeppelins in. And how many extras do I have? We're going to have like a few, it looks like. Let me see here. Led Zeppelin, also $59.99. And we need 2 for Todd Saw and Hiram Aponte. So there's 1 Led Zeppelin. And then here is the, stand by. Got some shipping tape around bubble wrap. There we go. And there is the next one, Led Zeppelin. Awesome. So we got 3 Led Zeppelins. Finally have some actually in stock. Finally have some actually in stock, okay? So there's 2 Iron Maidens, there's Led Zeppelin, and these 2 Led Zeppelins are sold. So right now, we have 2 Metallicas, 2 Iron Maidens, 3 Led Zeppelin, and 1 Van Halen. And if I would have tagged these earlier tonight, we probably would have sold them when it was really busy. But you see how I've had to almost stop the sale to do this. But there they are. So there's the Zeppelins. And now we are good to go. Okay? All right. Tony Swanson got Talking Heads. Really? Tony Swanson got Talking Heads. $25 sold to Tony Swanson. Okay? There it is. Good. Okay, back to the half off. We have Elvin Bishop, Big Fun. Elvin Bishop is $7.50. This is a half off record, no more, no less. Street Callers, Red Card, $7.50 for Street Crawlers, and Stereo Test Record for home and laboratory use. Stereo Test Record is $10. We also have Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Rust Never Sleeps. That is $17.50 for Neil Young and Crazy Horse. Trillion is a white label promo. Trillion is $10. And Gas Mask, their first album. Gas Mask is $17.50. Also, Donna Summer, Cats Without Claws, $5 on this. Wow. John Barry's going to have a big bundle. This is going to be a big bundle when we get done with this great one. Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, $17.50 for Neil Young. Gary Lewis and the Playboys, More Golden Greats, $5. John Barry's like, come on, Chad, build that bundle, man. Come on, buddy. We also have Second Movement, Eddie Harris and Les McCann. That's just $12.50. Second Movement, that's Eddie Harris, Les McCann. That's always great listening, in my opinion, just my opinion. We have the Rascals for $7.50. And Ornette Coleman, Change of the Century. Ornette Coleman was a 1,000 press, 180 gram, $20 on that. $20 on that. Let me throw this trash away I threw on the floor just a moment ago. Take a drink. Nice. All right, Ornette Coleman is $20. Also, we have J.D. Blackfoot, The Song of Crazy Horse, $12.50 for J.D. Blackfoot. Sanford and Townsend Duo Glide, that's sealed for $7.50. And Tease, One Night Stands. Tease is $7.50. Also, A Message from Blakey. Art Blakey is $32.50. A 1973 press, $32.50. American Boy and Girl, Garland Jeffries, just $5 for that. Chris Knapp on Ornette Coleman. That's sold to Chris Knapp. Also, we have Debbie Harry Cuckoo. That's EX $9 on Deborah Harry. EX $9 on Debbie Harry. The Motors, approved by the Motors. VG Condition, $5. Vision, Rock for Your Life, $17.50 from 1980. That's Vision, $17.50. Also, Ricky Skaggs, Highways and Heartaches. Ricky Skaggs is $5. Pastors, this was some stuff last night, by the way, $7.50. That was best offer. Jim Capaldi, Home, Some Come Running, $5 on Capaldi. Dwight Twilly, $5. And Sawyer Brown, Outgoing Catton. That is a sealed copy for $10. Chris Knapp on DH, and DH was for Debbie Harry. That's sold to Chris Knapp. Thank you on that one. And then the Bellamy Brothers, Howard and David. The Bellamy Brothers is $5. We have the Statler Brothers, Atlanta Blue, $5. Mel Tillis and Bob Wheels in person, $5 on that. And a Spoonful of Lovin', the Artie Schrowick Implosion, $7.50. Also, Tehran, that is Fari Parsi, Young Persian Love, $10 on that. Chris Knapp on Dwight Twilley. That is right here, so to Chris Knapp. Glad somebody's alive right now. Joe Stampley, I'm going to love you back to me, loving me again. $5 again. That was a lot of words. Steve Hunter, the Deacon. Steve Hunter is $7.50. Joan Armatrading is $5. Joan Armatrading is $5. And we have Jim Capaldi, One Man Mission for $5. And Ish on the corner. Ish is $5. Mega Blast on JS for Joe Stampley, right? Joe Stampley. Michael Butler on Steve Hunter. So to Michael Butler. You got it. Just like Roy Orbison. Okay, I'm going to read through those again. I'm going to tell you the half off price, and if you want one out there, let me know. That's all the lots that came in today. We had somebody very interested about Pink Floyd. Don't know the status of those, but I will get an answer by tomorrow. And now you know what we have in stock, okay? And now I'm going to read those titles, and if anybody wants a price for the half off price, let me know. Let's look at Art Blakey again. Art Blakey was A Message from Blakey, Holiday for Skins, Volume 1. Blue Note. It is a 1973 pressing, $32.50. That's the half off price. And then we had Ish, Jim Capaldi, Joan Armatrading, Tehran, Artie Schrowick, Mel Tillis, Bob Wills, the Statlers, the Bellamy Brothers, Sawyer Brown. We have Capaldi, Pastors, Ricky Skaggs, Vision, The Motors, Garland Jeffries, Tease, Sanford and Townsend, J.D. Blackfoot, The Rascals, Eddie Harris, Les McCann, Gary Lewis, Neil Young, Donna Summer, Gas Mask, Trillion, Neil Young, Stereo Test Records, Streetwalkers, Elvin Bishop, Buddies, The Langer Sisters, Steve Goodman, Hollies, Boulder, Augie Myers, Bo Brummels, David Friesen, Dwight Twilley, Linz Farn, Pop History, Super Pop Rock, Heart and Soul of Rock and Roll, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Deja Vu, Love, Skeeter Davis, Organ, and Modern Jazz Quartet. Those are all available, okay? And then is White Hills still available? Last crate we'll take. White Hills. What was the last crate? Where was the last crate? Last crate. That was the stuff that Laura marked, right? Yes. And what have I done with those? They're right here. White Hills. That's this right here. Aha. And this is sold for sticker price to, sticker price to Spin Cycle Vinyl, okay? And then I need to hit the bed. It's been fun. Thanks. I need to see you on Wednesday. Okay, yeah, so Wednesday, my mom works here at the store. We open at 10 o'clock. She usually closes a little before 4. There's also thousands of $2 records in the store to dig through, like thousands. And let's tag some of these. So first, Paula wants Tease and Donna Summer. Donna Summer was right in here, I'm pretty sure. And then I'm going to offer these as a bundle. So if you want something, let me know. Tease is sold to Paula. And then Steve Goodman was $10. There's Donna. And Steve Goodman was back here. That was, and Shrink, $5. Okay? Disregard switch user issue, user error, oops. Okay. No problem. I'll let Ed know unless you've already messaged him. Now, yeah, think long, but you'll think wrong. What am I just saying? If you think long, you'll think wrong is what I'm trying to say. So let me know. Preston Rose said sold. And if Art Blakey's going to go in the bundle for an enticing offer because it's about to be so cheap. So I'm not gonna pull it out. I'm going to put that in there. We're going to count these up and offer them as a bundle. So everybody's ready? She wants Neil Young. Hey, hey, my. Johnny Rotten. Rotten Johnny. That's so to Paula. Okay. Here we go. Everything in this crate. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stereo or mono? Stereo. Stereo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 30, 31, 32, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. 45 records in here. I'm going to make sure he does or not. My price is going to depend on whether we leave a pretty pricey Art Blakey record in there or not. Let me step up front for one more thing right quick. Then I'll figure out what crate to do next. Whew, might be a good night for me to go home and crash and then come back here in the morning. Y'all have been beating me to death this week. I mean, I've been beat to death. Absolutely to death. I mean, to death. A hot bath? I don't think I've took a bath since I was 9. A bath? We have Art Blakey. I don't think my house has a bathtub. Yeah, it does. I got one upstairs, I think. It's a bathroom upstairs. I think I've been in like 3 times. Art Blakey is sold to Bark Knoxville, okay? So with that being said, my bundle price is $195. $195 should be 44 records now. $195, 44 records. Pretty good stuff in there. And there's a lot of it. Come on, John Barry. Do 175. Sold! John Barry coming in off the top rope, off the turnbuckle, right through the table. Sold to John Barry, 175. Boom. I'm going to celebrate by eating some beef jerky. I have, all these are sold to John Barry. I have 3 bedrooms I don't use. You know what they're used for? One is full of records, one's full of Legos, and one is about to be full of all my other collectibles that I still got to move from my mom's house and move out of here. But I essentially have 3 extra bedrooms that's going to be full of crap before long. Let me rephrase crap. It's my lifetime of collecting and investments that hopefully at some point I'll probably sell and retire on. So I've been stashing away stuff since I've been 10 years old. I've sold off and upgraded and sold off and upgraded. And maybe one day I'll sell everything in one lump sum and take off to Costa Rica for about 20 years. Sit down there on the beach. No, I'll never do that. That sounds miserable. Who would want to do something like that? I would never do something like that. Everybody's like, hey, let's go to the beach. And I'm like, hey, let's not and say we did. The beach. Why would you want to do something psycho like that? What are you going to do? Just sit there? roast and not be selling records or buying records? Come on now. Why would you want to go do something psycho like that? Hey, let's go sit out by the pool. Yeah, right. Y'all have fun. I'll be right here. I'll be going to the local record shops, the thrift stores. I'll be digging for gold. Thank you, John Barry. Thank you, John Barry. Live from the beach. Yep. Yeah, everybody says I'm always cold. Everybody's like, Chad, you need to move to Florida. I'm like, I know. Yeah, I'm not much on vacations. I've never been. I'm like, ugh, vacation. But yeah, I'll probably move somewhere warmer weather. For sure. At some point I'll move all this to where it's warm and nice, and but can't do that right now. We're too invested here with our staff and all this stuff. Could y'all imagine having to move all this? It would take 20 semis and 50,000 people. Golly. All right. Oh. Let's find one more crate. All right. I need to get the 8 sold crates. Okay, so if we can sell one more crate, that'll get us 8 sold crates tonight. And then I'll see what's going on in the chat, and then we'll go from there. Okay, well, I think that's Paul. Let me see if I got one. Do we have one? We can do half off or maybe one. That was sort of nonsense half off, but it wasn't crazy nonsense half off. Maybe I can find one more really good looking one here. I got to move some stuff around first, though. Tanner has laid a bunch of Star Trek posters on top of my crates, so I got to move these. We're using them for tabletops right now. Okay. Now, that was Paul stuff. I think that's Paul stuff. What was this? U2. All right, I think this is truly nonsense, because these have not been offered, I think, at all, even best offer. So let's do these half off, and then we'll see where we're at, and we'll see where we go from here. Okay, I know it's early, but man, it's like it's like, what do we do next? I guess I can still run a couple auctions. Let's see how these do. Let's put up the Monkeys and the Eagles. Okay. Desperado, why don't you send that? We have Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, and Jones. That is the Monkeys. It's a green 2022 Rhino limited edition reissue. That's a $25 start. And the Eagles Desperado is a 2014 180 gram remaster, near mint, $20 start on that. Okay. All right, this is truly a nonsense crate. This has only been shown once, and it was best offer, or it was not even best offer, I think. And now they're going to be half off, no more, no less. So hope everybody's ready. Should be some crazy good deals in here. I mean, a lot of them's check condition, so I think they were probably already marked fairly, and now they're going to be half off. We can't do too many of these, or I'm going to run out of stuff again for vintage flip crates. Okay? Yeah, speaking of price, let me see if there's anything over here I can price. You know, we were doing that for a while, but man, we've blasted through all this sealed stuff. Let me see what I can find over here. I mean, I could try to price some stuff live, but I think they've got all this stuff sorted for auctions. And with that being said, I just don't know. Right, Laura? I don't think there's this much more over here to price. there's a couple things, but those are just gigantic box sets. I really can't even get to this stuff anymore. And all that's been flagged, earmarked for auction. So yeah, that collection of all those clear tubs, we've almost sold about everything, which is pretty wild. So, all right, let's get started then. Let's get started. We have the Association Inside Out with Wendy, VG Plus, $5. Gold original label, the Association, $5 on that. We have Bertha. Bertha is VG $12.50. There's bands like this back from the late 60s, early 70s that sold really well. You just don't hear about them much, like Bertha. They were almost like a one-off type deal. There's a lot of stuff like this. There's one of them, $12.50 Bertha. We have Country Favorites, Willie Nelson style. Take a look at this. A 66 German press, and I want you to look at it. It's a 66 German press, $12.50, VG Plus condition. Sergeant Pepper's, nice. A VG copy, $15. What would you do if I sang out a tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Lend me your ear. This is $15. Also, the 62 to 66 comp, it's only $12.50. Obviously, a pretty worn cover. VG vinyl, back-to-back Beatles there, $15 and $12.50. The Eagles is at $20 with Sully. That's going once, going twice with Sully. David Tate, your pick on the Beatles. We have the Occasions doing Girl Watcher. The Occasions is VG $5 on the Occasions. And James Brown's Superbad. Superbad is VG $12.50 on that. David, your pick on the Beatles. Let me know. If you don't get Sgt. Pepper, it goes to Andy Rutherford. Bruce Springsteen, Greetings from Asbury Park. Bruce Springsteen is VG Plus $7.50. He does have dibs on both, and that is so to David Tate. And so, Andy, you were second on that one. And then James Brown is also so to David Tate. Half off crate, no more, no less. Clarence Wheeler and the Enforcers, the love I've been looking for. This is a white label promo, VG condition, $7.50. Oh, wow. Pink Floyd, A Momentary Lapse of Reason. Just $16.50 now. How crazy is that? $16.50 for Pink Floyd. I told y'all, nonsense. The Brothers Johnson, Right on Time. VG Plus $5. Patrick Lear on Pink Floyd. Into the Distance. A ribbon of black. Stretched to the point of no turning back. Okay, I always got to sing that. One of my favorites there. Sully, you get the Eagles for $20. Look at all the Pink Floyd comments. Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd. This is a half-off crate. No more, no less. Pink Floyd, Pink Floyd. Boontar gets Bertha. Boontar gets Bertha. That's so to him. There's the Brothers Johnson and the band Cahoots. The band is VG Plus $12.50. More Pink Floyd comments still coming in. So it went to Patrick Lear, then John Kaiser, then Ben Amaya, then David Tate, then Jeff Colgrove, and then Brian Call, then John Griffin, then John LaBeatty. 7 people in line for Pink Floyd. Yes, Tales from Topographic Oceans. Yes is VG Plus $12.50. We have the Beach Boys, Endless Summer. This one has some writing on the cover. VG Plus $9. I'm supposed to be looking for one of those for somebody, right? Who was missing one of those from their order? But that's got some writing on the cover. I don't know how nice the one they've been missing. Brothers Johnson is There Goes Mark. That goes to Brothers Johnson. Brothers Johnson goes There Goes Mark. A Rubber Soul. This is a Jacksonville press. VG $13.50. That's a mono copy of Rubber Soul. There is some cover damage up here. VG $13.50. I just seen a face. I can't. No Region 1. I once met a. You won't see me. Think for yourself. Bow, 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 bow. Word. That's good. Michelle. It's only love. I like that one. Girl, I'm looking through you in my life. There are. Wait. Run for Your Life. Wow, there's so many good songs in there. $13.50. That is so to Brian Call. James Hicks, do you want me to wait till we find a better copy, or do you want me to set this one aside for you? That is VG Plus, $9. It does have some writing, and the vinyl's VG Plus. If you want to wait till a little bit better one, like I said, that record comes through often. Okay? Tony Swanson next on the Beatles, then There Goes Mark. It does go to Brian Call. Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding. This is VG $7.50 for John Wesley Harding. All Along the Watchtower. That's the original version. Bob Dylan on that one. Brinsley Schwartz. This is VG Plus $9 for Brinsley Schwartz. And Soft Machine 7. Now just $14. EX condition. $14 on Soft Machine 7. Also, Chris Christopherson, Jesus was a Capricorn. VG plus $5 on Chris Christopherson. Dylan is sold to Brian Call. And then what just happened? There Goes Mark was second on Dylan. Hey Leroy, Jimmy Castor, that's VG condition, $10. $10 on that. And we have BG's Idea. BG's is $5 for Idea. And then Authentic Sound Effects. The Authentic Sound Effects, VG plus $5. The first time I ever listened to Rubber Soul, I listened to Revolver in the same day, back to back, for the first time ever in my life. You know, together. I listened to them. I never had heard, I mean, I knew some of the songs on there, but I listened to it back to back. And I think at that point is when I really went, wow, okay. That's when I went, like, what have I, you know, you got to remember all this stuff very much before my time. But hearing those albums for the first time, at my age, I was like, whoa, okay, I've like, what's going on here? And so immediately I was like, okay, I've got to listen to all of these albums, because some of the songs, you know, I was just familiar with hits, you know, the big Beatles songs at that point. And I had that Past Masters. I told y'all the first time I ever heard them was on this Past Masters CD. This right here. So, and those aren't even on albums. Those are all singles that wasn't on albums. And so that's the only songs I really knew. And all the stuff on the albums, I was like, golly, is this ever going to stop? And then I listened to the White Album, Sgt. Pepper. I was like, man, how many more? I was like, hopefully they have a lot more. Hopefully they have a lot more music. There for a while, I was like, Chet Baker, by the way, is $25. For the longest, I was like, please don't. I don't want to run out of discovering Beatles music. I was hoping it would never end. Like, I would keep finding stuff for years like I didn't know about. But eventually, I mean, I've heard everything, even all the demos and the bootlegs and all the live stuff, anything that's ever been boot or released that's out there. I think I have listened to it, just like Led Zeppelin. I've listened to everything they've ever touched. But I'm hoping like there'll be some kind of weird thing happen in the universe, and they're like, hey, Paul McCartney has a whole album of Beatles stuff he's putting out. And I'm like, oh, wow. More Beatles stuff I've never heard. But somebody came out the other day in a press release and said, there is no more Beatles stuff. I forgot, was that Peter Jackson? He's like, there's nothing else. Like, everybody's got to give it up. What's out there is out there. There might be some scraps, but I was like, that's not true. McCartney's still got to be holding on to something. Chet Baker and strings. VG, this is a 1954 Deep Groove Mono. $25 for Chet Baker. This is a now 25, we're in a half off crate, no more, no less. A 1954 Deep Groove Mono. VG, $25. Chet Baker. Also, we have Grand Funk Railroad Caught in the Act. This is VG $6.50. Grand Funk Railroad Caught in the Act. VG $6.50. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Norman Grand's Jam Session number 9. Norman Grand's is VG plus $7.50. Over here, this is a half off crate, no more, no less. Mark Olson on Chet Baker. That's sold to Mark Olson. And then Buddy Miles live. Buddy Miles is VG plus $10. VG plus $10. That is true. McCartney's still holding on to that Carnival of Light. VG plus $10. That's a 20-minute psychedelia Beatles song that only he and the Beatles have ever heard. So, Larry, what is Deep Groove Mono? Deep Groove Mono means the grooves are cut really deep and it's in mono. You still have dibs on this if you want it. It's a Deep Groove Mono. That's just what they call those early jazz records. They're cut really with deep grooves, and it's pressed in mono. If it's yours, you want it. If not, it's Mark Olson's. Yeah, Carnival Light is like a 20-minute psychedelia song that they were going to use for a film that evidently the Beatles recorded. McCartney has the master. It's never leaked, and one day he may release it, but it's a really hidden Beatles song that no one has ever heard. It's something that no one has ever heard before. It's possibly the last Beatles song to ever be released. Larry Drish does get Chet Baker. So that is Mark Olson, you're second. And then Jeff Colgrove got the Grand Funk. Let's go ahead and tag him for that. That's to Jeff Colgrove. Also, we have Rush, Fly By Night. Rush is a 75 Terre Haute VG cover, VG vinyl. $12.50 for Rush, Fly By Night. Also over here is U2, Wide Awake in America. U2 is VG plus $10. There is some cover damage over here in the corner. The corner got kind of jacked up. $10 on that. And then this is Rush, sold to Old Man Hilton. That's sold to Levi. David Tate was second. There's supposedly a complete Beatles recording session bootleg out in the 60s. CDs, activities, and includes Carnival of Light. Wow. From what I understand, Carnival of Light is well protected. I think some people have made, there's even people on YouTube that have made stuff and said, this is Carnival of Light. And they've put it out and said, this is it. It's been leaked. But from what I understand, McCartney has that locked in a vault. And the only people that's ever heard it is him, the Beatles, George Martin, maybe Mal Evans, whoever, those guys that hung out with him in the studio and stuff, maybe just some of those guys, but two of those people are already dead. Two of the Beatles are dead, so I think only a few people have ever heard it. We have Ayers, Rock Beyond. Ayers is VG plus $7.50. There's a more accurate description of Deep Groove. Deep Groove Mono is the bigger, wider groove that goes through the label. They switched over to the smaller press circle in 1960s. There you have it. So let's look at that Chet Baker. This right here. Now, there's also, when you talk about grooves in a record, another quick informational bit. Just so you know, some of these older records, some people that get really particular with these older jazz records, especially people who listen to 78s and 33s, you can get different styluses that have different, widths. You can get different size styluses. And that way, like a 78, you might have to have something with a wider groove so it hits the edge better. So some of these that, if you're truly talking about the grooves, sometimes some of these records play even better if you change out different styluses. You'll have to really get technical to do that. You'll have to change out your cartridges and stuff. But I've seen some people have turntables, and y'all have probably seen them, and they'll have like 3 or 4 different styluses, like cartridges lined up, and where they play 78s. Then they'll have one for 45s, maybe with a different stylus, and people change stuff out like that. It works. I've seen people do those, the graphs where you can see, but some of these older records, you got to have a little bit different equipment to play them on to get that full sound. You don't want to play it on anything cheap for sure, cheap and modern. The CD Foundation, the CD is $6.50. The CD, $6.50. Quartz, this is Camel and the CD. Quartz is $5. And we have Ocean, put your hand in the hand. Ocean is $5, put your hand in the hand. And Rush, exit stage left, no condition notes, $22.50. Rush, exit stage left, no condition notes on that one. So clean vinyl, just a little bit of edge wear, $22.50 on that one. And over here, we have Augie Myers. And this is $10 on Augie Myers. Adam Bernardi on the CD, that's sold to Adam Bernardi. And we have Burt Bacharach, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid soundtrack. Burt Bacharach is $7.50. Also, we have Mix, The Mix, American Glue. This is $7.50 for The Mix. And Motown's Mo West Story. This is a Light in the Attic pressing, half off of $64.99 of 2011. That is $32.50. Rush, exit stage left, is sold to Mark Chesler. BB is sold to Mega Blast 9. That was Butch Cassidy, Burt Bacharach. Andrew Lloyd Webber, Requiem, $7.50 on that. Also, Aretha Franklin, You Take It Like You Give It. Aretha Franklin is $17.50. That is on this Columbia 2i. Very clean. The cover does have some wear and tear. There's some stickers up here, some catalog stickers, but that's nice. $17.50. There goes Mark. On Augie Myers. Thank you. That's sold to you. Also, James Gang thirds. James Gang is $10. And Blue Singer, Jimmy Witherspoon. And Jimmy Witherspoon is in shrink, now just $15 on that. We have Split Water Creek, split three ways. Interesting, $5 on that. Wycliffe, Kentucky, 1980, $5 on Split Water Creek. We have Detroller presents the original artist of rock and roll. Bill Haley, Big Bopper, James Brown, The Contours, The Safaris, The Mamas and Papas, $7.50. Patrick Lear on Jimmy Witherspoon. That's sold to Patrick Lear. And Ides of March, Midnight Oil. The band is Ides of March, not Midnight Oil. $10 on that. And then we have the Sting soundtrack, classic film, great ragtime soundtrack, $10 on the Sting. And we have First National Nothing. That is $5 on that. And Soul Street, Eddie Floyd. Soul Street is $12.50. That's on Stax. That's the classic Eddie Floyd. All right, I'll read through those again for sure. I guess this is our only no bid tonight. This Monkeys record is the only no bid tonight, which I'm making a buy. I don't think I've officially made it a buy now, but that's a green vinyl remaster, $25 on that. Eddie Floyd sold to Patrick Lear. Okay, let's read through those again because there's still some great stuff in here at half off before we offer them as a bundle. All right, here we go. Yeah, the world of record collecting is Voss, and then all the intricacies, what the word I'm looking for, the little things involved in record collecting, like the equipment and understanding mastering and how things are made and getting the right version and how to play it and the right equipment. And, you know, you could go on and on. There's so much stuff to learn, and then learning about labels and pressings. And I mean, just buying them and listening to them is one thing, but getting into the deep dive, not only start studying the group, but learning who the association is and this and that. I mean, that's just the surface. And then learning about the whole industry and the history of the labels and golly, intricacies. Thank you, intricacies. Sometimes words don't come to my brain, especially when I'm half fried. $5 on the association. And I mean that not in a way like I'm on drugs, meaning that I am famished. Not meaning that I'm hungry, meaning that I'm exhausted. Monkeys is sold to Preston Rose for $20. The association's at $20. And the Motown. So the Motown record is a Light in the Attic compilation. It's called Mo West. And I think they're Motown artists, and it's a comp from Light in the Attic from 2011, and it's half off, which makes it $32.50. This is a half off record, no more, no less. So the association, Motown, Willie Nelson, a 66 German press, just $12.50 on that. This crate was only shown once for sticker, and now it's half off, and this is the final read-through. The Occasions Girl Watcher, VG condition, $5. Bruce Springsteen still available, VG plus $7.50. Clarence Wheeler and the Enforcers, The Love I've Been Looking For, VG $7.50 white label promo. The band Cahoots, VG plus $12.50 for the band. Yes is still available. Tales from Topographic Oceans. The new anniversary box set came out this Friday. We got one left in stock. Here is feels like a foreign pressing almost. What do we have here? No, it's a U.S. It's a U.S. Monarch original. Yes, it's $12.50. Darren Johnson won't sound. Oh, I forgot about this no bid. The Dire Straits is a no bid. It's On Every Street, a 1991 USOG, a specialty press, VG++, probably closer to EX. 75 on that 1991 Dire Straits. Darren Johnson wants Soundgarden. This is sold to Darren Johnson. Of course, that's sticker price. That's sold to him. Thank you. And then the Beach Boys Endless Summer, VG plus 9. Brindley Schwartz is VG plus 9. And then Soft Machine 7, EX 14 on that. They're a heavily requested group. Chris Christopherson was VG plus 5. And then over here, Hey Leroy, Jimmy Castor. This is VG, $10 on Jimmy Castor. Bee Gees Idea, VG, $15 on Jimmy Castor, on Bee Gees. The Sound Effects record This is VG plus $5. It's going to have clippings from a minor league baseball game, ping pong, a tennis match, a pool game, a handball game, public address system feedback, static, tuning the shortwave radio band, an oscillator, an electric golf car, a motor scooter, a hot rod motor revving up, a car laboring uphill, a car pulling tin cans, a western gun battle, a horse gallops by, a stagecoach passes, a stagecoach driver's perspective, and an Indian war dance. And then side 2 is a light plane takeoff, a light plane interior, instrument approach and landing, a seaplane taxi and takeoff. It's sound effects. That was just half of them. VG plus $5 on that. How much writing's on the cover of the Beach Boys? Right here it says C Lobe. C Lobe is the writing on that one. Also, we have Norman Grand's Jam Session number 9, VG plus $7.50. Buddy Miles Live, VG plus $10. The Monkees Instant Replay, VG plus $10. U2 is VG plus $10. There is some damage here. James Hicks. So let's make a note to give that to Ed, because this is supposed to go to James Hicks. There was one missing from his invoice. So whoever's tagging, just make a note, and Ed should know what you're talking about when you leave this on this desk or when you give it to him, okay? And we'll take care of that from there. James Hicks, 1969. Roy, not Roy Ayers. I see this every time. This is not Roy Ayers. This is just Ayers Rock. That's the name of the band. Ayers Rock, and it's called Beyond. VG plus $7.50. Mike Osborne, U2, and Joe Castillo on SM. And SM was for Soft Machine. That's sold to Joel Castillo. Also, we had Quartz, Camel in the City. Quartz is $5. And then Ocean, Put Your Hand in the Hand. Ocean is $5. The Mix, and that is $7.50 for The Mix. Andrew Lloyd Webber, Requiem, $7.50 on that. Aretha Franklin, Take It Like You Give It, $17.50 on Aretha. James Gang Thirds is $10. Also, we have Splitwater Creek, Split Three Ways. Splitwater Creek is $5. Detrola, the original artist of rock and roll, $7.50 on that. Mike Post on the Aretha Franklin, sell that to Mike Post. And then Ides of March was $10. The name of the album was Midnight Oil. The Sting soundtrack, 10. And First National Nothing is 5. Ayers Rock, an Australian band from the 70s. There you go. Yeah, I sometimes say Roy Ayers, and then, of course, his stuff's pretty desirable. Everybody's like, whoa, 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 wait a minute, Chad. What did you just say? Huh? All right, so I'll give a second for lag to kick in. And make sure nobody's typing something right now in Australia. And by the time they hit send and it pops up on my screen, I've already started counting these. And then this would be a great time right now tonight to let me know maybe a final warning on maybe something you want to see, maybe to add something to your order. We got another full night ahead. But first, I want to make sure everybody has everything they wanted tonight or seen everything. Or maybe something you could possibly want to see, like blankets. Nobody wants to buy any blankets tonight, do they? I got a bunch of these laying around. We've pretty much sold off all the CDs. There's a CD post that's active right now. I think G started pulling those today. The other CD post, I turned off the comments because we sold almost all of them. And the rest of them are now out for sale in the store. And I have racks over here full of books and miscellaneous. I'm waiting for the right night to do that, probably as soon as tomorrow. Because we're out of CDs all of a sudden, and we really don't have any 45s. I had one new box for tonight, but it is, I've walked around in a circle about 5 times looking for it, and I have misplaced it. Now, how does that happen? I don't know, but it's going to pop up eventually. And then there's 2 more that got mixed in with some of these other ones. We should be able to have some 45s tonight. Probably both. We probably should have both tomorrow, 45s for auction, and then probably some buy it nows later that night. Darren Johnson on the Sting, and then Sundays on Willie Nelson. Sundays 138. And you've bought from us before, right? The Sundays over on Twitch. Will the Chet Baker play okay on vintage hi-fi system and mono, or in a special cartridge for mono? No. No, you can have... No, you don't have to have a special cartridge or anything for mono. No, it plays the same. The mono happens the way it was made, and then the way it goes through your system. So there's nothing you have to change. They change that at the studio or whenever they cut it and master it. It all plays through the same stereo. That was a very popular question back in the day when they first started making that. If you know, on some of these old jackets, some of these older records, they'll say, "We'll play on stereo or mono equipment," right? Sometimes it says it on some of these old ones. They'll be like, "We'll play on stereo or mono equipment," because that was a very, when all the stereo mono, when stereos first started coming out, you know, that was a big question. So, okay, and then anybody else, I'll take Death Magnetic if you still have it. Death Magnetic, and that's Stephen Sunday. Okay, Stephen Sunday. Death Magnetic, that was Metallica. Got it. Got it right here. Okay, and finishing a little earlier than tonight, but we've already went through 2 half-off crates. And did yes tell C? If not, did you say Monarch and condition? How much? Yeah, I'm about to make this a bundle before we sign off. So come on, John Barry. But yes is a VG cover, maybe VG minus. It's got some damage. Yeah, VG minus on the cover. The vinyl is VG plus. It's a U.S. original Monarch. How do I know it's a Monarch? By just glancing at it. Right there, there's an M and an R, and it's circled. An M and an R, and it's circled. That's Monarch. That's a very well-known pressing plant, especially for Atlantic. A lot of great Atlantic records pressed at Monarch, especially Led Zeppelin stuff. Led Zeppelin stuff, Monarch pressing, seemed to demand more money. I think they were one of the better of the vintage record pressing plants back in the day. Chad, is the Beach Boys a 2LP? Yes, that's the exact same one you've bought. Same thing, 100%. Do we have Tomorrow's Hype? I did. The label should say MO. Well, this is a little bit different label because it's custom. I'll check the label, though. These labels are a little bit different. These labels are a little bit different because they're like custom Yes labels. See, now on some of those other ones they do, but it's definitely Monarch. It's stamped MO with the MR with the circle. So some of those custom Atlantic labels like that didn't have the matrix on the label. Sometimes they do, but sometimes they don't. That one doesn't. It's not really marked Monarch on the label, but it is on both sides. Okay, and then what was the other question? We do have Tomorrow's Hype pictures. Yeah, I can show those. Let me download them over here from Laura. And this is a great time to ask questions. Maybe because we're usually too busy. We seriously are, like this time of the night, or between 6 and 11. I just sometimes can't answer questions, and I have to ignore people, and it's very rude. But there's just so much going on. So if you ever had something to ask me about an order, anything, looking to order something for you, claiming something, and that said failed. All right, let me try that again. Except one day I'm going to have an auction. Yes, it's $12.50. Failed again. Okay, let's try this right here. Save to downloads. There we go. Any auction nights that haven't been up? No, we sold everything. No, we sold everything and then started on a new crate. So everything sold, and then we started on a third crate of auctions, and that's where I stopped because we were getting away from the metal, and I don't think the buyers for all these other ones are on right now, but they will be tomorrow. No, there's nothing left from Hype. All that's gone. Every single. Let me tell you something about our Hype pictured auctions. Like what I'm about to show you right now. If you don't buy them when they're up for auction, or hopefully you can pay attention when they're live, otherwise they're gonna get gone. What the heck just happened? Why did that happen? Let's see here. Do I need to move this over here? That's not good. Nope. 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 Okay. No hot pictures. I'll just show you on my phone. Let me just show you on my phone. There, it's not working over here. So let me go to my text from Laura. Okay. So this is stuff that will be sold tomorrow at auction. Is this where it starts? Yeah. Rush, Promise, Rush. Those are Japanese pressing. Alison Krauss is Mo-Fi. Rush, that's a box set. Soundgarden, Temple the Dog. I don't know what that is. Wow. Some kind of Temple the Dog deal. Rush, Rush. So 4 Japanese Rush in the corners. Leonard Skinner. That looks like, who is that? Soulfly? Who's that right there? Prince? I don't know who that is. David Bowie, Motley Crue, a Led Zeppelin bootleg. Whoops. That's Bowie. Mammoth, Tom Petty, Bowie, and Mad Season. And Iron Maiden, Black Crowes. That is a Pink Floyd bootleg. Pearl Jam, Velvet Underground, Whitesnake. Blackjack. That is Stone Temple Pilots. Thank you, Laura. Yeah, that's purple then. I bet that's purple. Stone Sour, Blackjack, Bon Jovi, Sgt. Pepper's The Tea Party, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Tin Machine. That is George Harrison. Cool. Traveling Wilburys, Neil Young, The Killers Live. Thin Lizzy, Killers Live. Thin Lizzy and The Who. And then y'all have already heard me read some stuff from the bonus crate. We have a whole crate over here of pretty much nothing but Depeche Mode, Talking Heads, and other 80s new wave. And then there's another crate over here of Japanese stuff like Heart, Eagles, The Who, Tedeschi Trucks, more Zeppelin bootlegs, and there's another bonus crate. So I've got 2 more three. I've got, let's say 2.5. I got 2.5 crates left of bonus auctions, and those will be sold by Saturday night when I say good night. Okay. Now, I have not offered this bundle yet because I was waiting for Mark Chesler to say yes or no on yes, and he has not said yes or no or yes, so I'm going to keep it as part of the bundle then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25 records left in here. Still good titles. I could really use these for the flip crate in the morning. But if somebody wants them right now, I'll do them for $115. $115 for these 25 records. And this is $4.66 per record. Come on, John Barry. This will fill up our 8th full crate tonight. That will be great, our 8th full crate. And we've sold a whole table and a half of miscellaneous, including Kiss 45s. We sold Kiss 45s, magazines, cassettes, DVDs, air fresheners, tons more, lights, and 8 crates full of vinyl for Thursday Night Metal Night. Come on, John Barry. He's offered $115 bundle. Sold. Here we go. If you take yes for 10, then I'll grab it. The half-off crates are always half off, no more, no less, and it's already sold to John Barry for $115. It was part of his bundle deal. The half-off crates are always no more, no less. Mark, yes was originally $24.99. So if I ever say half off, if we're doing a half-off crate, they're always half off, no more, no less. And that's a rule I've stuck to my guns by since the beginning. You can ask Bart Knoxville, a.k.a. Dale Sanders. I discounted one record one time more than half off, and then it almost caused a riot because everybody's like, whoa, wait a minute, Chad. You've never done that. You've never done that. Now we're going to expect us to take less than half off. So it's pretty simple. When I'm doing a half off crate, you better grab them then because they're going to get sold in a bundle, probably for cheaper, but that person literally just bought everything that's left. Shout out to John Barry. I'm glad we got some bundlers that watch. We move through this pre-owned inventory fast. That's why there's very little left. We show them, we take offers, we make them half off, we bundle them, they're gone, and then that's all she wrote. That's all she wrote. They're gone after that. Okay, anybody else? You know what? I really don't have any silver. I've sold most of it. The market took another hit today, but it's rebounding in the off hours. It's still back in the 70s. It got back down in the 60s today. And for anybody that's been investing, I mean, I'm in the same boat as you are. I would just say patience pays off with this stuff. I still think everything traded is all being manipulated on paper. So, and that's what everybody's telling me. That's what the big people are telling me. And the refineries are still back up, and people can't get physical silver. So I think a lot of billion-dollar, trillion-dollar businesses are making money short in the market because it's so volatile right now. So they're very smart. They know they're very smart, but they have billions of assets they can manipulate with these paper sell-offs, and they're making billions of dollars on these shorts. So I just say when they truly realize there is no physical supply, it will rebound and it'll go back up. Just be careful when you're buying and selling. I wouldn't say don't sell when it's crashing. I would say right now would be the time to buy more. I think I've got like just some small coins. But yeah, market. I started buying into a Vanguard investment fund back in September, and it's back down below when I first started buying in September. So I bought a bunch of it this morning. And then, of course, it went down even further today. I'm going to buy a bunch more of it tomorrow. So, I mean, I think it's a lot of buying opportunities right now. And I say this all the time about collectibles. Some people don't view vinyl as a collectible, but right now, anything tangible, if you're buying the higher end stuff, like the sealed, you know, the sealed stuff sometimes we offer, or the really high end grails, I think that's moving to more of a commodity, and it's something you can play and listen to. But other people out there that's buying these sports cards and comic books and rare autographs, I think more people are wanting to have that kind of stuff right now. They're wanting to have that kind of stuff right now, the millionaires and billionaires, more than like stocks and cryptocurrencies. They would rather have something like a Mickey Mantle rookie card, you know, which is driving up the prices when you have people like that involved, and they're just stockpiling rare collectibles and coins and stuff like that. So if you follow all that closely like that, dude, you're seeing like a lot of weird stuff going on right now. So it's been that way for a while, but I mean, everything I'm looking at is just like, I'm seeing cards and comics sell for more and more money. Superman comics selling for millions and more millions. Then they sell it again a couple years later, and it's more millions. And it's just because it's just a few in existence, and you know everybody wants them. So this is a mono half-speed master for the 13.4 elevators. That is a mono half-speed master for $34.99. So. Yeah, I think selling records is going to keep us in business here. Yeah, Grog wants 4 packs of MoFi inner sleeves. I'll hook you up with that right now. Grog wants 4 packs. I read that, but I didn't read it out loud. 4 packs of MoFi inner sleeves. But somebody told me the other day, they was like, well, we know what you're going to be doing for your rest of your life, because, I mean, I think there's enough collectability right now. And fortunately, people my age are getting into it, and there's still people of an older demographic into it. So thank goodness. And luckily we're branched out into a lot of other stuff we kind of dip our toes into, like sports cards and coins, and we got to stay versatile, because you know, one day, looking way into the future, I got to pass this on to somebody else, and you know, 20, 30, 40 years from now, possibly. So we got to be really versatile. So I follow on everything. I invest in a lot of stuff too. I buy stocks, I buy silver, I buy gold, I buy comics, I buy records. I think it's a lot better than just having money in the bank, honestly, for sure. So when people's like, Chad, I just need to hand you my paycheck every week, and I'm like, well, that honestly might not be you know, they're like, all my extra money I'm buying records with. I'm like, well, honestly, that's not like a bad thing. I don't feel like you're blowing it. And I hope you don't feel that way either, you know, especially if you're buying something high-end and expensive. Don't ever feel like that. You know, I think it's, I never feel that way because these people, I've bought their collections. They've told me before, I'm glad I'm selling my collection. This one guy, he was a real good friend. He moved, and he basically told me, he said, I got to buy records because we can't save money. And I'm buying records. I'm probably going to sell them to you in a couple years, but that's what I do because I can't save money, and I know they're going to be resellable. And if I do need money, I can call you and sell them. And I think some people do that some way with silver. They're like, Chad, I got to buy silver because I'm terrible at saving money. And if I do need money, then I can sell the silver or sell the gold or sell my records or sell my toys or whatever I'm selling. So mystery boxes, I can do that. Mine and Tate's kids. Whew, kids with Tate McRae. Golly, you're going to get me flustered. Okay, we have officially filled up this 8th crate with Grog's inner sleeves. Thank you on that, Grog. And then, Chad, that's my story. Oh, yeah, that's a lot of people's. I'm kind of the same way. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what to buy. You know, I'm making money doing this business, and I'm like, well, what do I do? You know, when bills are paid, what do you do? Do you buy stocks? Do you buy... do I go out and buy a signed John Lennon album? You know, if I have some extra money, do I say, okay, I'm going to go purchase this signed John Lennon album? Is it going to be worth more than the S&P in 20 years? You know, would you rather have stocks, or would you rather go out and buy a Mickey Mantle card, or go buy a bunch of really good albums, you know, like rare collectible Zeppelin stuff, rare collectible Rush records, rare collectible Van Halen, whatever band you like? You know, there's a world of that stuff. It doesn't have to be just anything. It can be something you like. Just go for the best, you know. Spend $500 on a record. You're like, wow, that's a lot of money. I'm like, well, might be better than buying just about anything else. So, yeah, audiophile, rare stuff, you know. This new stuff. I mean, a lot of people buy new vinyl because they know when it goes out of stock, it sometimes doubles and triples in value. They buy the music on vinyl, limited edition stuff. They buy the you know, whatever they can, the indie exclusives. So, okay. I've been walking around in circles, making sure I've shown everything I could possibly show tonight. Jazz records, right? Rare jazz records. This was some good beef jerky. I got to get on this website. No Man's Land beef jerky. This was the kind I like. It was dried. This dried beef jerky. I get some of that other stuff like that name brand. It's like moist and, you know, this is like, it was legit. It was like dried out. That's the way I like it. Okay. All done? With that being said, I'm probably going to go buy more records and more stuff, okay? So I can sell more stuff. Thank y'all for watching, and I'm going to end there, 1 a.m. That's what time I'm supposed to end anyway, but I'm supposed to start at 5. So I try to end these shows at 1. That'll get me on a right schedule to get some sleep. But if I would have started 2 hours earlier, we would have had 2 other hours of selling under our belt. But unfortunately, we didn't. So I'm a hour and a half short, but that's okay. I got to stop. We can go late tomorrow, Friday and Saturday. Nobody has to work, and we'll go through whatever we can, okay? I'll just start showing. We'll get to a point tomorrow probably where we truly go through random miscellaneous stuff. Thanks, everybody. Good night. Thank y'all so much. Long live music. Thank y'all for watching. Thank y'all for collecting. And thanks for supporting CollectCo. An amazing Thursday night under the belt again, under the wrapped up, and we still got 2 more nights to go. So thank y'all for watching, and might bring out some coins tomorrow, some of the collectible stuff to show you what I have left, because I got some people wanting to buy the dip, and I was like, well, there's some stuff I can't sell because I paid too much money for it. I can either get to the break-even point or make a little on it, but right now might be the time to buy some of the collectible stuff that's not losing any premium. So I'll show you some of that tomorrow. I still got some of the Coca-Cola stuff. I still got some Morgan silver dollars. We'll try to get to some of that tomorrow, okay? So thank y'all, and good night. Patience One thing in all this business is patience, especially on investing with the silver or anything. You got to be patient. You got to be really patient on some of this stuff. I mean,